Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited.
Let's go!
CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. TR Series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mousepad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. The TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR-SE models also feature Zowie's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay.
我觉得我们已经达到了自己的目标，但是如果再更进一步的话，我觉得就会更加好了。但是目标已经完成了，我是觉得我们现在对自己非常自信，然后自己的打的状态非常好， 我觉得这个游戏肯定是需要有一些就是经验丰富的选手在，能帮助新人更加好的成长嘛。因为新人可能大赛经验比较少，但是你如果有一个老将，有一个经验足的选手在的话，我觉得会好很多，对团队帮助也很大。我觉得现在年纪大可能没有那么重要，可能占个30%吧。其实70%还是要归根结底于那个人的精力啊、专注度啊，会不会在这游戏上面，会不会其他方面会影响他对这个游戏的专注度？如果没有，我觉得这个没有太多大的影响。
Монголын ер нь энэ хол явсан сэтгэл өндөр байгаа. Тэгээ бид нар ч гэсэн илүү их бас мотивац болж байгаа тийм. За би одоо өөрийнхөө бодлоор бол яг Монголын дараа number 2-оор одоо өөрсдөө гэж бодож байгаа. А дараа нь бол одоо за яг миний бодлоор бол за Atox гэж бодож байна. Тэгээд яг би тураас юм заах зүрэг айцыг бол яг арай болоогүй л гэж бодож байна. Тухайн үед бол ер нь бол манайх би бас өөрөөс шинээр орж ирсэн л дээ. Тэгээд орж ирээ байж хавцад одоо яг тоглогч тавлаа болж гүйцэхгүй байсан байхгүй. Тэгээд ер нь ямар сайн тоглогч доолж болох вэ гэж тэгж жагаад айцгээс ер нь за E-Fire Rocks 2-ыг авъя. Тэгээд санал ер нь ирээд тэгээд саналыг одоо санал гаргаж байгаа ш бид нар хооронд ярилцаад тэгээд ер нь айцгаас E-Fire Rocks 2-ыг шинээрээ аваад бид тав тэгээд одоо анхныхаа лан тэмцээнд ирчээ байж байна.
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Here it is, day number 3 of eXTREMESLAND Asia 2024, and we've had a couple of, I will say, group stage days. Technically, Conky, we are still in the group stage, but I feel like this is the day where we really get into the meat and potatoes, and you look like a bit of a meat and potatoes kind of a man to me.
Absolutely, I am Jordan. Love the game, train. I learn a lot from our good friend Mac Mate. But you're exactly right. You know, there was a bit of chaos yesterday. First day always going to be a bit wild. 8 lots of best of ones, and it almost went all the way, right? You know, we went from 8 maps at the very minimum to potentially 12, and we got 11. So I think it was a pretty big day overall for us. But it was very entertaining, I suppose. You know, a couple of upsets, not exactly the most direct expectations that we had going into it.
Indeed. One thing that we do have to do before we jump too far into the whole discussion, of course, is give a quick shout out to our sponsors. We saw all the Zowie products on the way in. We were checking them out at the booth there. You can get yourself some, you know, some monitors, obviously. That's, I think, probably where Zowie's made their name. But, you know, the mouse technology is coming through nicely. The mouse pads as well. We were touching them and feeling them, and you know, we learned a few phrases yesterday in Chinese that might be applicable to that one. But yeah, it's good to sort of have a little play with all of the products here. And obviously, if you're in China, if you're in Shanghai, you can come and try them out for yourself, or you know, get it all sorted online and do all that jazz. But yeah, so thanks, shout outs of course to Zowie for making eXTREMESLAND possible. We wouldn't be here without them, and looking forward to how today is going to roll on in. Like you said, obviously big day yesterday, but now we find ourselves at a pretty important stage of the tournament. We've eliminated, I think, generally speaking, some of the weaker teams, though I was maybe a little bit surprised to see some of the results yesterday. God's Reign was able to get that win over over Dreamscape. That to me wasn't necessarily a huge surprise. It did feel like a bit of a 50-50 matchup, but I was kind of hoping low-key that God's Reign was going to make it through, and they did. They've made it through to today. This was the big surprise one for me. Fated Rise, I really thought were going to be better than they were, and turns out that they really didn't show up on LAN.
Absolutely, and it was even from day one where EXO came and just absolutely obliterated them, but then we started the series between Blaze Warriors, a 13-1 on Ancient, and then all of a sudden it completely turned the tides and we ended up with a 2-1 favor in their way, so that was pretty solid from the Vietnamese side, but this one was also the talk of the town, Jordan. Semperfi, a 2-1. They certainly didn't look clean over OniClan. We were sort of thinking that it might be a 2-0, but it was the old dad versus dad battle for the two teams, and Semperfi did manage to edge out on the end. But yeah, it was definitely not the best looking map from them. They had to close it out on Mirage, and that brings us all over to this one, which you brought through, Nalakavara versus Miracle Gaming, Jordan.
Miracle Play, yeah, didn't quite manage to show up. I mean, that Korean squad, a little bit lackluster, I guess. It's been the case for a couple of years. Counter-Strike in Korea is certainly not something that is a particularly huge prospect at the moment, but, you know, would like to see them maybe try to rise up the ranks again later on, maybe next year. We'll see. We'll check back in with them. But for today, we have to focus in on Groups A and B. We'll be deciding which of those teams are going to make it all the way through to playoffs. Starting things off with Rare Atom and Chinggis Warriors today. Loser of that will then face against God's Reign. Also the same story for Group B, EXO and ROG playing off for the initial slot, and then Blaze Warriors waiting for them down in that lower side of the bracket. So the way today works, it's a little bit different to yesterday. Yesterday obviously we had 4 best of 3s. Today we have a best of 1 and then a best of 3 and then a best of 1 and a best of 3. So the upper bracket matches are still best of 1s, and obviously the elimination games are going to be BO3. So this first one, I mean, it could be done pretty quick smart. Rare Atom, Chinggis Warriors, I think there's definitely a pretty convincing favorite in this matchup, and that would certainly be Rare Atom coming in, having just won XSC Pro League, having been one of the better teams in the Asia RMR, certainly one of the better Asia teams at the Shanghai Major as well. They've had a really hot streak of form, and I can't imagine that that's going to change in this matchup in particular. Absolutely
not. It was a turbulent start to the year, I would say, for them in 2024, but they certainly did turn the tides a little bit as we moved on towards the end of the part in that position there. And, you know, a Shanghai Major was fantastic to see them at, obviously getting a win over Fnatic. Chinggis Warriors, I suppose, on the other side, you know, a relatively new team, you know, bringing in Ru and EFI, obviously Control still relatively new on that AWP as well. So I guess the you know, the benefactor here is if you do win that best of 1, you go straight through to the playoffs. You get a day off tomorrow, Jordan, and on the other side, you're staying up on the stage. You got to fight for that glory, fight for that second in the group slot. And God's Reign obviously looking hungry. We spoke to them in the lobby this morning. They were pretty keen. They kind of had an understanding of who they were going to be playing. We'll leave that up to imagination for you all watching along at home. But yeah, I think it's going to be a good opener here, and you know, no matter who goes down into that lower bracket portion, it still should be fun either way.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I think in particular, Rare Atom will definitely be appreciating as much time off as they can possibly get. It's been a pretty early start to the year for them, like I mentioned with XPL. They came straight from there. It was last Sunday they would have played that final. Rocked up a day late actually to eXTREMESLAND because of that, and so, you know, had to do all the media on the first day that they did play as well. So it's been a pretty busy, hectic kind of a schedule for these guys, but I think the thing with regard to Counter-Strike, and especially when you're a team in Asia, is make hay while the sun shines, and the sun is definitely shining on Rare Atom, but how long is that going to last, I suppose, is a bit of a question. I mean, I think they're a decent team. I do think they're a good, solid team, but are they going to be the best team in China for the rest of 2025? It's hard to say, right? Because Lin Vision are making some, I would say, upgrades. Tyloo hopefully are going to figure out their roster. Obviously, it's been a bit of shenanigans over there, but I think we look at Tyloo and say, well, they have a bit of a higher, I mean, expectation at least than Rare Atom. It's just that they're not reaching it right now. So I suppose the question really becomes for Rare Atom, are they the best because they are the best, or are they the best because nobody else is that great right now? We'll find out throughout 2025 when all those other rosters really start to get themselves settled. But certainly right now, things are looking pretty good for Rare Atom. And Chinggis Warriors, on the other hand, have gone through numerous changes over the last sort of 12 months, and even more recently, you know, the last couple of months, they've kind of put together a roster. It's kind of the core of the former IHC roster, which was not too bad, has to be said. But I think, you know, still kind of finding their feet maybe as a team, and it's a good opportunity for them to come here and play at eXTREMESLAND, but a tough group to make it out of, and we'll see if they can do it here against Rare Atom, or if it's going to have to be down in that lower bracket against the likes of God's Reign.
Funny position now, isn't it? You know, where China and Mongolia are sort of experiencing similar things with having a quite a clear top team at the moment, but the potential, you know, with your Atox, with your Tai Lu. But we won't talk about that for now, Jordan. Obviously, it is another best of one, and where's it going? It looks like Ancient or Inferno are lingering, and it will be Ancient that we end up on again here. It seems to be a bit of a fan favorite. You know, we constantly talk about that former middle of the map pool that was Mirage, Inferno, Dust 2. But Ancient has seemed to be that kind of replacement at this point in time, and especially at the stage where, when it first came into the pool a couple of years back now, it wasn't loved, right? And then it went under quite a day level of changes, and now it's here all the time, right?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, it's a real favorite, obviously, of Rare Atom as well. It's a massive map within the Mongolian scene. Mongols obviously picked it up quite early on in the piece. It was definitely one of their go-tos, and that was back when they were, I suppose, playing a little bit more within Mongolia, and I think there's a bit of a trickle-down effect when your top team starts to play a map. Everyone else is kind of forced in a way to pick that map up as well, and it actually did become quite a favorite. I think pretty much every single Mongolian team I've seen does play Ancient. They like to play Ancient, and that goes all the way down to teams that you've probably never even heard of, you know, the likes of Cube and what have you, that are sort of playing in things like ECL and whatnot. Even they are peeking into Ancient, so it's a very prevalent map in that pool. Not really a surprise to see a Mongolian team going in that direction, and yeah, like I said, we know that Rare Atom definitely have that one in the wheelhouse. Let's be real, probably most teams these days kind of have Ancient in the wheelhouse. I think it would be a pretty egregious one to have as like a permaban or something like that. Like, you would literally just lose the veto against every team because everybody else plays it. So you kind of do need to be able to play it. And it's not like a super complicated map. So it's a nice middle ground. It's taken that place as kind of like the Mirage of BO1. And Mirage obviously took the place kind of the Dust 2 in the BO1. So going through those iterations of the maps as we get further and further into the life cycle of Counter-Strike as an esports title, and now into Counter-Strike 2. As you can see on the stage, some things still sort of being figured out. It's obviously first game of the morning. PC's maybe booting up still, a bit cold, you know, warm the engine up as it were. And eventually we'll be jumping into this first game. But what's your take? I mean, are you pretty confident in Rare Atom from what you've seen at this event so far? I know we haven't seen much of them, but has to definitely be said that Rare Atom are coming in with, I think, all of the cards to play with.
Long-time bias for my boy Kaze, Jordan, as we do know, and just a bit of a rich history in some of these players. And, you know, it's one of those ones where they've taken Child King. Obviously, he was from Wings Up a little while ago. I still always love to hear the casters say his name for the first time at the Major and the RMR. So, yeah, overall, I think RA should have this in the bag quite cleanly, and that's just purely on the basis of what we were talking about earlier, right? You know, you see any of these 1 to 2 matchups, because if we compare it to RA against, like, a Tai Lu, right? Tai Lu have the pieces to the puzzle to make this work. Individually, they're probably all better, except for maybe a couple against RA, but the fact that Rare Atom has been together for a little while. But I won't harp on too much, Jordan. I'll let the game do the talking. We will be moving into Ancient in just a tick, it sounds like. Players are ready to rock and roll. We've got a few fans in here for RA. We'll be hearing the Jaio very soon. But it is Ancient, and it is going to be Rare Atom up against Chinggis Warriors.
Yeah, Rare Atom are going to be hoping that they don't have to play in front of their crowd again later on today, because that would mean a loss in this matchup. But let's jump on in. Best of 1, kicking things off in the morning here. Nice and early at 11 AM. And News will get himself a bit of a freebie there onto Child King. Not too sure what Child King was really looking at there. Now it's onto somebody wrapping in behind to try and deal with that cave presence, while the rest of his team make the retake through long and short. Li Hung there with the dualies will have a big role to play. Somebody goes down. That's already the first piece of the puzzle falling into place for Chinggis Warriors as they start to gain a bit of a stranglehold on this round. Li Hung leading that charge into cave, doubling down, and Li Hung, it will not be enough. He was, as you said, a bit of a standout at that Major. I think Li Hung and Child King were the two guys that people were like, oh, actually, they're kind of legit, because no one really had heard of them before. So we'll keep a good eye on them here at this event as well. I think they're definitely a real big proponent of the success for Rare Atom. But nice pistol round out for Chinggis Warriors. Pretty standard stuff. Get that plant down on B. Off you go.
Who was Li Hang on again? It was that team that was meant to be at ESL Challenger Melbourne, but New Happy. That's right, right. So yeah, folks from there, Child King from Wings Up. So they've taken a couple of big pieces, and then, you know, alongside Summer and somebody.
Yeah, been a few rumors maybe that we'll see a change for Rare Adam. I think somebody, not so much on the chopping block, but potential retirement is the word on the street, but haven't necessarily seen anything that really convinces me just yet of that being the case. I don't know that I personally would want to be seeing a change within Rare Adam at the moment.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And as always with the retirement piece, right, as we saw from Splashkey rolling back the years yesterday on stage,
right.
You might leave CS, but CS never leaves you, especially when eXTREMESLAND is back in action. So Jordan, Cheetah prod into Cave. Summer might have a rude awakening very, very shortly as Rue will get that Molotov back. RAR set up for success, but Kaze doesn't miss that shot with the scout, forced away by the Molotov.
Yeah, it looked like a good shot to me, but just doesn't connect. And so a bit of map control there for Chingus Warriors. Once again, really probing towards that B-bomb site. Makes a lot of sense. Comfortable on that side of the map. Rooks as well, getting a nice wall bang there onto Summer. So it's really just onto somebody here to do something pretty special with that MP9. He was diving through the smoke, classic somebody fashion, very aggressive player in his heyday. Hasn't gone the way that he would have liked it to have this time around, as Chingus Warriors look like they'll pick this one up pretty comfortably. It's a save from Rare Atom. They won't be able to buy next round anyway, so might as well take that MP9 Deagle and Scout into the next and try and cause a bit of a ruckus.
Was looking at the toes as he headed on out through that smoke. So yeah, look, I think good counterplay from Chingus Warriors so far. They've kept a fair few alive. It's only a couple of frags that have come out on the side of Rare Atom so far, 3 in total. So the money's going to be stacking up nicely. News obviously with a fair little bit in the back pocket, and the AK for E-Fire. So a really, really nice looking start here for Chingus Warriors. And yeah, they should most likely convert this third. And I think that's a pretty happy sort of medium on this opening map of Ancient.
Well, a few fans making a bit of noise there for Rare Atom. Maybe a round too soon, has to be said. It's probably not the round that Rare Atom are really thinking about getting the dub in. Obviously, they'd love to if they could, but easier said than done with the weaponry that they've got. So 3-0 lead is definitely on the cards here for Chingus Warriors, especially when Summer's fully blind and he's got a knife out, and Li Hung also seems to be pretty blind there alongside News. Everybody was really blind, but Chingus Warriors have managed to make their entry into the site look pretty comfortable. Once again, it is that B bomb site that just keeps getting battered and battered.
Oh. The timing that somebody's just narrowly managed to miss here. Good shot from Kaze, but only a leg up. You always got to be cautious against that Deagle and Child King. Now with the MP9 as he's trapped in Cave, they will see controls wrap around through Cheetah. So again, good fundamentals, right? They haven't made any mistakes there. They didn't give up any positions where there was lack of trading from Chingus Warriors. So I think these opening 3 rounds have been a nice little tune to be sung. But as always, the horn of war being sounded, Jordan, you need to wait to see what that first gun round looks like.
Yeah, Rare Atom, are they going to reignite the fire, Kong? We're going to use that terminology. Early days, obviously, but it is a best of 1, so don't want to be letting things slip too far here if you're Rare Atom. Chingus Warriors are not a team that I think you can really underestimate. You know, you do still have that core of the IHC roster, and so they're going to come through with some level of comfortability, even if it is a fairly fresh roster.
So moving on out, there's Kaze opening up the bank account for the team. Will get tagged up by E5, but inside the temple, he will no longer need to pray. E5 getting the shot back, but that's not before somebody's will take News out as well. So bomb now recovered. Plant should be afforded towards this side of Donut. And how are they going to set up in for the post plant now? Into this 3-on-3. Looks like they're getting pretty quick because Controls has managed to make quick work of Kaze there as well. So an important piece to the puzzle here, Jordan. Very winnable round here for Chingus Warriors again.
Yeah, might even be a consideration for Rare Atom to take the save.
Yeah, wow.
Which will give Chingus Warriors a fairly sizable lead now, 4-0. Obviously, Rare Atom, quite a disciplined team. They've been playing quite a high tier of Counter-Strike lately, so you're going to see, I guess, a little bit more of a meta understanding from Rare Atom in that sense. Yesterday, we would have seen a lot of teams go for that retake, but in the case of Rare Atom here today, they know that it's about the long game. I think that round probably should have gone the way of Rare Atom with the way that it did start, but a little bit lucky with that smoke spam through in the CT direction. So Rare Adam have to concede some ground, but 4-0, not the end of the world. However, if you're Chingus Warriors, you're kind of loving life at the moment. This T-side's going perfectly. Another instant house smoke coming out from them. Fair bit of util. Looks like it's going to be dumped there in middle from Rare Adam. They don't want to allow Chingus Warriors any mid control, and they've been successful in that, but the flashes come through, and Li Hung will just back away through the smoke into the safety of Red Room. That does allow Chingus Warriors out into middle.
Hitting towards A again, and obviously it's that saved AWP from Kaze, dropping E-Fire. Pretty big opener there, but Kaze picking up the second as well here, Jordan. Now the rotation will be caught. Root News getting the job done. So Kaze's work kind of seems to be a little bit in vain right now. It's going to have to be Child King catching off this rotation. News will go down, and now somebody, is he going to try and spark a little bit of a flame through this smoke? Yes, he will. He will catch the timing. No. Awesome stuff there from somebody. He waited for the perfect time. That little bit of a lull, a false sense of security for Chingus Warriors. Thought the smoke would do something, but look, somebody, he doesn't need to be dealing with any of those smokes.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in that round, isn't there? Kaze getting the double kill over towards A, and then News doing the same thing to bring that round back into the favor of Chingus Warriors at Red Room. And then this from somebody. I don't know that he should have necessarily been able to get away with that one, but you know, that is what somebody does. He is that guy that's going to walk through a smoke, push somewhere, do something silly, and does kind of catch his opponents off guard in some senses, and it really felt like that was the case. I think that probably, at that point, should have been another round for Chingus Warriors, at which point they would have been up 5-0, and really that pressure starting to be felt by Rare Adam, but yeah, a little bit of a release from somebody thanks to a nice double kill on that MP9, and looks like still some happy spirits there for Rare Adam at this stage of the game. It's not a particularly difficult game for them to negotiate in that mental aspect. They know that they've still got another life in this tournament should things go wrong here, and I think it's pretty easy to shake off just, yeah, it's best of one loss, don't worry about it.
And obviously with the money sort of settling a little bit, it is a mid-control play. Somebody straight up window will be taken down, however, by Ariukal. And E-Fire also getting them back. Child King with a response, however, a little bit of wallbang action, and now it settles once more as a 3-on-3. Not a hell of a lot happening after Chingus Warriors have relinquished that lane control by being taken down there.
Yeah, not too much map presence from Chingus Warriors at all at the moment. We'll see another bit of util tossed in towards middle there. Rare Adam are not going to be fooled by that, though. They've got full mid control. Kaze clearing that one out. Some are watching B lane from the cheetah position. So the only part of the map which Rare Adam don't have a huge amount of info on is kind of like the A side. They don't really know what's happening at A long, but as time starts to tick along, some are moving back into the site now, being prepared for a push-up ramp. His timing is impeccable here. However, his shots are not, and News continues to put Rare Adam to the sword. He's 6-5 now. He's finding a lot of critical opening duels. That's going to be another bomb plant here for Chingus Warriors.
Got the kids, Jordan. Not really any smokes to try and isolate the position as well. There's Child King. There was the shoulder peek there earlier from Summer. Didn't quite connect with the shot, but did plenty of damage. And now E-Fire just has to try and find the timing. Spots the head, narrowly missing it. Will he swing? Just waiting for the position. Child King walks on up. Kaze has to do it now. Shotgun off, up nice and close. Trying to bait it out. Will hit the shot there with the no-scope. And the second, no, not quite. Controls live up to his name there. All cool, calm, and collected. And Chingus Warriors find their fifth back. We're talking about the economic woes that RA were dealing with around Sakura there. Might have sort of pushed them forward, but now they're going to be having to dip right back into the bottoms of their pockets, Jordan. They're looking under the couch for some extra cash.
Yeah, kind of looked like Kaze was going to get that one done, didn't it? But not to be the case here. Nice little golf clap from the Chinese fans. They appreciate the counter-strike that Chingus Warriors are bringing to the table here. Mid-control attempted by both teams. Ends up being a 1-for-1, which I think Chingus Warriors will be too disappointed by. Now I'm going to send E-Fire to still go for a little bit of a look through there. He's 8-2 as well. It's been quietly impressive in this half so far.
Somebody having a sniff out donut as well. Kind of keeping my eyes here on Summer, waiting for that cheetah smoke to fade. It's only the single member in Rue in position now, but going to start to fall away. A little bit of a spot. And once again, somebody will have to pull out, as they do seem to be setting up out towards this B site position, Jordan, but Child King already ready, waiting in the wings.
Another re-aggression in towards middle from Chinga's Warriors. Somebody playing a bit of a one and done kind of position here, and it turns out to be a none and done, as Ariuka will just win that aim duel. You can tell somebody's trying to sort of be the enforcer for Rare Adam at the moment. He's putting himself into positions to take fights early in rounds or at impactful times. A reroute though into Kaze, and the double ping from the Glock.
Nah.
He must not have had any head armor. Did he?
I don't know, absolutely ripped off. It was a running double dink, you know, Controls having the AWP in hand. It's been a very confusing looking round from Chinga's Warriors, but I don't know, man. 4 alive, money's good. It's a complete hard reset now against Rare Adam.
Yep.
Maybe the day off wasn't the benefactor for them at this point.
I don't know if you know this, Monkey, but Chinggis is actually what they call Genghis. We would say Genghis Khan in English. But Chinggis is actually the Mongolian way of saying Genghis Khan.
I see.
So they are Genghis Khan's warriors, or Chinggis Khan's warriors, as it were.
All the Mongolian scene just, you know, super hard, right? That old Cold War horse riding into battle.
They love it. They do love it.
Gentle purchase from RA though, Jordan.
Yeah. I mean, forced by the economic scenario that they find themselves in, and it's not really going to help them hold on to this A site. Those long-range duels a little bit more so on that side of the map. News will get himself one. Somebody, an easy kill there, but forced out of position by the Molotov, and it ends up being a pretty straightforward entry for Chinggis Warriors. Good trade from Ariuka. Bomb plan to go down here. Temple being covered. Smoke to try and give Kaze some room to get out onto the site, but eFire happy to just lock that one down, and a grenade dumped onto the head of Kaze. This is getting better and better for Chinggis Warriors, and Rare Adam,
Child King.
Bit of a slow start from them is potentially going to bite them in the backside a little bit, and they'll have to play a little bit later on today, because now the fact that we're leaning towards a 7-1, unless Child King has something to say about it, which he won't, is starting to get a little bit out of hand.
I feel like we're watching Inferno right now. The constant rotation game, a fair few saves. I don't know what to kind of put it down to, right? You know, the fundamentals have just been pretty good. I think relatively basic kind of Counter-Strike. There was one weird-looking round, which was the previous for Chinggis Warriors, but they managed to make it work with a couple of individual bits of heroics. But now, yeah, it's hard to argue anything here. 7-1, money's good. All back up again for Kaze, but it will be the glass cannon. So all you can kind of hope is that they can bring a few back, because 7's certainly more than a pass mark on this T side of Ancient. And now it's going to be Child King trying to get up close and aggressive. Li Hang does have the bottom mid control here, which is a huge position. But Rooks has found Summer in the process. News did get taken down very, very low, but now walking into Cheetah. Child King can get that one back. AK will be secured. But look at the position they've already got up towards the side here, Jordan. Bomb dropped is the only change of pace.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how that bomb is going to cross. I mean, smoke up in lane, and no one from Rare Adam actually watching that angle. They wouldn't really have much of an idea of where that C4 is, but there is a chance that they could deny the cross into sight. And in the meanwhile, Ariuka is going to go down. Luckily, Rooks is going to peg one back onto somebody and start to take some space through short. eFire will get that plant down. Here comes Child King though, straight out into the side lane of controls. Chinggis Warriors had a good understanding, a good read of what was dirty, what was clean. They are starting to clean up Rare Adam at this point. Li Hang though, good for one. Maybe not expected. Second player out from Cave. He gets the job done, and Rooks is found as well. Rare Adam breathe a sigh of relief as they do manage to grab one more.
I was going to say it was having to be Child King to be the hero there, right? He picked up 2 frags, but obviously trying to sort of stop that bomb plant, trying to get the catch as he hears the buttons being pressed in on that C4. But in the end, it is Li Hang who, very quick awareness, dropping over the M4, only had 4 bullets left, switching to the AK, and then Kaze getting the catch on towards the back along. So nicely done from Rare Adam. I think that's a bit of a lifeline here, Jordan, because it's starting to look certainly dire straits.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not great. Money's not fantastic, though, for Chinggis Warriors. So if Rare Adam can win this round, they can actually start to claw their way back into this half, maybe look for a 7-5. Big swing round, though, on offer, because Rare Adam are in that same position where they don't have a huge amount of money, and eFire just collapse somebody in the head. Good mid-control being taken here by Chinggis Warriors, and pressure already back onto Rare Adam now.
Definitely an effort by committee from Chingus Warriors at this point in time as well. Summer, poor start from him, 0 and 8. You can never point fingers, Jordan, but when everyone is showing up to the party and they're all bringing beers, Chingus Warriors,
oh no,
you're hoping someone doesn't rock up with a water bottle.
How does he expect jogging there as well? He might have spotted him out earlier, I don't know, but that's a huge kill. Once again, though, Bomb just completely isolated away from the rest of the Chingus Warriors squad.
Oh,
It's
Li
about to
Hang.
cross its way into the site, and this
he
is where
knows.
Li Hang could come up with the goods. Does he know? Does he suspect? Well, Kaze's watching that line now as well. This is unreal. Chingus Warriors, that's huge, huge error from them. They have to slow it down, wait for Rooks to make this push in through middle, or perhaps just even take that bomb back over to A. It's a real game of cat and mouse. This should be a freebie, though. Kaze going to go down. Rooks will not make the mistake. Li Hang, 7 HP. He's already picked up 2 critical kills. Needs 1 more. Has now been heard. Surely an unlosable duel here for Rooks. All he needs is 1 bullet, and that's done and dusted. Chingus Warriors navigate the iceberg in the water, but I mean, there was a moment there where Adam looked like they might have a 2v4 that. And it's coming down to Chingus Warriors like leaving that C4 alone back towards T spawn. A couple of these rounds they've lost because they've been able to take the site, but they haven't had the C4, so it hasn't really been of value. And this was the moment where it was like, oh, that's getting a bit scary now.
Great play from Rooks, though. Nice trigger discipline, nice control. Yeah, as you said, you know, Chingus Warriors tightening up a few screws, and it could be a even cleaner approach that they've got so far. But it is that swing round, as you mentioned, Jordan. They've had to dip all the way into the pockets, having to take out a little bit of a bank loan, Rare Adam. And yeah, for Kaze, no Kev, only the Deagle. Just the 2 M4s, 1 up for Summer, who is not having the best of games as of yet. Minimal utility as well in tow.
I mean, the loss bonus is definitely built up substantially for Rare Atom, but Chingus Warriors barely look like they're going to lose a round at the moment. I mean, they're hitting their shots really nicely. Or Ban Rifle. And even the guys like Ariuko, 4 and 5, you know, think, oh, he's not really doing much, but he's had a couple of nice impact kills. Seems pretty switched on as well, so Chingus Warriors really locked in, wanting to be that first team into the playoffs here at eXTREMESLAND 2024. Somebody, again, causing a little bit of a ruckus with that MP9. The rest of Chingus Warriors, though, having their success, working their way out onto the side. There's another flash in. Somebody's doing it again. A double kill with that AK. Trade's coming back on through. It's onto eFire solo now. Doesn't have control of the bomb. Doesn't know where Kaze is, and that's a sharp shot from the Deagle. Rare Atom will get 1 more, and that means they can fight for a 4th in this half.
They like to thrive in the chaos, don't they, Jordan? What a play to come out from somebody. Summer also getting himself onto the board there too, and Kaze to close. Means that they will be able to fight strong into the last. Somebody picking up the double AWP as well. But yeah, look, 4 to 8, not exactly the best kind of outcome there. But, you know, they always do talk about the 9-3 curse scoreline as well. So Chingus Warriors certainly setting themselves up for success here, Jordan. But we still do have another half and a rest of a day ahead of us.
That is true. Chingus Warriors, I think they'll desperately want this 9th, just to make sure that they keep their momentum into the second half. Rare Atom is not a team that you can underestimate. It's not over till it's over. Going to try and go quickly through Donut. Li Hang there to wait for them. Pistols doing the work this time around. Somebody unable to land the shot with the AWP, gets a chance at a second. It's actually Kaze to lock it down. It's a double AWP setup for Rare Atom, which is kind of a wild setup. In fact, this entire round is quite a wild setup. Chingus Warriors have got players still in mid, a rotation coming through for a long. C4 down, defuse is on here. Somebody getting spammed away. He's got no HP. Surely a dead man, and he is not. He got the defuse. What? That's unbelievable. At the end of the half, 8 to 4. Rare Atom will sneak a couple more back. Well, here we are, second half. It is Rare Atom and Chingus Warriors. Right now, Rare Atom, I mean, I think they're still in a bit of a rougher spot, but they've given themselves something to work with those last couple of rounds of the half. Probably could have, maybe should have been a 9-3 there for Chingus Warriors, but sneaky little defuse inside of the smoke. Got Rare Atom at least one more.
Crowd certainly firing up a little bit more as well, Jordan. So it's going to be a very important pistol here for RA. They brought the bomb with them, default smoke up towards both sides of the extremities. And yeah, look, it's only going to be Rooks, so they do have the kit in hand. They are going to try get moving very far forward here. Somebody's going to rip the head straight off, and with that additional smoke, it gives them a hell of a lot of space to lock this one down, because now, you know, what decision do they make? Do they send a couple back towards mid, or is it going to be a full CT retake?
Yeah, it's a very cheeky retake. A very cheeky take, I should say, from Rare Atom. Kind of cutting off the rotation. It was almost imperative that Rooks would survive there, that would allow the rest of the filter to come through from Chingus Warriors. Now that that hasn't been achieved, it's onto some sharp shooting. Control's got 3 with the USP. Is it enough, though? There's no defuse kit right now in the hands until Noose picks one up, but Child King pops his head off. A bit of moment of hope, really, for Chingus Warriors, but not to be this time around.
Controls is the newest player to the roster, right? For Chingus Warriors?
Well, I mean, it's a new roster in general.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, because he's been fantastic is all I can say, like across the day prior as well.
Basically, the history is Rooks, E-Fire, and Ariuku all played on IHC together. News is a remaining member from Chingus Warriors previously, and I guess you could then make the argument that Controls is the new, quote-unquote, newest member, but no, I mean, it's just a new team, basically.
Yeah, 16 and 7, you know, looking absolutely fantastic, both with the AWP, the rifle, the pistols. Just some baseline here, 1 and 2 for Summer, traded out though, and Child King loves a good spray down, so he should pick up 3 here nicely. Good response there. It was a sharp round from him in the previous as well with that P2 50. And now we're back. It's a 8-6 position, certainly closing the gap here, but we're going to expect a full buy to come out now from Chingus Warriors.
Child King getting fired up in the second half here. Could be a winning angle for Rare Atom. But we'll find out. 8-6. Not as threatening of a scoreline as what it looked like it could be for Chingus Warriors starting things off there in that first half. Rare Atom have clawed their way back in nicely. First gun round though might tell us a different story. This one goes pretty convincingly the way of Chingus Warriors, then the tables turn once again back in favor of the Mongolians.
Usual sort of sprays. Rooks forced away by that Molotov into cave. Lihang wants to sort of tempt fate there a little bit. He's got that Mac 10. Surely he's going to be at the foray here. As the utility does start to go up, so they're pretty happy to take that cave control, Jordan, but eyes not yet set on any site particular. Again, Bomb still leaning out back towards B, but look at this position, the rotation. Chingus Warriors must seem to think that they've got some sort of read here, trying to retake mid and control, and it's going to be successful. Child King drop, that sort of does split the wickets here a little bit. Now moving up towards B will be Rare Atom, but Controls is here to try and deny it. Plant should be secured, but News actually also able to find somebody.
Yeah, just losing members here and there, Rare Atom, and even if, as you say, they can secure that plant, it doesn't really make for a particularly great looking round. They'll dump some of their utility to try to deny that retake early from Chingus Warriors. There's a molly, a flash over towards long. But ultimately, Chingus Warriors are going to have a lot of time and a lot of bodies to make this retake happen with. Kaze, the man out on the site, was just picked off by Controls, and now there's really nowhere else for players to be but in cave. And that information is well and truly given to Chingus Warriors, so easy defuse, easy round in the end. 4 guns alive, Chingus Warriors 9 and 6. Once again, just put another nail in that coffin of Rare Atom. It's probably only half completed at this stage, but it's starting to take shape.
I love the mid re-aggression there, and just the way that they had that retake, obviously no real utility from Rare Atom to try to lock down those positions. You know, they didn't need to come through cave or flank. You know, they just marched their way through CT, through the smokes, and Kaze couldn't really sort of set himself up for the post plan with both members trapped in cave, just going for that spam. A little bit too tricky, Jordan. Now Rare Atom buying up again, all AKs in tow, plenty of utility. But it is that sort of default out towards B per usual. No mid control just yet. House smoke is there, but with Controls leaning down to try and find something towards mid, they're not going to peek out window just yet.
Not just yet. going to get set up over toward B. Chingus Warriors really taking a beating in this round. They need to find a way back into it pretty quick, smart. Everywhere they go, they're getting greeted by util or spam. Ariukul needs to win this duel and won't. Li Hung has been sharp. That's going to be the B site. Almost overrun purely on aim duels from Rare Adam. Chingus Warriors going to go scurrying away with their tail between their legs.
Looking at my hands, Jordan, it does say game, which is always nice. You know, this one being a bit of a one-sided affair potentially could have been a bit disappointing, I would say. Especially given the expectations. You know, Rare Adam is not always the most consistent of teams, but they are the most consistent force here in their recent results. So you'd hope that they were going to be stepping up. But again, these best of ones, you know, anything can kind of happen. God's Reign, we've seen them in the arena already. They're watching along, seeing what they can kind of expect here. Said speaking to them in the lobby, they had a opponent that they knew they were sort of going to be playing, and they were pretty confident as well. So, Controls, just hoping to save the rifle that he's got so far. He will be able to get one, but then Child King to deny. So, Rare Adam looking a hell of a lot better right now. 7 rounds in tow, 2 the difference. It's winnable now.
Yeah, it's kind of felt winnable as soon as this second half has kicked off. So some words from the coach. Chingus Warriors recognizing that this is starting to get a little closer than they would have liked. I mean, that first half was looking phenomenal. It looked like it was their game to lose, but I don't know about you, but vibe check-wise, I'm kind of getting the feeling that this is now kind of starting to look like Rare Adam is going to bring it back. It's going to be a close win, but it definitely feels like we're headed in that direction.
I would certainly concur, Mr. Elfman. Looking really good, just that momentum behind them right on this T side. And it is just funny, you know, like Ancient, not exactly a map that is overly challenging to play on the defensive position, but forcing away from both sites. A very good-looking T side can always be a difficult prospect. So now, baseline utility as per usual. Chingus Warriors all the way down mid. Controlled will get murdered by that utility heading in, but Child King has to be careful. News riding up into position. They've actually missed each other. Walking straight past. No note at all. Child King's got to be pretty careful with this one, actually. I'm sure he'll check back. He's not exactly the least wise there, but no, in the end, News will find him. And with that second pick, Rook's getting it. Because where it gets dicey, Jordan Ariukul now dropping Li Hang. It's not what you want to see. Somebody does find News, but now it's onto the veterans here. Kaze all alone in a 1v2. He does have the bomb, does have the site control, but where does he go with this? He should know exactly where both members of the Chingus Warriors side is.
He's going A, but I think Chingus Warriors is calling that bluff as well. They're going to go all the way through to A main. If they go all the way around to A main here, E-Fire, I think he just wins the round. Ariukul might be able to do it himself if he wraps in behind CT. Timing that window just missed on the kill potential onto Kaze, but he can still wrap in behind him, and Bomb Plant's going to go down. This is going to be a really tough one for Kaze, though. He will get a couple of 1v1 duels. He doesn't get the chance. Ariukul will shut it down. It's a big round to win for Chingus Warriors.
And it all starts with just that little smoke play, right? You know, we think about Stewie 2K, the smoke criminal, but they clearly weren't watching Asian CS before they dubbed him that title. Damn, son, Chingus Warriors double digits in a place where you really wouldn't have started to expect it. And this opening series is delivering in the way that we were kind of hoping. Not the way we were expecting. Because Chingus Warriors, you know, like, they've always been kind of a little bit of a talk, but it's like your RAs, your Tylus, maybe your Semperfi, Atox in the discussion for sure, but Chingus Warriors definitely wasn't one of those ones where you put at the top. Maybe the top of Group A alongside Rare Adam, but yeah, man. I don't know. Looking good for them right now. They've got the buy, they've got the AWP for controls, and now as they move on in once more, it's going to be a quick play out mid. This time somebody is going to be looking to try and drop News early, and he will not. It is the Galil not quite connecting. 2 points of HP, but Child King will catch E-Fire in the process. Now Li Hang with the duel. Rooks will take him. And again, it's this really sort of dangerous prospect where the early duels aren't going the way of Rare Adam.
Yeah, most definitely, but it still feels like it's really tentative at the moment from Chingus Warriors. Child King gonna creep through on the reload. I don't think Rooks has spotted him there. He's gonna back his way up, but now information's gonna be given, and so Child King not gonna get away with what he wanted to. B-side starting to look a little bit weaker though with that kill coming through. Rooks will change his position up over toward long. Molly in towards short. He's just tucked in the corner. Not going to get too much help here from Ariukul. There's a
Not
flash over
clearing
the top, the molly even. And there's a kill from Rooks. A double, in fact. Summer and Child King now down, and he gets all three. Kaze will fall. And it seems as though now maybe Rare Atom will fall as well. That's a really important triple. Keeps the money healthy for Chingus Warriors. If he drops there and it gets any closer, first of all, that round could go the way of Rare Atom, but also importantly, even if it doesn't, money's going to become a problem for Chingus Warriors, but getting those three, keeping himself alive, beautiful stuff. Gets a pat on the back, and Chingus Warriors are on their way to victory right now.
What a phenomenal round there from Rooks, the 4K. And it was just, you know, the opening denial, not letting himself get caught off by Child King, and then to close with the 3 is certainly a happy little prospect. Now Rare Atom having to force their way through towards B. They will get stopped by the Molotov, so they're not going to be too upset just yet, but News already finding himself up in towards the window. I mean, look, this is a little bit dicey of a position. Rook's now sort of looking to sniff down towards Long, so they haven't overstayed their welcome. News actually falling his way back to Donut. But look at this rotation that's been pulled, Jordan. They have some sort of awareness that they want to make sure that they clear out A. Nothing found it towards mid either. But here's the offense. Into B they go.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to break, though. AK, M4 on that site. Tech9, it took maybe just a little too long to get that opening kill. The flashes are not bad, but maybe not good enough. Lee Hung, desperate for a kill, will get himself one. E-Fire, though, doubling down, swings it back in the favor of Chingus Warriors. It felt like it was an inevitability, really, until Chingus Warriors took control of this round back away. Rare Atom, they had a brief window there, but they just didn't quite capitalize on it as cleanly as they needed to. They got the opener, but they didn't get it fast enough. They got the second kill, but they didn't get it clean enough. And then E-Fire came through and started to save the day. So Chingus Warriors now on map point, and of course in this instance it's best of one. It's series point as well. They'll be the first team through to the playoffs.
A little bit skatey there, isn't it? You know, they tried to take the control around Elbow, but unfortunately by going too far, they couldn't really lock themselves into that post plant, Jordan. So it is going to be a tack pause, rather, for Rare Atom, their first. Funny time to take it. Yeah. Waiting all the way until the very end of the match.
I would say the thing is for Rare Atom, like, they're not too bothered by this. Like, obviously they have to play another game today, but it hasn't been a particularly strenuous schedule for them so far at eXTREMESLAND. This will be maximum 4 maps in a day. That's fine. And then they get another day off after that before the playoffs. So just get a bit of stage time. I don't think they're hugely worried about whether or not they win or lose this game, because they'll be going up against God's Reign, and I imagine they feel pretty confident against God's Reign. They're a very, very experienced team, and God's Reign, I was actually chatting with Finn and Rossi this morning. I said, you know, have you played outside India before? No, this is actually the first time that they've played on an international stage outside of India for a LAN, so big step up for them.
Oh, that is a martyrdom, Nate. I cannot believe it. Rightio. The round starts kicking and swinging very, very quickly. But Controls is still in position. Surely going to hear the pitter-patter of those footsteps from Summer. They are very, very separated, but I think Control should find this. No, he's actually going to force his way in, going for the run, and he hits. This is the thing, that level of confidence to come through from Controls. Now Child King should be able to find plenty of time. Does actually opt for the initial smoke, has a flash, has a HE. Where does he go with this? He has managed to cross back towards main, but how much time is he going to give up to Rooks?
Well, he might get spotted out right here. Rooks is going to check the left side,
Great
not
position.
the right, and it's all good. Rare Atom will survive. That's kind of a wild round, wasn't it?
Contest in A main, the first of many, and then that little underarm nade, you know, that you thought was actually going to be the cause of the death. It's actually the resurrection there for the round for Chingus Warriors, but Child King certainly continuing to be a bit of a pest, but some heavy lifting from Child King and somebody at this point in time. Need to get every single member on the same page, Jordan.
Still enough money for Chingus Warriors to scrounge together a buy into this round, and honestly maybe even the next, depending on the guns situation. It's a 1-for-1 there for the fight over middle, but Ariukul has pushed out of A main, and somebody's waiting for it.
Sees a second.
Spotted the second player as well. An important duel here for Chingus Warriors that will not go their way. Somebody steps up again, and right now, if I'm Chingus Warriors, I'm thinking we really want to save these 2 guns, because 2.4k for News, 1.5k for EFI, and I don't know exactly what the loss bonus is at. You could get a buy through next round, but with that kill from Rooks, maybe you're starting to think about it, particularly if Controls is here as well. He hasn't been able to have the impact that he wanted to in this round in the end, and ultimately, no guns taken through means probably no buy here. If anything, it'll just be a half buy. Get the money back in line. News had a bit more than everybody else.
What a round from somebody there as well, you know, talking about potentially retiring, Jordan. I wouldn't be in this sort of play. Nicely done. Many years of Counter-Strike behind him.
I don't know where that rumor really came from. It hasn't felt super serious to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, not even really the half buy coming through here. It's going to be Deagle for News, 5-7 for Ariuku. Not much more beyond that. So Chingus Warriors pretty much considering this one a dead round, I'd say. But they've still got a couple of bites of the cherry there, 12-10. Scoreline. Oh.
Rooks has actually managed to somehow get past this. He might find somebody, and that could be a very big opening pick. He wants to go for the knife, but he's going to run away, and both Child King and Kaze will be able to clean up shop. So it's A-OK. News and Controls, they are going to go nice and low. Li Hang will find Controls. So News, great shot as well. The one tap to get Li Hang back into the server. 2 more rounds, Jordan, and the only prospect is overtime here for Rare Atom, and overtime in the first map of the day. You know what that says. A great day of bloody Counter-Strike.
Well, I'm not sure that Chingus Warriors will necessarily echo that sentiment. I think they'd rather have probably a 13-10, if anything. They'll be back into the Buyers Club, but again, money pretty much all the way down to 0, so loss bonus has built up a little further for Chingus Warriors, but their chances of buying in the next round are not looking too good. Child King is going to get the opening kill. Bad comms from Chingus Warriors, and again, this should really just be pretty much instant save territory if you're Chingus Warriors, but they're going to have to now fight because
I don't know.
Rare Atom are coming to their site. Yeah, this is really ultimately the worst case scenario for Chingus Warriors. They're going to lose all of their guns. And Rare Atom have, I think, pretty much got themselves to that tipping point where they should now get over to overtime. It just went from bad to worse with Chingus Warriors. Nothing really going right for them in that round. And if they could have saved those 3 guns, they would have had a decent buy in this round. But now, even if they had max loss bonus 3.4k, they were pretty much 0 across the board. I don't know that they even had 3.4k loss bonus.
Rough position to be in, Jordan. You could tell emotionally Chingus Warriors were very much holding on. But it seems like the last couple of rounds, as you just saw from that mid sort of miscommunication, that they were falling apart slightly. And as we stare down the barrel of a potential overtime or a 13-11 on the opposite.
Yeah, it's just MP9s, which, I mean, you can get the job done, definitely. You have to have a few things go right, though. Honestly, a hit towards B might be what the doctor ordered, actually, for Chingus Warriors. Rooks is out into lane. He's trying to get some work done, but decent trade. Good setup from Rare Atom, and I mean, that just about seals the deal, doesn't it?
It's happening. Unless, unless. I was going to say Controls may have had the AK there, but Child King will deny. It's all left on to E-Fire 1. And a little response there. That nade will go in, but E-Fire is going to get out nice and quick. He will find one, but it will be Kaze to close. And Jordan, it's overtime. We go 12-12, and that was a big, big comeback, an 8-4 half. Certainly not what we were expecting from the start of this map.
Yeah, I mean, if he would have peeked around that pillar just a little bit cleaner and isolated the dual 1v1, maybe there was a chance in that one, but not to be this time around. So overtime, as you prophesized, will come to pass, and I think Chingus Warriors will be a little bit disappointed with that as a outcome, given the first half was quite significantly theirs. And you go back to that final round of the first half where somebody got the defuse in the smoke at about 5 HP. All it took was 1 bullet, and that would have been a 9-3 first half, and that probably would have ended up being a 13-11 victory in the way of Chingus Warriors. But those small little differences can turn into big things later on down the track. And now we are here at overtime.
The snowball effect certainly is real. It's cold here in Shanghai, Jordan. I think it got down to -2 overnight.
Ooh, 5 degrees right now.
Very brisk. He's putting the hairs up on me chest for a good game of Counter-Strike. As we sort of said, you know, it's been kind of stock standard, finding ourselves into these ancient matchups over and over. This is the first one that really sort of seems like it's felt like it's gone the distance.
Well, we're probably going to get more of this as the tournament goes on, because the better teams are going to be playing against each other more often. Who's missing an opener, but he'll get a second attempt at it. The flash causing a bit of a ruckus, though. He still manages a leg shot onto somebody. But they're out onto the A side. Plan, however, is a little hard to come by at the moment. Maybe impossible. Eventually, it will go down on the floor, courtesy of Kaze. But 2 players for the plan, I'm not sure is worth it if you're in the Rare Atom camp.
Summer gets one somehow, peeking into Temple, dropping news, but then eFire will be able to catch him. It's going to be onto Kaze. Shotgun, Orb, Kaze, close, up with somebody. My God, how that has happened. The turn of the tides. They were trapped inside the donut, but they are not eating good here. Chinggis Warriors. There's now somebody, Kaze, last 2 standing, the 2 versus 4. That is incredible from the Malaysian AWPer.
Yeah, the timing just not quite right there for Chinggis Warriors. If those 2 players are filtering out through Donut, the Temple player needs to be peeking at the same time, and the Temple player came just a step too late. You can see Ariuka wasn't quite ready. He should have been there through Temple already, and he would have been able to get an easy trade, at least onto Kaze. And that would have put it into a 1v1, a bit of a different scenario in the end there, but 2v1, impossible with so much smoke up on that side. Still util in the hands of Rare Atom. The flash came out from Kaze as well. So, it's up for Rare Atom. Brooks, though, looking for a win himself, gets the better of Summer.
Control's absolutely murdered by utility at the back of B as well. He's not been able to play this round. Do not go past go. Do not collect 200 beans. Child King getting one back as well, so the advantage going their way. The camp of Rare Atom continuing to look good here. Rooks has been forced out, and Child King's managed to slip the net inside House, but unfortunately the House party, it's lockout laws in Sydney, 1 AM, got rid of him. 3 versus 3 now.
Another big job to do. That's a great flash, though. Nice supportive util from Ariuka. Seen it a couple times from him. Let's Rare Atom into a bit of a corner now. Smoke's going to go down, but there will be a boost here for Ariuka. Pretty healthy, and so Kaze in dangerous territory. Will keep himself safe for the moment. Knows that he can't peek around that pillar anymore. Lihang has to have a bit of a look. Molly fizzles inside the smoke. That's not going to help Rare Atom at all, but at least Kaze has been able to change his position back up to Cave, and now locking down the long fight is Lihang as well. And all of a sudden, the round just shifts away from Chinggis Warriors. It's News alone, and he's only got 19 HP. He won't win that fight. Rare Atom go 2-0 up in the OT.
Just the way that they're able to play these disadvantageous positions, Jordan, right? And I guess that's that team dynamic, right? They've been together for quite a long time. The addition of Child King, the addition of Lihang, obviously earlier in towards the part of 2024, I believe. But they're just all meshing very, very well. They understand each other's limits. And, you know, we saw that in the previous round with Kaze and somebody. And now Lihang and Kaze, the exact same thing. So even when Child King's going down as he nears on 30 kills, they've managed to kind of bend out controls of Rooks these last few rounds. Now, mid-control denied, News all the way down. Look at how quick this man is. I don't know if they're going to be ready for it. No, they've heard the footsteps. Child King, not going to let that one happen twice.
Yeah, but it is mid-control for Chinggis Warriors, so there's that. It's going to take some time for Atom to pull back. Right now, it looks like they do want that mid-space as well. Rare Atom not really set up to hit B or A just yet. More so slowly contact their way into mid. There's going to be a smoke for Red Room, but beyond that, not a whole lot of util being thrown in that area of the map for Rare Atom. You can tell they want something a little bit later on in the round. They've got lane, they've got middle. Have to assume this is going to be a B finish from Rare Atom once again, and only the 2 defenders over there for Chinggis Warriors.
3 from 3 would certainly be fantastic, Jordan, as Lee Hang now getting the information into Ariukul. That nade should damage too very well. It will, 68. So a weakened defense, only 2 members here from Chingus Warriors to try and deny the Khan looking upon them. The Warriors will assemble. And now as that rotation comes around, I'm looking at eFire, watching still up towards the window here. Going to be very, very challenging now. Child King getting that opening here, swinging around. Ariukul will go down as well. Lee Hung looking fantastic here. eFire has to try and pick up the pieces on this flank. He's the only one, but Summer will deny. It's looking like winter here for Chingus Warriors. As somebody, oh, it's a little dicey there, but News surely taken solo. A 1 versus 3, an AK in tow, no utility to make it work, and that timer be ticking.
Yeah. No chance for News in this one. 15 HP, easily cleaned up by Kaze. It's overkill with the AWP, really. But 15 to 12 now, the scoreline for Rare Atom, and over the longer term, they are definitely looking to be the better team in this matchup. Unfortunately for Chingus Warriors, I think they've run out of steam. They had a really good first half. They maybe needed a slightly better first half if they wanted to close this best of 1 out, but Rare Atom, they were the favorites for a reason, and as we've gone deeper and deeper, they have started to prove their class, and it looks like they're going to end this one pretty comfortably in overtime number 1.
Maybe just still waking up, Jordan, you know, an 11 AM start for these
100%.
boys. They did have that slow beginning, but now as we move closer to 12, they are looking good here. So 1 single round is all that's necessary for Rare Atom to hear the Jaio in the arena down here at eXTREMESLAND at 2024. It's 2025 right now, Jordan. Start of the year in Shanghai, China. It's been a little bit of a treat so far. 3 days in, 3 more to go. With the playoffs around the bend, Saturday, Sunday. Make sure you guys get your tickets and join the party. Plenty of good bits and pieces down here, and a massive thank you to Zowie again for putting this bad boy on. The half about to turn around now. And again, just that singular closure required to give RA another day off before they return for the playoffs.
29 kills out from Child King. It's been a nice performance from him today. See if he can get the 30 before this game is over. Straight into mid for Rare Atom. Looking to make sure that they lock this one down nice and easy. Lee Hung will grab himself a 1-for-1, but somebody's still there and still fighting. He also goes 1-for-1, but Rooks is doing one better. All of a sudden, Chingus Warriors, they do bite back. However, Kaze won't be expected on that line. He can't hit the flick. So Chingus Warriors have the advantage now.
Rook's looking to be your hero, baby, at this point in time. Summer, Kaze, last 2 standing, doing their best to return this round. It's the great shot through the smoke there. And unfortunately, Child King hasn't yet secured his 30. It's going to be Summer. Looking to roll back the years here, walking through that smoke in CT. Will he be able to find the timing? He will. They've walked straight back into A main, straight back into Donut. Summer watching the line. Ariukul now information gathered. He's going hunting, gathering, delivering. Maybe. We'll have to find out in just a second, as it's going to be ring around the rosy. Ariukul will close this one nicely, and another lifeline there for Chingus Warriors.
Yeah, good conversion. Much required. Still an uphill battle, though, for Chingus Warriors. Can't afford a mistake on this T side. Child King gets even 1 there. It's quite a different story.
Great stuff from Rooks. I think he's been quite a player to watch in this one outside of controls, right, Jordan? You know, he's had a hell of a lot of impact in a few of these rounds.
He has been the multi-fragger for Chingus Warriors when they've needed it. Once again, heavy mid-presence from Rare Atom. 3 players dedicated into that area of the map. They're going to jump one of them up onto Shelf and go straight through the smoke. Somebody jumping headshot onto News with the M4. And there's a USP out for Child King. I'm not sure what is going on in this round, but Rare Atom are struggling to hold their sights on the CT side.
Hey, look, that's 30 for Child King, and he's just going to let the rest of the team pick up the pieces now. Lee Hang and Kaze. All members pretty low here, Jordan. Ariukul and controls in eFire below 50. So just inside the cave here, Lee Hung also doing some further damage. Jumping M4s seem to be the key. And it looks like they are going to wait for that smoke to fade. The secondary to go down towards long here. So it's the wrong choice for Chingus Warriors. But again, they are still going to have to break the mold here. The shackles ripped off. And now as they move on out, they are lining up. eFire should have that correction. Gets one. Kaze knows exactly where he is as controls. Doesn't narrowly miss the line. He can tap onto this defuse in just a quick second. And drop from Kaze. And now a position. Kaze! But I don't think he has the time. So they are going to win it again. And we go full rounds of overtime once more, Jordan.
He goes down to the bomb as well, which is really sad. Had no defuse kit. Money's a bit of a problem here because it's 10k OT. You see the numbers here for Rare Adam aren't really going to be enough for them to get a great buy through into this third round of the half. It would have been nice if Kaze would have saved that M4. It would have definitely helped this buyout, but somebody's on an XM. Got a couple of M4s out there. So we'll have another tack time out here. Chingus Warriors 1 round away from pushing us through to a second overtime. But sometimes this last round is like the hardest one to get, particularly when there's a weird buy coming through, you know, with somebody having a shotgun and a couple of MP9s here and there. You can expect that Rare Adam are going to do something a little bit unorthodox, right? Maybe a bit of a fast push into lane, although admittedly that's what they did in the last round. You know, have the shotgun set up in cave or cheetah or donut or something, even A long, A main. There's a lot of question marks here for Chingus Warriors. So 2 rifles, 2 MP9s, and an auto shotty for Rare Adam to hold. Most interestingly, I'm looking towards somebody who is headed towards A, and it looks like he'll just be playing outside of main. And that is where Chingus Warriors are going. So we might all get to see what we want to see right here.
We've seen a hell of a lot of good in this map so far. Some chaos, some order. I'll be digging that bell, Jordan. Now straight out, Rooks. Somebody dropped immediately. Oh, Li Hang had the lineup, but it's Rooks again. They have to go for this one, Jordan. It's a fast-paced approach right now, but what, an MP9 and 2, 1 M4. They've got some utility, at least for the retake, and with Child King finding news, maybe there's a world, maybe there's a way.
Maybe. I mean, this is going to be a tough one. The MP9s are going to have to really get some work done, and typically it's been somebody that's been the MP9 fragger for Rare Adam. Controls maybe being spotted out there. Now some util getting tossed on in. Smoke for progression from Child King. They just have to get out onto that side. Admittedly, they do have a defuse kit. It's in the hands, though, of Child King. He's the rifler. Brooks, down early on in the piece, was tagged up nicely. It's going to be the Wolfpack style from Rare Adam. Defuse kit on offer. Smoke on offer. Child King on the defuse. Taken down by eFire easily. And Chingus Warriors have learned from their mistakes. They're not letting a smoke defuse happen again on that A-bomb site. They force overtime at number 2.
3 rounds each side, Jordan. Seems like the T side is really what's, you know, doing it well for both these teams. Struggling to put the pieces together on the CT side. So we go back to the old ways of MR15, it would seem, for the time being. Overtime once more, round number 2. And Rare Adam seem a bit frozen in time, I would say. You know, understandably as well, it was a pretty solid looking start for them. All they needed to do was just put one foot in front of the other, and unfortunately, someone tied their shoelaces and they fell flat.
Yep.
But Rooks has been the key, hasn't he? You know?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, multiple rounds in a row in overtime and also in regulation. He is the difference maker right now for Chingus Warriors, and even though we're getting to see some good individual performances on the behalf of Rare Adam in some cases as well, maybe that impact coming through from Rooks is just enough to keep Chingus Warriors alive until the tables turn back in the other direction. Definitely make life easy for yourself if you win this best of 1. That's all you'd have to play today. Get it over nice and early. It's almost midday, so lunchtime celebration potentially coming through for whoever ends up winning this one. Chingus Warriors starting this half of overtime on the CT side. Oh no, it's actually Rare Adam that is doing that. Don't mind the HUD.
Can't stop, won't stop. They were unsuccessful in the previous half, Jordan, but now they're going to be making their way through. Kaze able to get that opener here, controls. Does get him back, so not a bad position to be found in. The rotation will start to have to make its way through Cave. It is the two-pronged attack, but once again, News is quite a distance away. He'll be able to make his way up long whenever he does sort of prefer to do, but somebody's found Rooks, a key piece to the puzzle, the chessboard for Chingus Warriors at this point in time, though, Jordan. They have to clear out this cubby, and it's going to be controls to drop Child King. Li Hang gets one, but Ariukul will respond, and now a 2 versus 2 from the lane. Summer gets it, but Ariukul, he will be traded by somebody, and that's a well-needed CT-sided round for Rare Atom that they were unsuccessful in finding in the previous overtime.
Yeah, have to think about how important that round could be. Not a single CT round in overtime 1, and regulation time was also a little bit hard to come by on that CT side. So Rare Atom getting that 1. That actually could be more than par score here already. See if they can put another 1 or 2 on the board. Chingus Warriors going to run it back. Minute 55 to play with as we start the round once again. Smoke in from Rare Atom and the customary volleys and nades, and Chingus Warriors run right into it. A nice kill through the flash, though, is going to keep it pretty honest.
That mid-control can be absolutely crucial here from Rare Atom. They haven't really found it a hell of a lot on this CT side throughout the course of the map in its entirety. But I think the main bit of control here is News has found his way out on towards A. That's not where they're setting their sights right now. He's basically just a patsy trying to sell some information over towards that position. Invest over here, they say. You'll make millions. As Li Hang, though, does manage to get that information away. Ariukul will go down. So the weakened approach from Chingus Warriors, as Child King will net himself another as well. eFire, News, all that's left. And again, News hasn't really done a hell of a lot with this position, right? You know, somebody's just watching the smoke. They can just be maximum chilling.
Yeah. Rare Atom are very well set up for the possibility of News even walking into Temple and wrapping around through CT. You can see that Kaze's got a bit of an eye on that one at the moment. So, you know, there's holes, there's gaps, but they're kind of being covered right now by Rare Atom. A lot of things would have to go right for Chingus Warriors if they were to win this round. And with 30 seconds left, it's going to be tough for them to even put much together. It's really down to individual plays right here. News would need 2, and then eFire would probably need to win his duel as well. News gets 1. Surely doesn't expect another player, but he does find Li Hang, and that'll actually draw the rotation, so maybe it's not so much onto eFire here now. He'll get that bomb plant down at least. Molly in on the Child King, just trying to buy some time. Plant is on the floor, but Rare Atom are very quickly going to recognize that this is not an A plant. It is going to be a plant over towards B. Now it's eFire's turn to come up with the goods.
What does he choose to do with it as well, Jordan? You know, going all the way back down towards long, I thought he was potentially going to wrap down window for a second there, but he is going to set himself up. Molly, HG, flashbang to work with. The run boost does fail from Rare Atom. They've already found this round, you know, it's Child King and Kaze. Kit in the hands of Kaze, but they're running out of time here. Not planted for themselves. Not really going to be a great position at all. Oh no, eFire. You set yourself up for success, but failure at the same time, not knowing where the camera is meant to be set up. I was willing it for a second there, Jordan.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a good effort. Rare Atom now having taken 2 rounds on the CT side. It's starting to look quite dire for Chingus Warriors. They've been hanging on, I would say, is the conversation since regulation even.
Oh my God.
Get themselves what looks to be a pretty comfortable round here. A lot of fighting over middle. Not a single kill going the way of Rare Atom, but you get the sense that the damage is already done.
Wow. It's Rooks again, isn't it? You know, the amount of impact that this man has found, and now that information onto Kaze. Obviously having to go for it will be a bit of a toughie, 1v5. Certainly a hell of a challenge as that bomb will march its way up towards A. So eFire just going to be watching under window. Happy to chill there for as long as possible. Now with that plant going down, I mean, look, you know, shot quick down onto eFire. Pick up of the weapon, but I don't even think we're going to see Kaze clear it. No, he won't. eFire will close out the round, and that's Chingus Warriors at least getting 1. Making sure that something is possible, but as we've seen from the last couple of overtimes, it was all the T-side work getting the job done, Jordan. So, you know, the nails are there, but they haven't been hammered down into the coffin just yet.
Yeah, that's true. It's definitely a way out for Chingus Warriors still. Get this halftime swap sorted. Rare Adam got to be feeling like they're in a good position though. Just needing a couple on that T side.
Winnable for both sides with this scoreline, not having to play the 3-0 and just hope for a bit of a game extension here. Again, it is only the opener of the day 3 here. Elimination station again for some of these rosters as the RA Jayo comes in from the crowd once again. It's always so nice seeing people here this early, you know. I'm sure it's going to be the same for the Tyloo audience tomorrow.
Here we go, second half of overtime. Chingus Warriors double AWP. That is bold in 10K OT. So really putting a lot into this round, gambling on the fact that they're going to be able to win this one. Otherwise, their money is going to be problematic for sure in round 3 of this OT.
Eyes on Rue again, Jordan. Up in towards Cheetah. Smoke will go through. He's really the only kind of member sitting here right now, and he's been absolutely murked by that utility. The HE will go down, and it's actually to sort of split that info open. Somebody getting the info and controls also taken down very, very low. And now as these members go in towards the cave, they should be aware of the AWP on the line, Jordan. And now it's really just on this position. The timing, no, it burns them out. The Molotov is fantastic. Summer, that's the wallbang from the back of lane. Now as they march their way around, this should be RA putting one of those 2 nails in the coffin here, Jordan. Site control will now be secured. E-Fire does get one, make it a second from Ariukul. And it's back to a 3-on-3 somehow. I can't help but feel that RA have given that up a little bit for them.
I would say so. A little bit too easy, those couple of kills for Chingus Warriors, but the round is not yet done. Molotov through is going to prevent a push in on the short side. At least for the moment, Chingus Warriors collect themselves as they try to push their way in. They've lost E-Fire. Now Ariukul on that way through, and News goes down as well. It is Rare Atom that are now 1 round away. Chingus Warriors squandered a couple of opportunities. I know that Rare Atom will do the same.
It is just kind of crazy, isn't it? You know, you look at the faces up on the stage, it looks like this is, you know, Rare Atom knowing that they were going to be in this position anyway. And I think you touched on it briefly, sort of saying that this is not elimination territory for these guys, right? They've got a best of 3 around the corner. They'll just keep their gear up on the stage, have a quick step outside. And then God's Reign will be setting up and waiting for them in tow. But right now, it's looking like it potentially will be Chingus Warriors, as was predicted. 1 more round needed. 2 for Chingus Warriors if they can hope to have another crack again into OT number 3. For now, RA, they've got spacing, they've got mid-control as they wander into Cheetah. It does seem to be set up outside B once again.
Look at the money, though, for Chingus Warriors. If they were to win this and push it through to the next round, but, you know, maybe only have 1 gun here or there, could start to become a little problematic. So Rare Atom have a couple of ways about this. Win it now or lose it close and win it later. Doesn't seem like maybe it will come down to that, though, with the opening pick coming from Kaze, 4v5. Rare Atom have put themselves in a strong position to close this map out finally.
Rooks is the one that's gone down too. You know, again, a key piece on this Chingus Warriors defense. They're rotating all the way around. Controls picks up somebody, so that's the mid-presence denied. And with that rotation all the way around, I think they're just trying to run off what Child King has found. Yeah,
Child King has got very deep into the A side. He's all the way into Temple. Summer gives up his life, and there's a bit of a fake going on A. Li Hung will drop as well. It's a bit messy, but this round is not unwinnable for Rare Atom with their positioning. That is a cheeky one from Child King. A site somewhat cracked open. Controls will have a difficult time of denying the bomb plant. Kaze gets that one down, so definitely game on for Rare Atom. Even despite the numbers disadvantage, it'll take a long time for Chingus Warriors to get set up for this retake. They're even going to go all the way around to main, so really taking their time about this one. I'm not too sure about it.
I don't know how ready they're going to be for it though, right? You know, now Kaze has to play this really weird battle and missing that opening shot.
Yep.
Jordan, I can't help but feel like they purposely handicapped themselves there. You know, the 2v4, they're trying to run into that control that Child Kings found. They're dying at B. I don't know, just a little bit scrappy.
Yeah, it was just a bit chaotic from Rare Atom. I think if they slow things down on B, you've already pretty much got all of A. I understand what they're trying to do. They're trying to pull rotators over towards B, but you don't need to give up your life. You don't need to jump out of cave into sight and take that fight. You can just, you know, make a bit of noise, throw some util, fire a couple of shots off here and there. It kind of allowed Chingus Warriors to take 2 separate fights rather than like one chaotic all over the map kind of fight, which is obviously a lot worse. So a bit of an off timing from Rare Atom. One more bite at the cherry to close it out here in OT2. Otherwise we go OT3, and it started very nicely for Rare Atom.
Oh, Rook's gone down too. I was going to say there was a potential moment, but the spray through the smoke, and look at the control that they found. Ariukul is not going to be aware that there's members that have brought into his house free of charge, and there it is. Jordan, in the end, it's a long one, but it's Rare Atom to walk away with a victory, 19-17. Overtime number 2, all of it was necessary to determine our victor in this opening series of the day. And that means that Chingus Warriors are going to be facing up against God's Reign into this next best-of-3 series in just a short while. But look, at the end of the day, no real surprises outside of the fact that Chingus Warriors, they definitely came here to play this competition.
Yeah, Rare Atom won't mind the fact that that was a close one, because that's going to be the only game that they have to play today. Chingus Warriors perhaps a little less happy about things, but at the end of the day, we get the result that we would have expected. It was a good effort from Chingus Warriors. They really did push Rare Atom. You can see some signs of life definitely from that Mongolian team, but they are going to have to work a little bit harder, obviously, as you say. God's Reign going to be awaiting them, taking that place on the stage of a Rare Atom, and that'll be a best-of-3 coming up next. So fair bit still to play for both of those two teams, whereas Rare Atom have locked themselves in as the first team through to the playoffs. And honestly, they would have probably been our seed 1 in power ranking type discussion. So it seems fitting that they'll be that first team that gets locked through the playoffs.
Absolutely, given the history of the tail end of the year that they had, and then starting at XPL, you know, obviously you would hope that they'd be continuing that trend and form upwards. The team that's kind of got the longevity, you know, that they are happily sitting at the top of Chinese CS for now. How long, that could be an answer. We'll have to find out if Lin Vision or Tai Lu can kind of make it work on the back end. Similar could be said, I suppose. You know, they're still going to overwhelm some decent competition in Atox and Tai Lu as they get later in the competition. Potentially Semperfi as well. But I don't know, overall, Jordan, it's been good signs. I had fun watching that game, and we get to see Chingus Warriors immediately after as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if that's going to be easy for God's Reign to deal with, given the fact that now Chingus Warriors have had a bit of a warm-up game. That's quite a long warm-up game. We saw some really good stuff out from Rooks, and I thought that, generally speaking, controls was also quite good there for them. So, tough ask, I think, for God's Reign going into that next game. But at least Rare Atom will be feeling good about things, and as you can see here, when we go through these highlights, they're feeling pretty good about themselves, and into those playoffs means they do get a day off. They get a little bit of a break now. Nice relax, which I think they deserve.
Absolutely, coming in from, you know, only a couple of hours flight. We were talking to Kaze about what the experience was like and all that timing and everything like that. So, yeah, it'll be good for them to, you know, whether it be hang out, refresh, or maybe get a couple of scrims in, whatever, demo review. You never really kind of know what, you know, makes these teams tick until you have a conversation with them. So it's been good to hear, and I'm sure, obviously, there'll be some questions from Victoria and Baseline J shortly, just to kind of pick these brains of these members and how it feels for them to go in relatively simply here.
Yeah, going to be Kaze down there for the interview. That'll be coming up in just a second once we get to the end of this highlights package. He had, I thought, a pretty standard game, really, but it'll be good to hear his thoughts and see how he feels about making his way through to the playoffs there with Rare Atom. So, go down to the stage for the interview.
What a way to start the day, huh? I'm with Kaze from Rare Atom. Congratulations. Now, that was kind of a crazy second overtime. Did you prep anything in particular against Chingus Warriors for today?
很疯狂的一场比赛啊！你们今天有没有为这个 CW 战队做一些特殊的准备呢？
We haven't prepared for them. We just play our game for today's game. Yeah, nothing much.
没有对 CW 做特殊的准备，我们就打好自己的就行。
Now, Did you expect them or this game to be as close as it was?
有没有想到这场比赛会是这么焦灼、这么接近呢？
Yeah, we expect to be a close game because the Mongolians are quite good at their firepower and their game sense is quite good. So yeah, we are mentally prepared for them also.
确实，我们也想到这可能是非常艰苦的一场比赛，因为蒙古的选手他们的火力非常强，然后他们的意识也非常好。
Now, things were a little dicey in the first half, and it looked like it was going to be a Chinggis Warriors win. But what happened in that second half that brought you to overtime? What did you guys discuss in those timeouts?
这个上半场开局也是非常的不利的，大家就都以为这场比赛走远了。那你们后来都做了怎么样的调整？
The first half we started out slow, so because everyone wasn't awake yet, and in second half we managed to pull through. We managed to read their how they and then we managed to pull through.
上半场就是大家都还没怎么睡醒啊，后来醒了之后就好了。然后下半场我们就成功的阅读到了对面是怎么防守的。
Now, how does it feel to, be one of the hometown favorites here? Does the audience affect you at all? I see someone there says Kaze is the #1 opera in Asia.
这个主场作战有什么感觉吗？就我们现在观众里还有举着这个亚一居牌子的。
No pressure at all because this is our third event already. The China host. No pressure at all. Just play our game. Nothing much.
也不是很有压力，因为我们已经在中国这是算打的第三个赛事了，就不是很有压力，打好我们自己的。
And last question, how confident are you feeling about getting to the grand finals of eXTREMESLAND?
好，最后一个问题，有多自信能打进这个极限之地的总决赛？
If we keep our momentum like we used to play, maybe we can make it far to grand finals. Yeah.
如果我们保持现在的这个势头的话，也许就可以打进总决赛。
Very modest answer from Kaze. Everyone, Kaze from Rare Atom. All right, thank you so much. Congratulations again. We're going to go back to the desk to break down that crazy first match of today.
好，我们把时间交回给解说席。
Well, there you have it, Konki. All you have to do is play your own game. That's really the fact of the matter when it comes to the big stage. 1917 for Rare Atom. Kaze always a humble fella. I feel like you don't get much from him in interviews these days. I'd love to hear him just say, yeah, we are the best team at this event. Because I think it's warranted. You know, Rare Atom could just literally walk in here and say, we are the best team at this event. We are going to make the grand final and we're going to win it.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't sort of blame him there. But yeah, it's always a very humble Kaze, as we know, as you mentioned, right? He's a man of few words, but always the one that gets doing those interviews as well. I want to pull up some of the others at some point in time throughout the competition, you know, put a little bit of sweat on. But yeah, overall, like no surprises from us here. I suppose the only sort of thing that you can lean into is the said exactly what we're expecting is that everyone was waking up and then they worked out what exactly they needed to do before they turned it around. And no surprises here. The man on your screen right now, Jordan Child King, 101 ADR, 38 frags. A great result, and not an unexpected one. You know, he has been a bit of a mainstay in Asian Counter-Strike over the last, like, two or so years, and he's been looking really good.
No, I mean, it's exactly what we said going into that game. We were looking at Child King, Li Hung, potentially to be the two to kind of be the driving force, and as we saw in that game, that pretty much was the case. I mean, Li Hung up there, 25 and 26 as well. Bit of a throwback, really, from somebody. It does have to be said. He was a good shout there as well. But he's not necessarily someone that you always look to, I'd say. You know, it's nice when he does, but he's not the driving force necessarily behind that team. But look, either way, that's obviously Rare Atom making their way through to the playoffs. Now it's time for us to find out our second team into the playoffs. And this time it's going to be a bit more serious business. It's a best of 3, and it is going to be God's Reign coming up against Chinggis Warriors right after this.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited.
Let's go!
CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New fast TN panels with DIAC technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest DIAC 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. TR series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mousepad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. The TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR-SE models also feature Zowee's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay.
I think we are really confident, especially the past two ECL season have taught us a lot. And the main problem we have been facing in ECL was to adapt mid-game. And I think we are working on that. So when we play in eXTREMESLAND, I think it will be different for us. Because in past ECL season, we have been playing like various different teams and there is no certain structure in ECL. You know, every team plays differently. So I think that will help us here. I think it's little bit of both, like loose style and structure. I think like while we are defaulting, we like to play it little loose with like taking certain map control and taking certain fights that we usually don't. I think that will surprise like some of the teams, you know, maybe catch them off guard. But then we also have like certain amount of structure that we have some set protocols, some set exec. I think that also help us to get out some tough situation. I don't think it will, because we have been playing certain local lands in India. I know this is a big one, different from the others, but it won't. If we go into the game with a positive mindset, I think it won't affect us.
Монголцын ер нь энэ хол явсан сэтгэл өндөр байгаа. Тэгээ бид нар ч бас илүү их бас мотивац болж байгаа тийм. За би одоо өөрийнхөө бодлоор бол яг Монголцын дараа number 2-оор одоо өөрсдөө гэж бодож байгаа. А дараа нь бол одоо заах миний бодлоор бол за Atox гэж бодож байна. Тэгээд яг би тураас юм заах зүрэг айцыг бол яг арай болоогүй л гэж бодож байна. Тухайн үед бол ер нь бол манайх би бас өөрөөс шинээр орж ирсэн л дээ. Тэгээд орж ирээ байж хавцад одоо яг тоглогч тавлаа болж гүйцэхгүйсэн байхгүй. Тэгээд ер нь ямар сайн тоглогчд олж болох вэ гэж тэгж жагаад айцгээс ер нь за E-Firefox 2-ыг авъя. Тэгээд санал ер нь ирээд тэгээд саналыг одоо санал гаргаж байгаас бид нар хоорондоо ярилцаад тэгээд ер нь айцгаас E-Firefox 2-ыг шинээрээ аваад бид тав тэгээд одоо анхны галаан тэмцээнд ирчээ байж байна.
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited.
Let's go!
CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Here we are back once again for eXTREMESLAND 2024. It's time for a best of 3, Mr. Konki, and it's also an elimination and progression game. It's kind of the hot water time for the 2 remaining teams on Group A. It is going to be Chicas Warriors and God's Reign. Before we get into that conversation though, Konki, I know you love talking about monitors. What about that one?
Pretty good, I got to admit. You know, I actually do use the Zowie equipment at the home. I've got 3 overkill monitors of that equipment on my desk, and also the mouse pad, the GSR SE and the EC2CW mouse. It's all the good stuff. There was that period where, you know, they sort of went back into R&D. They joined the wireless race, Zowie, and it's been a clean run since then. We're poking that little rubbery mouse pad out the front as well on the way in. So it's all looking good. You know, there's a reason Zowie sat at the tippy top for so long, and we are very thankful to have us supporting this event too. So eXTREMESLAND wouldn't be anything without Zowie. Big shout to them. Yeah, indeed. But let's talk about some Counter-Strike. Chicas Warriors, we just saw get themselves a pretty close loss, unfortunately, to Rare Atom earlier on. I think, honestly, there was a world where they could have been scot-free, done today, won that series, and been back at the hotel already at this point, pretty much. And it'd be Rare Atom sitting on the stage in their position. Instead, though, they ended up letting that one slip a little bit, and now they have to go up against God's Reign. Once again, another rematch, or I guess not another. This is the first rematch that we are going to see, but I'd say there will be more where this has come from in some of the later groups. But a rematch between God's Reign and Chicas Warriors, and so quite interested to see what God's Reign are going to be able to come up with in this one, because they, I don't think we're too far away from having, you know, some success against Chicas Warriors earlier, and now being a best of 3 gives you a little bit more time to work, can go a bit deeper into the map pool. Hopefully we see a pretty decent matchup here, though I would definitely be leaning towards Chicas Warriors, even after what we saw in that opening game. I think they're looking pretty sharp, they're looking pretty switched on, and sure, they might not be able to get over the line against Rare Atom, but I think a game against God's Reign is a bit of a different beast for these guys. It really is. I think the only sort of positive that I want to really lean into for God's Reign is we were chatting to them this morning, right? You know, you mentioned we were chatting to Rossi and stuff, and they sort of said that, you know, they're not really practicing in India. They're trying to expand out. They're trying to play against the Mongolian teams, playing against the Chinese teams, and it's not even just specifically for prep for an event like this. It's prep for just any level of competition, right? You know, the Mongols, Tyloo, Rare Atom, Lin Vision, all of the above, they've been playing internationally. So this is their first LAN outside of India. I think they mentioned they played at Sky Sports last year. So I think it's a fantastic opportunity for them. They're going to be ready, but on the flip side of the coin, Chicas Warriors was looking fantastic up against Rare Atom, especially Rooks and Controls. So new team, new mood. God's Reign's been around for a little bit longer. I think the only sort of change is Rossi coming into the roster a little bit of a time ago from True Rippers. So yeah, I'm keen to see what they can do, Jordan, and hopefully they don't go out without a fight, if going out at all. Yeah, it'll be a little interesting to see, won't it? These guys, as you say, practicing against Mongolian and Chinese teams. Actually, there's a chance that these 2 teams have scrimmed against one another, if that is the case. Of course. So might have an idea of one another's tendencies. Don't obviously have any guaranteed information on that one, but it's a pretty real possibility, even if they haven't played each other at an event necessarily. I don't think these teams have ever actually matched up outside of eXTREMESLAND in an official. 0-0-0. No wins, no losses, no overtime, so it is their first competition together. And yeah, I think that makes it entertaining, right? You know, it's always exciting about events like this. You know, we've seen it from Blaze Warriors. We saw it from Dreamscape a little bit there, where they had some old moments. And, you know, Miracle Play were there. Nalakavara, they managed to get a win. So we're at that weird sort of crunch time where last year, you know, 8 teams, Mongols getting the victory. This year, 16 teams getting back to the original status, diving into those minor regions, giving the opportunities up to some of the players. You know, even OniClan put a real test onto Semperfi, and Semperfi have a bit of a challenging rest of their group into the games tomorrow. It's been a hell of a lot of fun so far, and yeah, God's Reign in the exact same position. They want to show themselves. They're happy to be here in Shanghai. And a couple of sets of gloves on from the cold this morning as well from Rossi, I remember.
Yeah, he was saying just keeping the hands warm for the upcoming game, which is fair enough. I was thinking when I saw that, I was like, oh, it doesn't get that cold in India, does it? Because every time I've been to India, it's been really, really hot. But actually, it does get cold in India, I'm pretty sure. Just not when I was there, of course, for whatever reason. But either way, we'll get into the veto here, and this will be where things get a little interesting. Now, Dust 2 was a map that God's Reign got kind of exploited on a little bit. So Chinggis Warriors, I thought, might angle into that one. Could potentially still if it gets allowed through, but there's the ban from God's Reign. So they've negotiated that one nicely. It'll end up being Anubis, Ancient, and then Mirage. Now, I think God's Reign kind of picking into another strength of Chinggis Warriors. They do love a bit of Ancient, so they're going to back themselves on that map. They're not playing to their opponent's weaknesses. I guess they're playing toward their own strengths. But in saying that, Anubis definitely in the wheelhouse as well for God's Reign. So I don't think either team necessarily going to be too disappointed by how that map veto has actually played out.
I just reckon it's funny that they've immediately banned out Inferno. Obviously, you know, God's Reign put up a pretty good 13-4 against Dreamscape on that one yesterday, so they get rid of that. They floated Vertigo for so long. Now, that's been a bit of a topic of discussion, I suppose, or a lack of topic of discussion, rather. Just given the fact that, you know, trains come into the fray, what's the point of playing Vertigo at this point in time? They've removed it. We've seen it at a professional level now. I think with the Blast Bounty, we've seen it already. So, yeah, train coming back in. There'll be plenty of changes to that one over this last little bit of time. But the pool is limited, you know, now that obviously there is no point playing Vertigo. There's no need to lean into that one. Maybe we'll see it pocket picked at some point in some random circumstance. But for now, it's Ancient, Anubis, and Mirage. We will be starting on Anubis. Not mad about that one at all. My missus does love that map, so hopefully she's watching along at home.
Is she likely to be, or is she at work today?
She's at work, but also likely to be watching. Incredibly based.
Yeah, listening as well?
Hopefully. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe just one headphone in one side and just rolling along. But yeah, look, as I said, it's a interesting pool, even though it's limited. We've seen a hell of a lot of Dust 2 and Mirage. And I don't know, it just got to a point where, you know, maybe it's just sort of more on the ECL sort of thing where we weren't actually seeing a heap of Mirage. Like, Mirage was just that common factor. You know, we've done series for like ANZ Champs where we had it go out to overtime, you know, near on 60 rounds. And we got so sick of it. And then all of a sudden, for me, at least personally, I'm sitting there going, it's not bad having it back. Pretty entertaining game yesterday for Semper Fi.
Yeah, I think the thing with any map is that when you see it too much, you get over it. And I don't know that Ancient has quite hit that point yet for me, because obviously it's still quite fresh. You know, I've been casting Counter-Strike for like 8 years now, so...
I thought this was your first year.
First time, yeah. In the grand scheme of things, you know, an Ancient that even though we're getting it like almost every single series for the last 12 months, it's like, it's still kind of new, you know, when you've been doing CS for that long and you've been seeing Mirage and Dust 2 in there. Well, I mean, Dust 2 changed a little bit, but at the end of the day, like Mirage, Dust 2 really feel like more or less the exact same maps as what they were back in the day. So
Inferno very similar too, but even worse in the sense that the CT-sided economy is obviously so hard to play with. You know, that save becomes way more prevalent. And you just get bored of it. You just get sick and tired of seeing players lose a pick towards B and then just having to sit pretty in the apartments waiting for the next round to come around. But that's not going to be happening just now. As we said, it was God's Reign that put up a pretty decent one. So, I don't know, Jordan, let's talk about it very briefly. Do you reckon Chinggis Warriors is going to take it in 2, or do you think it's going to go all the way?
I think looking at that map pool, there's a real possibility that this could end up being a 2-0. Yeah, Ancient definitely a favoured map for Chinggis Warriors. So I give them the benefit of the doubt here. I think 2-0 for me.
2-0 for me as well, Jordan, as now we will be diving into Anubis. It is an exciting map still, a great prospect. T-sided it will be. And with God's Reign starting on that side and leaning over towards the A site, let's open up the action in our second map, second series of the day here at eXTREMESLAND Asia.
Yeah, indeed. Controls in the prime place to be. Double dualies, actually. It's Controls and Rooks here. God's Reign are going to walk right into that, but banging a head off. Not quite quickly enough on the Controls, however. So 2 for 2 is the trade in the end. Rossi will now charge his way forward. That flash going to go a bit too deep to dislodge Ariuku, but his shots are not quite on point, and that leaves News alone. There was definitely an angle where Ariuku probably could have gotten a bit more than that. Now News, long range. Favorable duel for him here up against the dualies. The bomb is on its way out. He's got to try and take this fight to Finn. Opting not to for the moment. Just changing his position up. He'll get that kill, but obviously, as we can see, Barbie is off to the races all the way over to the B-bomb site.
Never know how much I like the actual separation, right? You know, running all the way out. It's like, sure, we've got some information as to where he is, but now you kind of got to set yourself up. At least Barbie has made his way back in towards B main, because News is going to have a hell of a lot of positions to try and check out. Obviously, no kit either. And as that clock keeps on ticking, Barbie just needs to sit still. Just wait out for the audio cue. Planted nice and open. He will hear it now. News walking in. Flash goes in, and Barbie just needs to basically buy time for now. It should be A-okay. Way too long. And Barbie's even going to close the round as well. So that's God's Reign opening up the bank account here nice and early on Anubis. Big fans of Egypt, it would seem.
Yeah, in that situation, it's definitely fine to be trying to take that round solo, because if you're guaranteeing the bomb plant, which they're more or less doing there as God's Reign on the pistol, that's already a massive win. You know, there's 2 missions on the pistol as the T side. First one is get the bomb plant down, and second one obviously is win the round. And it's obviously nice to win the round, but in a lot of cases, it feels great to just get that bomb plant down. So it might be a different story in a gun round, but getting the bomb plant down on the pistol, just so important for the T side that I think it's worth it in that discussion. And also, it's very difficult to make a 1v1 retake like that happen on the pistol round. Probably don't have a kit, probably don't have a smoke, don't have much util to kind of cut off areas and figure out certain angles and stuff like that. So at the end of the day, it becomes not necessarily a guaranteed win, but it was almost an unlosable round really for Barbie there, unless News gambles perfectly on the very first fight, on the very first angle, which, you know, there's a lot of options, so not so easy to do. So I think overall, pretty good choice from God's Reign. Good start to the map and series. And instantly tech pause coming through. Hoping that's just a short one, and it is. Just some conversation happening on the God's Reign side. Don't know what it was about, but it's all good in the end. We're straight back into game. Chingus Warriors will force in.
Personally, Jordan, I was just enjoying Analyst Elfish Guy. Fallen asleep to that one. As
Must not be doing a very good job then.
No, it's the opposite actually. One of those guys sleeped away SMR. Rossi, couple of good shots, and he's nice and clean with it. So a 2 versus 4 scenario. Bomb now will be planted. Controls does have the kit, does have a smoke, but he would have to be unchecked for there even to be a possibility. News also should get his head ripped off by Rossi. Rossi actually cops the tag. I don't know. There should very well be a world where R2B2 clears this. He's looking for it nice and slowly, or at the very least, Rossi should kind of join the party in a second. There it is. No chances now. News 1 versus 4. It's going to get picked up by Finn on the flank here as well. So that's a good little position to be in if you God's Reign. Opening up nicely on the T side here on the map selection of Chingus Warriors.
Yeah, pretty lackluster buy, really, all things considered. Chingus Warriors putting a bit of money into that round and really not getting anything out of it. Barbie went down, but that kind of economic damage is kind of nothing for the T side. So God's Reign progressing pretty nicely. When we were talking to the God's Reign players this morning, they were saying they thought it was maybe a 60-40, this matchup. And Chingus Warriors maybe winning 6 out of 10. But God's Reign giving themselves a pretty good chance with that kind of a percentage, you know, 40% of the time they think they can maybe win this game. And I think that's a really sizable chunk. And to a very good start today. Might start to turn some heads if they do get the win here over Chingus Warriors. I would say, honestly, that might be the most impressive win of an Indian team in the last couple of years if they do get the dub here today on LAN.
Yeah, most certainly.
Trying to think of any other good results that an Indian roster has been able to get.
Not in quite some time, Jordan.
Just purely because of the fact that it's on LAN internationally as well. A situation that they have not faced before. God's Reign, this is their first time playing outside of India at an international LAN. So that already adds some element of prestige to it.
All seem to be pretty nice guys. So another good counter force there. Not able to have anything happen. A shot from controls, but for the most part, everything was all Gucci. So 3 rounds secured now. This is where it sort of dives in for Chingus Warriors. We can't really call too much until obviously the tides turn as the halves swap, Jordan, but for now it's looking all hunky-dory for God's Reign.
Yeah, but first proper gun round, this could be a completely different ball game. God's Reign, however, just missing out on that opener, but it's eventually chased down by Barbie anyway. News tagged up. Could not move, not quickly enough anyway, so God's Reign gets straight into A, and I imagine that's actually just an instant save call from Chingus Warriors. And so far, this is going phenomenally for God's Reign.
Looking pretty damn good. Not any real mistakes, you know, confidently going in against each other. A couple of shots back and forth there between Rossi and Controls, but again, just that level of confidence, right? You know, they would have been here watching the game. I did see them earlier. They gave us a little wave up in the caster desk, and Ariukul will get 2, so they got to be careful that they don't give a hell of a lot too much up. It's more dropping those weapons back over. Rooks also getting another, because the money, you know, it's not fantastic. They're only saving the AKs. They've got cash, but they don't want to let that slip early. You know, they want to be relying on this kind of investment that they've made early on.
You can see the sense in that hunt, though, from God's Reign. Like, the money is pretty precarious at the moment for the CT side, so if they take, like, 2-3 guns away there, they actually more or less force Chingus Warriors onto a save. Unfortunately, they're unable to do it. They get some good damage onto 3 members, but no killing blows. So I think it's a risk that's worth it. It doesn't pay out in this instance, but still plenty of money there for God's Reign. So they'll be okay for the next round, even should they lose. Finn's at 9k. I think it's acceptable to lose those few guns as God's Reign. But another gun round that they're going to have to get through because of Chingus Warriors' ability to save. Fired up, just missing that shot onto E-Fire. Information over there for Chingus Warriors now that the AWP is in mid. Rossi will go down at the hands of Control. So not the same mistake being made by Chingus Warriors as what was by God's Reign. AWP shot connecting rather than missing.
Leaning back around towards A. Or actually, a little bit the opposite. They have pulled over. They haven't obviously taken a main control either. And Finn is in a pretty good position to fire up there. E-Fire getting taken down on the cross there. Wants to be careful that he doesn't swing back in, because now the rest of the team is postured to hit B up through connector, up through main. Just got to drop on down. Rooks does get back in towards position. It was fired up. It didn't exactly have the best of days yesterday, but turning the series around in the end. Setting up the utility. They're ready to execute here, Jordan.
Yeah, Flash is going through those smokes. Rooks has not been spotted out on Pizza, and he somehow got himself 2. Ariukul, another couple as well. That's where, again, Chingus Warriors have kind of done their best work. Multi-frags from Rooks in particular. Starting to see Chingus Warriors come into their own in this game now as well.
In the 4-on-4 as well.
Yeah.
So very, very cool, calm and collected. We saw a lot of those moments from their game against Rare Atom too. Sort of, hey, that's me this morning. But yeah, good response. Chingus Warriors not going to get too late before they put their run on the board, their first of many, potentially. As Finn this time, he's actually up very, very close to connector. Does spot out. Root will be forced away for the time being. They don't need to overstay their welcome here. A couple of warning shots down towards mid from Barbie, but there's fired up, dropping Rue. Again, a very important member here. Finn catching controls, maybe vision a little bit blurred by the flames there, not able to blow hard enough. And Rossi also looking to get out towards Pizza as well. Very careful times now. Ariukul, 1, not 2 though. Rossi, he's there, and guess what? Rossi might be, but the bomb certainly is, and that's heading over towards the site of A now, Jordan. R2, B2 will be running on in.
Yeah, I love it.
And he just wants to keep both here, and already this round basically, you know, sings the tune of God's Reign.
Great call from God's Reign. Rossi as well, just sort of hanging around on B, keeping him interested. Would have been nice if he would have got that kill onto News. Again, shift a bit more of that economic pressure back onto Chingus Warriors, but God's Reign definitely winning this round. I think at this stage, not really worth the hunt with the money that they've got, and they're aware of that as well. So everyone should be making it out of this round with the guns available to them, which will still keep Chingus Warriors in the discussion as they'll keep investing. It's starting to really come together for God's Reign. 5-1 it will be. Remembering it is a T-sided map, so I'm not going to count my chickens just yet. It's kind of early days. If Chingus Warriors can put on a string of like 2 or 3 rounds pretty quickly, then they get right back into at least a workable position. But so far, God's Reign really putting them to the test. And it's funny, isn't it? Because you'd think that Chingus Warriors are a little bit more warmed up right now than God's Reign, but maybe that's not the case. I believe there is warm-up stations available to the players up on the first floor of the building. So I know God's Reign came in early, have been warming up at least, but maybe a different kind of ball game warming up on the stage in an actual official versus on a side stage or a warm-up station. But yeah, it doesn't seem to have affected God's Reign all that much.
It's like the old Classico lower bracket run, isn't it? You know, you put yourself into the grand final from that upper bracket, but then sometimes it can be actually a really solid warm-up, like riding that momentum through the lower bracket into the grand final.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. God's Reign have been looking good at this point in time. I think they've got a lot of respect for their opponent in Chingus Warriors. They clearly were expecting this opponent, you know, understanding that Rare Atom were probably going to get the W. But yeah, maybe a little bit too much Counter-Strike has been played for Chingus Warriors in that opening, going to second overtime on Ancient Jordan.
Yeah, maybe. Well, money... It's still looking reasonably healthy for Chingus Warriors, which is surprising considering how this game has been going. But God's Reign don't really seem too bothered by the fact that Chingus Warriors have got some guns here and there. They just win the rounds anyway.
Just taking their time. A little bit more proactivity from Chingus Warriors out towards B main this time. I'm pretty sure they're happy to leave rooks in place, but he's also happy with his information as well. Rossi was constantly spotting it, so they should have some level of awareness. But again, you know, it's this sort of passive approach. God's Reign waiting to see if Chingus Warriors will push their way into any of the extremities before they do execute. I think it's going to be news to take point up towards the back of mid. Ariukul does get tagged up, gets the Molotov down, but now quickly they are going to be making their way over towards camera. It is a missed molly, so they've got a little bit of additional time. News narrowly missing that shot there as Barbie gets his head ripped off, but Rossi is there in tow. And now another round where it doesn't look like it's going to be going the way of Chingus Warriors. My God, Rossi getting that one working and controls. Oh, he's got a long save ahead of him, doesn't he?
One thing that you have to be impressed with for God's Reign, and I think has always been a massive failing on the Indian side for a lot of the previous teams that we've seen, is just like that teamwork and that general macro understanding of the game hasn't really been there in the past. Whereas when you look at God's Reign, I feel like they're playing a very smart style of Counter-Strike. It's interesting to kind of see that discrepancy. I often don't really feel like God's Reign, the individuals are really like that crazy necessarily in comparison to some of the guys that we see here at eXTREMESLAND. Like pound for pound, I don't think they're necessarily any better than, you know, maybe even some of the guys that are already knocked out in this tournament. But just decision-making wise, I think God's Reign have got a really good understanding of how they want to play the game, which is really, really impressive. It was, again, interesting to note that in those discussions that we had with them this morning, they were saying sometimes they're even practicing against EU competition from India, which is about 150 ping, and that's kind of not great. Like, that's not really super playable.
Nah,
but
anything above 80 starts to get really challenging.
Yeah, they were saying that, you know, in those kinds of games, they're not really focusing on, like, the gunfights necessarily. They're really trying to figure out the macro and the decision-making and the strategy and whatnot, and I think that's definitely showing in this game right now. If I had to like really make a feeling of it, I'd say I think Chingus Warriors just pound for pound have got the better like individual fraggers or shooters.
Yeah.
But God's Reign are just giving themselves such favorable fights for the most part that it doesn't even really come into play.
Just relying on those individuals right there, like Control swinging out to take down Rossi. R2B2 will get one back, and it's nicely traded out by Finn.
Great setup again. Exactly.
Control smoked off. They are going to be able to isolate him. The Molotov in towards the cubby. That should make it a little bit more awkward for him. He will be able to at least smoke himself to freedom, but main thing is here, you know, News, sure, he's coming in on the flank, but Jordan, he's only got the AWP to do it with, so they are going to be able to lock back in towards the connector. Do they want to try and get out main as well? Finn will flash himself through, and is he going to actually be ready for Finn here? No. I don't know. He's turned around. Okay, but that's a great shot. Yeah, well done for News. Now it's going to just be onto these two members. This is where it gets a little bit dicey, Jordan, because fighting two from just Connector, especially as the smoke does go down, it starts to get a little bit awkward. They're going to flash their way through. They really want to fight for this. Already onto that defuse. Controls, watching the line, watching straight onto it, and that's the round done. Very well found from Chingus Warriors.
Yeah,
being doubled up, not well.
Being doubled up in E-Box is not the worst thing in the world, definitely. But when it's at that point in the round, you've lost the player at main, and your opponent has a smoke, it kind of becomes a bit doomed there. You almost could have just saved those 2 guns there if you're God's Reign. Like, I don't think you're getting back out that smoke unless the bomb's planted for you and you can spam through the smoke. That round is probably over at that point. Still, God's Reign have plenty of money. They drop that round, but they'll be buying back into it. Double Orm setup from Chinggis Warriors. They have been having some success with the opening picks from the Orm.
Great shot.
That's a good setup, though, again, from God's Reign, and they're going to try to capitalize on that speed. However, there's a few members from Chinggis Warriors, and that's kind of what I'm talking about. You give those Chinggis Warriors riflers a bit of an opportunity, a bit of an opening, they're just going to blast you away, and that's more or less what happens in that round. So back to the drawing board now for God's Reign, as Chinggis Warriors put 2 together and start to make this scoreline look a little bit more healthy, noting that the map is T-sided, so they can get 4 or 5 here. Chinggis Warriors won't be disappointed with the first half.
Maybe one day, Indian CS will find their donk, their QSK. A hell of a lot of people in India. There's the passion there for sport too. And esports all the same. When given the opportunity, when given the investment. So hopefully good things to happen in the coming years now that they are able to kind of show themselves a little bit more, you know, with like Sky Esports obviously and eXTREMESLAND again. I think we actually did have it was Crunchy that played on the True Rippers for a little bit as well for a point in time. So there is definitely some things kind of happening out and about, but now mid control again. Dunked down, that's a great nade play. Rossi and fired up. That's an important member of the Chinggis Warriors going down here, Jordan. And now with the Tech 9s only, they are going to swing for him. Rossi finding E-Fire as well. Are they going to be able to play reactively to stop Rooks?
It's just God's Reign really impressing me with their like individual decision making. Well done from Rossi. Not too afraid of that fight. Now he's going to spot out Rooks. He's very aware of the potential push. You can see him just jiggling that corner. It seems like God's Reign have got a really good read on what Chinggis Warriors can potentially be doing.
Get him.
And yeah, a good swing from multiple members. Once again, even if Rossi goes down there, he's got 2 players that can trade for him. The teamwork is really, really on point for God's Reign at the moment. And I'm kind of loving it. You know, I've constantly hoped for a strong Indian team to come through, and I've constantly been disappointed, honestly. But
yeah,
this God's Reign team definitely impressing me at the moment.
Oh, look, Jordan, I think, you know, when you're dealing with these kind of matchups and things like this happening, right, there's a reason why you've been harping on the Asian Counter-Strike scene for so long. Like, it really just is a knock-on effect, you know, like success from the minor regions brings up the ultimate overarching region of Asia Pacific as it's as a whole. And then, you know, for teams like Mongols, you know, extra spot at the major for Asia.
Oh, yeah.
FlyQuest winning Atlanta, extra spot at EPL.
Yep. Yeah, you know, you have to sort of beg the question, like, is God's Reign just somewhat neutered by the fact that they're playing from India, and the ping discrepancy between them and the rest of Asia is always going to be a bit of a problem. That's
Definitely
why
something like the Middle East that's hard for them too. You know?
Yeah, exactly. But now you give them the chance on LAN and put them up against a reasonable competition in Chinggis Warriors. Let's not be beating around the bush here. Like, Mongolian CS is probably the strongest region in Asia at the moment. China #2.
Yeah.
And yeah, Chinggis Warriors might be like #3 or #4 in Mongolia, but like that's still a good team. And if God's Reign can get that scalp, which it's not looking too difficult for them at the moment.
Oh,
it's a really good shot indeed from Finn.
How he lived there, my God. 10 and 5. I'm enjoying sipping on the Indian Kool-Aid right now. It's been great. But there is still plenty more to go ahead. That's the main thing, right? You know, they've obviously still got to convert this opening map. 8 rounds, which is likely the output here, is a great opener. Even 9 would be good too, but it's not a guarantee in the success turnaround, right? Obviously, they've still got to face the CT side, a little bit more challenging. But if they play that macro nicely, you know, hopefully they can convert this opening map.
Just got to keep on going. You know, got to keep on winning these rounds. Don't give Chinggis Warriors a breath back into this fight. Obviously, this round is done and dusted. Definitely worth hunting these players down. You know, we've got 1 round left in the half and plenty of money for God's Reign to buy with, so they can afford to throw away every single one of these guns, basically. If they even take one away from Chinggis Warriors, that's going to significantly hamper their buy, and particularly if it's the AWP. Looks like News will get away with his life as well, though, so no harm done in the end to Chinggis Warriors, but one more round in the half here, and God's Reign got to keep gunning for 9.
That's all they can be hoping for at this point in time here, Jordan. I was just very quickly going to touch on how, you know, the mention of potentially scrimming Europe, even if it's on 150 ping, you know, it's all about that macro. You don't get better by winning scrims. Get better by understanding how each other plays, the limits involved, etc.
Yeah, I wonder who they are scrimming in Europe, though. I can't imagine they're obviously getting, like, big names.
Yeah.
But I'm sure there's no shortage of Tier 2 European teams that are looking for scrims.
Oh, well, you think about it, right? You know, even just us alone in Oceania, right? Like some of the events where we've seen, you know, teams like Talon playing in CCT and kind of getting slapped around a little bit, right? A couple of wins here and there, maybe that Hellfire Cup I think they had for a little while.
Yeah.
Like lining up big chunks of Asia directly into T2 Europe just because of the practice, just because of the availabilities, you know, the cheap cost of flying, the access to computers and LAN cafes and all that kind of stuff. It is a power region for a reason.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is the way that Mongols as well got a lot of their success as well. They were playing some European scrims for a good while. And really leveled up off of the back of that. Let's see if God's Reign can lock in this last round of the half. Barbie.
Oh, that nade.
Just might have had a bit of a mispositioning there. He eats some damage from the AWP through the wall. Does get the nade off, so the exchange of damage is pretty even in the end. Mid control being taken by God's Reign. That's a good look to start things off.
Really slowing down the pace here now that they've got that mid control here. Looking for a little bit of a clear, watching from the camera. If we see eFire walk straight into this one, it could be a little bit of a rough point. There is a great entry that they're looking for right now. Molotov to clear into A main. Surely they're gathering that information now. eFire is playing a great line. They're not going to be ready for Finn, but he's done it again. Another fantastic shot. Rooks will be able to take him down, but Rossi with the response. And I think Jordan, we're seeing something that was highly unexpected here in a 9-3 half success from God's Reign.
Yep.
Controls and Ariuko have a hell of a long way to go. They're so separated. There's 4 alive from God's Reign on towards this site. They've got A main control. They've got some forward thinking down towards spawn. And it's Crosshair fort fired up that they are walking straight into. Ariuko has to go through the cameras, and unfortunately they are flashing, they are blinding, they are making it hell of a awkward scenario for him. Utility, kits, everything, but you just can't help but feel it's going to go God's Reign's way. And it does! Barbie able to close out the round here for God's Reign. A 9-3 half is certainly something to be smiling about, but Jordan, I will not sing until it's over. We'll see how they go in the next half.
Right, back into the second half. And Cocky, I've been doing a bit of research, you know me, a bit of a librarian, you know.
Yeah, big brain. I've seen it.
Diving into the books.
Megamind looking.
That's right. Yeah, Hermione kind of vibes.
Of course, yeah.
Bit of Harry Potter here and there. I was having a look. What's it look like for India in eXTREMESLAND? When do you reckon the last time an Indian team made it out of the groups at an eXTREMESLAND event is? Since 2016 when it started.
2018?
No.
Wow.
Literally never. Literally,
Wow.
they've never made it out of a group stage. And if God's Reign were able to do that, which it's looking very possible, it would be the first time at an eXTREMESLAND event that an Indian team has made it out of the group stage at a live event. So they're on the precipice potentially of doing something pretty special here, but obviously still pretty early days.
Oh my God, Rue.
And Chinggis Warriors have really just rampaged through them in the pistol. So I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself, but just want to set that scene.
It's always a great tone to kind of have, right? You know, the what could be, the storylines that we build up, that what is basically what makes this game so good. You know, you think about the stuff like, you know, Bad News Eagles making it from Kosovo land cafes all the way through to the second stage of the major. And obviously a bunch of those respective players have found new homes since then. But yeah, that's all you can really hope for a team like this. You know, rock up to an event which is, you know, a higher caliber of your own. We got to see them play against teams like Aurora and other bits and pieces at Sky Sports a little while ago. Opportunity is what boosts the scene forward, Jordan.
That's true. I think the God's Reign guys do genuinely appreciate the chance here to play in China. Not something that rolls around every day, but yeah, as you say, Sky Esports Masters champions and whatever else they call it will be popping back up again this year, one would assume. At least that's been the announcements from there. So there's going to be a bit to play in on the India front, but it's definitely a different ball game when you get to play overseas.
I just want to see, you know, like even if it's a thing of, I understand what prize money means to all of these people. Obviously, we've got 100,000 USD in this competition, but how nice would it be to have maybe a little bit less prize money, but maybe some more teams, some more representation, some more boot camp opportunity, whatever it might look like.
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, I think 16 teams is already quite a decent number when it comes to Asia. You already know, just based on what we've been watching, that there are some teams here that are just not that competitive.
Of course,
right?
yeah.
How much further do we want to really delve into the rest of the regions? I don't think it's necessarily worth putting any more slots, personally.
Yeah.
I think you could shift around the slots a little bit here and there, but
I definitely think so, you know, like having 4 Chinese teams is fantastic, 3 Mongolian teams also the same, but you know, a secondary Oceanic team could have been a nice shout. You know, having someone like a Talon here or maybe a Rooster or a Mind Freak would have been pretty hot to start off the year. But you know, again, you gotta play the game. Is it grassroots in its entirety, or is it trying to be the best of Asia? We'll find out, I'm sure, over the next couple of years. It could even be a thing of where potentially, you know, you just have a couple of micro tournaments in each region.
I think you can have both, honestly, though. Like, I think there is a world definitely where you could have both. And honestly, what if you wanted to have more teams, you could have like an opening stage and a playoff stage, for example.
Of course.
And maybe you just invite like the top 2 Chinese teams and the top Oceanic team and the top Mongolian team, and then have the other teams kind of like play off in an opening stage. Like, let's be real, does like Rare Atom and Tai Lu really need to play this opening stage?
No.
Or should they just get an auto invite into somewhat of a playoff? So you could have an extra 4 slots maybe in the opening stage and then have 4 invites through to a later stage, for example. That would be one way of maybe adding more teams without adding too much necessarily to the length of the tournament.
Diminishing sort of what you're playing for, you know, 40K for the opening prize. Definitely something that could, you know, boost a hell of a lot for these teams for the rest of the year, whether it's equipment or time overseas or, you know, anything of the above.
Yeah, I actually think that would be a great way of doing it. That would, you know, open up the group stage slots where you might get to see a Japanese team and maybe an Indonesian team as well. And then you sort of move past some of these sort of like, I would say non-games, if that makes sense, where we've got like a massive favorite against a complete underdog, and you're like, well, this game doesn't even really need to be played. We kind of know who's going to win it from the outset. Chinggis Warriors getting that plant down on A. Honestly, I'd just call the save here if I'm God's Reign.
Such a weird round, isn't it? You know, E5 still has such strong positioning here too. Like, I think if they clear it, maybe if they find him, there's a shout.
You still don't go for this, though. Look at the smoke coverage. Like, there's a smoke at cams. You've literally got a flash and a nade, and you're going this late. No, I don't like this decision at all from God's Reign. It may still work out, but I don't like it at all. And you've thrown away 4 guns. There was never a retake there, guys. I've been very complimentary of the decision-making of God's Reign in that first half, but I don't think that was a good choice at all.
It's those rounds that's turned the tide, right? You know, that little mistake, and unfortunately with the CT side, with the economy, the way that it all plays out, because if you look at the money that's showing up on the screen right now, you know, not a hell of a lot. They've got the 2,900 loss bonus. It's not enough for them to reinvest into for the time being, and they're just stacking it up.
Look at that scenario. It's like we're going to send 5 guys through a cams smoke with 1 flash and hope that we're somehow going to win that round. Like, you're just not giving yourself any chance at all. Instead of just calling the save instantly, taking 5 guns through to the next round, you could reinvest into util. You'd have a pretty perfect buy once again. Just take the L there and say, yeah, Chingus Warriors, they sort of rock, paper, scissors, dust, got into the A site. A 5-on-4 retake, it's not enough of an advantage, especially with that time. Even if they get in through cams, they've got like maybe 15 seconds left on that bomb timer, if they're lucky, to clear out another 3 players. It's just...
feels a little bit impossible, doesn't it?
Not a great decision from God's Reign.
And again, you know, just harping on the thing, MR12. Those micro decisions can affect 2, 3, 4, even 5 rounds.
Yes. Especially on CT side. Anyway, bomb plane going down here for Chingus Warriors. This will be a bit of a freebie for them.
More time for the Conky Oldfish Guy podcast over the last few rounds.
True.
Catching up with some special guests tonight, potentially, aren't you?
That's the plan. We'll see if it all falls into place. It's always a bit hard at these kinds of live events to sort of tee things up, particularly with players involved. But yeah, the plan is Dobu and Kay on the podcast and have a bit of a chat about Mongolian CS. We've got a lot of Mongolian fans, obviously, so should go all right, I imagine.
Still love the story. I think it was, what was the event that the Mongols ended up winning where there was talk of like a bunch of Mongolian fans? I think it was Thunderpick.
Thunderpick, yeah.
Yeah, just Mongolian fans that weren't even aware of CS, that were just in Berlin, and they showed up and they were the loudest bloody crowd there.
Yep.
How good.
Yeah, very sort of, what's the word? They have a lot of national pride, I think.
Yeah. You've been there twice now, right?
Yes. Yeah. It's a very nice country, actually. I mean,
It's got a beautiful mix, right? You know, it's like the kind of cold, kind of Russian side with that mix of Asia into it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not such a fan of Ulaanbaatar as a city necessarily, but I think the countryside itself is actually extremely beautiful.
Yeah, stunning. All right, bit of an opener here from Fired Up, Jordan.
That's what we want. That is what we want.
Yeah, exactly. But to capitalize right now, you know, they need to sit there.
It's been kind of a slow start though to the second half from God's Reign. Like, I feel like it's just been a little bit lethargic. It's been a little bit of that pizzazz lost here on the CT side once Chingus Warriors got that pistol. But yeah, get a gun round win here. Sort of bring the game back into a little bit of control for God's Reign. You know, it doesn't really feel like God's Reign have been here yet in the second half, but this could be the round that gets that engine going.
What's their positioning look like? You know, double up in towards E-Box, moving out towards Swan. I think Rooks, they've got to be careful if he drops into canals, but they are definitely kind of set up to try and deny that, a flash in to maybe set some sort of bait. But, you know, R2P2's got that forward position inside A main. They've locked down a hell of a lot, so they just need to make sure that they don't get shaken as News now does move in towards that E-Box position. Yeah, but this is the thing. You know, getting those individual shots, it means it opens up the site now. We do have Barbie find one back, but R2B2, I don't think he's going to be clearing out News. He actually does go around, but exactly right. The audio cue is enough. 3-on-3, it's going to be a tough retake for God's Reign.
Fired Up's going to need to be really careful here, and I don't think he's prepared for News in this little cutout either. It's not an angle that's going to be easy to clear for the AWPer. And that'll be pretty much the round done and dusted. So again, God's Reign just getting a little bit antsy in the mid-round there. There's not really much of a need for them to go exploring in E-Box when they have the player advantage. And to lose 2 players to it makes matters worse for sure. Barbie saving this AK. Starting to now question if everything that we were saying in that first half for God's Reign was just a T-sided thing. They had a really great read of the game when they were playing T-side, but this CT side is definitely leaving a lot to be desired, and it's not looking like they're feeling quite as strong with that understanding of the game right now.
We've been watching a hell of a lot of, you know, like Asian Counter-Strike making its way through kind of those growing pains, you know, pre-Mongols, right? Pre kind of current-looking FlyQuest, especially now that they picked up Regalia and having a all-right result opening up against MIBR is how weak we would look on the CT side when coming up against a team that does have some strong fundamentals. It was almost like that shift in kind of mentality that you had. You can be aggressive on the T side. It even comes down to like pugs back home. The second, you know, we move into a map like, you know, an Inferno or something like that, you just get torn apart because there's some sort of lack of confidence of taking the extremities of the map, you know. And in this one, God's Reign have kind of toyed with mid a little bit, with A main a little bit, but you're not seeing a hell of a lot. They're kind of just sitting there. And even in a 4v5, they get the opening pick, but then they do nothing with it. They don't capitalize onto any additional space. And all of a sudden, you know, it's just from News taking a quick 2K into E-Box, and that's the round done.
Individual plays, once again, getting Chingus Warriors through some of these rounds. This time News able to double down. Be that saved AK through for God's Reign, and smattering of an investment behind it. Is that A main control you were talking about?
But it's really just like a quick look and then they're out. You know, there's no kind of forward positioning. I mean, you can't just leave one person there. It's not like bottom Nana where you get overwhelmed or something like that. But it's about the rotations and the space that they take back. So this is exactly what they're doing. They're running around that AK of Barbie. And now this time, at least, they take the information that they found A and convert it into mid. But E-Fire and the rest of the team, they look to be set up waiting for it.
For now, but it's not a bad place to just hole up here if you've God's Reign. They are going to keep going forward, and that'll be where... Oh, never mind, they're not. They've backed it off. And mid-hold being forced away by the molly. Chingus Warriors being quite methodical with their util usage on this round.
It's interesting, isn't it? You know, the change of approach that you put out on a pistol round, why can't it be said on a gun round? We'll see if they can convert sort of any of this additional positioning. A great shot from Finn. Rossi is going to be taken down as well. They're all here, though, God's Reign. That's going to be the main benefactor.
Risky plan.
Bomb planted. No. Yes, okay, they will.
A little bit risky. Could have seen some spam through the smoke, actually finish that bomb planter off, but not to be the case this time. 4-on-3, though, this retake is going to be doable for God's Reign. Trouble is they don't really have much util, and they're trying to challenge an AWP at B main. Bombs planted quite open. Someone's going to have to tap it. Someone's going to have to take that L. R2B2 looking to clear out News. And he holds down the trigger finger, but eventually will fall to fire it up. That spray just gets away from him. Time, though, might be getting away of God's Reign here. Barbie comes in with a big kill. Now it just comes down to clearing out Ariukul. He's 50 HP, and now he's finished off. Oh, a huge round for God's Reign. That change-up, like you said, Conky, being a bit more active around the map. It's come up with the goods, but well, that one was on a tenterhooks for sure.
Why is it always on these pistol rounds, right? You know, all they had was a single AK and just a shift in mentality and the way that they were able to flow through the map. They clear out A main, they walk through mid. They don't overextend either, as you mentioned, right? There was a little bit of a concern. It's like, oh, okay, they're going to push too far now, but then they were in a position where they could set up, and it still had to rely on some pretty decent shots to defend on that B site. But, you know, it's forced the hand of Chingus Warriors to take their third timeout, Jordan, and
yeah,
we can start talking again about a prospect of a win here for God's Reign.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a prospect still at this point. You know, it's definitely not an assured thing.
Nah, it never was. Never was, never will be.
That will be a nice round to swing the economy back a little bit for God's Reign, but it's going to still be a concern for sure. When things start to get tight, you're on the CT side. You can just go wrong at the wrong time, and that's your game done and dusted. So Chingus Warriors able to buy back in. They've still got so much money. So even though there's a couple of rounds advantage here for God's Reign, it does still feel like they're kind of teetering on the precipice of a map loss. And if they just let one or two inopportune rounds go the wrong direction, then that's where the problems are going to arise. But long control, they're at least hunting for that. It is R2B2 on his own this time around toward A long. Just phasing that smoke. Right up. Not going to hit his shot. Barbie left high and dry. The flash was a good one. E-Fire. Let's go through for another attempt, but we'll end up giving up his life. Good nade there. Will slow down the push on A long. God's Reign. Throw a flash. It's a little bit too deep to really catch News, but at least it allows God's Reign to set themselves up on this A hold. Perhaps even a bit of an over-rotation if there was any presence over towards B. Chingus Warriors could have just walked in there, but now you got Finn going back over there, setting up a smoke at B main. Normalcy returning to this round as everyone filters back to their original positions.
Hell of a lot of utility that was used there. I think a good play from Fired Up to at least kind of defend the mid position. Now he's happy to sort of sit there by himself. So it is this lean, but that's great timing from R2B2. They have to really invest into trying to find him here. Now Rue and Ariuku will drop Finn, but God.
It's just the pressure again gets to God's Reign. You know, that chaos, like they've done so much damage. Rossi needs to get just 1 or 2 quick kills there. I mean, and it's so possible because of how low those players are. R2B2 could have potentially gotten 2, but the mechanics just letting God's Reign down a little bit.
That's what I was about to say, right? You know, at the end of the day, you can have 5 people doing all the right things, but if you just can't shoot back as hard, sometimes you just lose those games, you know?
Yep. It's good that Fired Up's able to hold on to this AWP. It will be enough to give God's Reign a buy in the next round, assuming he does indeed hold on to it. Ooh, and now it gets a bit scary. Yeah, that's
I was going to say Barbie had money, but now it's just...
Barbie had money, Fired Up had money, and a weapon. They could have dropped 2, well, dropped 1, had 3, and then see what else they can kind of scrounge together from there, but it's a little bit more difficult now. And huge opportunity goes begging for God's Reign. It hasn't been a very kind half to them. It really does feel like they're scraping their way through a couple of rounds, and I just don't know if they've got enough to play with. If the score was maybe 11-9 at this stage, you know, they only needed 1 to get to the OT at least. Could still have that little bit of hope, but if they lose this round, I think it's Chingus Warriors to win the game.
Definitely right. We're hyping them up. But I guess it is just the start of the series, right? You know, that's where God's Reign was looking pretty good yesterday, but, you know, moving into Ancient, Chingus Warriors took Rare Adam pretty far in.
Knowing that we're going into Ancient doesn't really fill me with a huge amount of confidence. Maybe the map choice of God's Reign, but we know Chingus Warriors plays it pretty well.
It's going to be eyes onto Fired Up again from this camera position. They are making their way in, and if he can't make quick work, he's already started to pull away. I was going to say, if he at least hit E-Fire, then potentially he could turn around in time. They have to rotate up now. They've managed to split the wickets, and E-Fire, he's in through camera. Oh no, Fired Up blinded. Barbie only good for 1. Finn gets another, but again, they're still trying to fight this. Still super awkward. Finn taken. Rossi now has to do it all, 1 versus 3, and I don't know. He seems like he wants to try and fight this. The flash will go in. Maybe if he sort of lines his way up towards Heaven, he can drop 1 in E-Fire. I mean, look, controls is low, but Rooks has been playing pretty positively throughout the entirety of this day. So he'd have to rip off a pretty firm head. And now holding that line, I think he's managed to wrang his way around, but controls holding it. Even drops the AK over with the AWP. And yeah, that's 10-10 on the scoreline. And I don't know, I feel like just not losing that conversion from the previous round a couple ago for God's Reign, that was kind of just like curtains, really.
A couple little mishaps that they couldn't really afford on this CT side, going to be getting the better of them. 10-10. Money should be broken here for God's Reign now as well. It's been a long day for Chingus Warriors, that's for sure. All these maps are really going the distance, but might be at least getting rewarded with some fruits of their labor here.
Converting this one, maybe a quicker game on Ancient. You know, they'll sort of give themselves a bit more space, because obviously, again, if they win here today, they'll be off for tomorrow. Samarana, maybe some practice. Depends on how you want to approach it, obviously. Again, it's pretty good to use this time to, you know, play against your Asian counterparts, but again, we've probably seen these guys scrimming together at a kind of tournament-wide position, even outside of this event in Shanghai.
It'll be a force buy, or I guess a half buy, really, for God's Reign. Giving themselves a little bit of a chance, going to try and do something a bit different there. Barbie pushing out A-Long, but he's going on his own there, and so it's a pretty easy one to clean up for Chingus Warriors.
They've just been able to do the same thing time and time again, hey? You know, they kind of get a little bit of an early spot A, they get that mid control. This time they're waiting just to see again if God's Reign will walk them down. This time it's just fired up with the swag, holding true. I think they're looking to probably execute over towards B this time round. And again, you know, they're just fighting up against the distance with the MP9s. God's Reign likely will relinquish this round. And then, you know, Chingus Warriors on 11. They've got one more goodbye. Maybe the AWP up again for fired up. But you just can't help but think what could have been, Jordan, in this map so far. And there's the information gathered on the fired up as well.
Pretty slow approach in this round from Chingus Warriors, not really needing to do too much after getting that opening pick. Just going to work their way into B here, and God's Reign with a stack over towards A. We'll be able to save those guns through for another attempt in the next round, but this will be 11 for Chingus Warriors.
Another very slow round, right? Good fundamentals from Chingus Warriors. They've really kind of worked out the approach from God's Reign, understanding their weaknesses, and I also just think, yeah, understanding that they are individually better. You know, even though the fact that it's a core 3, a couple of additionals thrown into the mix, a change of hands from IHC. With all the land opportunity and everything like that that the Mongolian scene have at this point in time, Jordan, they're just more well-drilled. And even with some of the individual talent that we know that's kind of, you know, not slotted into a roster at this point in time. You know, we got to see some really good signs from Atox yesterday. But all of these teams now aspiring to kind of be that next line beneath the Mongols, who made top 8 of the major. And look, I think a few of us were thinking we could have potentially gone even further. All of Oceania becoming a pretty firm Mongols fan towards the latter part of 2024.
Yeah, there was definitely a world where, you know, it felt like maybe 1 or 2 more places forward, but not the case this time around. It's going to be a double AWP actually from God's Reign, so they are changing things up here on the CT side. Where are those AWPs though? Fired Up is watching in middle, and you've got Finn over towards B main.
Information already gathered as well that they are up close towards E-Box. They're pretty stuck in canals though here, Jordan. And I think Chingus Warriors haven't had a hell of a lot of control being found just yet, but you know, Barbie's given that one up. He wasn't exactly set in towards a position to trade, fired up, pulled away, and I can't help but feel that that might have been Barbie calling for his boy, calling for some support from the AWP. Because now they've just sent R2B2 back down, you know, not really able to find anything. They've got 3 down the mid lane now. They know that there's not a hell of a lot happening over towards A. But what are they going to be able to do with it? Again, you know, they leave R2B2 there forward. They've got Rossi now getting in towards position. We'll see Fired Up trying to get on towards that line. It's actually Finn now on the AWP, but can't even get a shot out. Can't even have anything happen. He might get sprayed down through the smoke. News finds R2B2. Finn gets some information. They're just going to go marching straight through that. That's done.
Yep.
Fired Up. He's also going to be falling to the hands of News likely here too as well. Yeah, see you later, mate. A very lackluster last few rounds from God's Reign. Head in hands, hey.
I mean, I think it's safe to say it's been a very lackluster half.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's left a lot to be desired.
It's not the CS you want to see, especially after such an entertaining T-sided start here from the Indian side.
100%.
One round on the CT is just unacceptable.
Yeah, and the one round that they got was like a cheeky sort of pistol round win, so you haven't really shown us anything of substance. No gun rounds. Chingus Warriors are poised to take this 13-10 the way things are going at the moment, but is there going to be another twist and turn? God's Reign turn it on at the 11th hour. That's hopefully the case for them. But the buy is not fantastic. R2B2 going to get caught with an 8 in hand. Luckily the shots do miss, so he'll get back out for the moment and survive. But Chingus Warriors at least succeeding in one mission, and that is pushing God's Reign back away from A-Long. They're winning duels in middle as well. And that is going to prompt a re-aggression here from R2B2. He's going to hide inside that smoke. Have to take a risk at this point when you're down 3v5, but I just don't think this one's going to pay off with 2 players still here for Chingus Warriors. If not Rue, it would have been his teammate. But for Chingus Warriors, it looks like a way too routine way to finish off the map. He fire. Might struggle to get back across, but as long as he goes carpets, he's safe from this line, so he'll still get into sight okay.
A big round from Fired Up would be a nice little reward for us to make sure this one does go regulation, but See you later. What can you even do there? Camera was on, but it's been immediately turned off, overheating on the podium. But yeah, Finn, you know, maybe getting a shot onto E-Fire, but that will be basically all she wrote here. He has crept his way out on towards the site, but you'd be thinking that News would be watching towards this position. The information is there, and there it is. It's going to be the swing in, and Chingus Warriors have turned the tides a little bit too simply here, Jordan. I think it was way too easy breezy for them. And yeah, they were smiling, they were happy. And I think over the other side of the stage, which I'm sure we'll see in just a second, it was head in hands for God's Reign ever since we turned the half around. And expectedly, right? I'm sure that they've got a hell of a lot of questions about their Counter-Strike into that second half.
Yeah, definitely not as disastrous, though, for God's Reign as that opening map in the game against Dreamscape, where they really could have won that map. I mean, they could have probably won Anubis too, but you had Fired Up just going like, what, 0-16 in the first game against...
0-19 in total.
0-19 was it? Yeah, against Dreamscape. You know, it doesn't seem like the mental is quite as bad there for God's Reign, and they did recover from that last game, or that first game, I should say, against Dreamscape, pretty well, and they ended up going on to win that series. So I don't think that, you know, mentally speaking, they're going to be out of this one just yet. They're obviously going to have that same similar sort of conversation where, you know, maybe we're not as comfortable on Anubis, and moving into our own map choice, we have a bit of a better shot here, so that'll have to be what they're saying to each other. But Chingus Warriors, decent win in the end there on Anubis, and now moving on to another one of their favorite maps in Ancient. It doesn't really paint a hugely pretty picture for God's Reign.
And whilst it's not all mechanics, obviously it's, you know, positional approach on the CT side, which again plagues so many minor regions as to how they play it, always seeming to get picked apart by the teams that are a little bit more confident. I don't know how you fix that macro, right? You know, like when it just comes down to the individual gun skill, like everyone can shoot at the end of the day, you know, maybe just more hours in deathmatch, maybe more hours in the server in general. But yeah, I don't know. It seems like it comes down to a hell of a lot more onto the CT side for God's Reign, and understanding each other's limits, putting themselves in positions to trade was a key factor that was lacking. Whereas Chingus Warriors just looked way more clean, even though we saw some good moments from God's Reign. So, look, Ancient around the corner. It's a possibility where we do see something, but also on the exact same coin, I think we could see Chingus Warriors just closing this one up nice and quickly, wrapping up their day, and then allowing us to check out what's happening in Group B.
Yeah, have to expect that to be the case. 13-10, the scoreline there on map number 1. It's not exactly an incredibly convincing scoreline for Chingus Warriors, but it's good enough. Map's a map, and as we've said, Ancient, we know, generally speaking, a pretty good map for the Mongolian scene, but for Chingus Warriors as well. We saw them earlier on against Rare Atom, almost getting the dub there. God's Reign now facing elimination, and this is where that pressure really does start to mount for them. Potential for them to only play one more map in the competition, so got to lock in.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, at least they got that, you know, 3-mapper up against Dreamscape, because Dreamscape did look really, really solid in the opening one, and at the end of the day, they turned it around, they got the win, so they have got a little bit of experience here. They've got the crowd, they've got the, you know, stage experience with the bright lights on them, trying to get that gameplay, but all you can kind of hope for is more, right? You know, the second you're eliminated, you've got time to let it simmer and understand, you know, if we did this, if we did that, we could have taken it a little bit further. But yeah, overall, it's not a horrible perspective that we've seen from God's Reign. Again, it's just really kind of information that they can take back home, and hopefully that they just work through that as time goes on, because if they don't learn anything from this experience so far, it would just be an overly disappointing position. But anyway, there's the stats on your screen right now. Chingus Warriors, an effort by committee. No one really sort of fell behind. I mean, you know, Fired Up and R2B2 didn't have the best of games, but it wasn't coming down to that individual lack of prowess there for God's Reign on any member. It was just the lack of team dynamic and not able to put any runs on the board on that CT.
Yeah, kind of nice to see Rooks back in the mix again, though, for Chingus Warriors. He's having a really, really solid day for himself. There wasn't necessarily anyone doing too poorly there for Chingus Warriors. E-Fire did struggle quite a bit in the first half, but come second half, he started to pick the pace up a little bit. But yeah, once again, MVP is going to go the way of Rooks, which is fair enough. And real driving force behind Chingus Warriors and their run towards playoffs so far today. See if that continues over onto Ancient. I think Controls was really another standout for me. Not in this game in particular, but in the last one on Ancient against Rare Atom. So we'll kind of keep our eyes on him when we go back onto that map to see if he can keep that up doing what it was against Rare Atom. And if he can do it against Rare Atom, I think he can probably do it up against God's Reign. So something to kind of consider for God's Reign as well. that all presence may be a little bit more of a factor coming into map number 2 here. So see if Fired Up can indeed fire up into map 2. That said, it's time for us to take a short break. Don't go too far away. Map 2, Ancient, here between Chinggis Warriors and God's Reign, is up in just a few minutes. So we'll see you then.
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted afterimages caused by rapid motion. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. TR Series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mousepad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. The TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR-SE models also feature Zowie's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this.
Well, we were definitely in a position at one point there during that map where we thought maybe God's Reign could get something interesting done, but cooler heads prevailed, I guess, in the sense that Chingus Warriors end up walking away with a victory there on Anubis, and now we're moving into Anubis with a very solid feeling that this will probably be what we expected, which was the 2-0 that we initially predicted, Conky. But for a couple of good moments from God's Reign in that second half, it could have been a different story. So we'll see how things end up shaking up here on map 2. But I can't imagine Chingus Warriors are going to let God's Reign get away with such an early lead again.
I think the predictions have been firm, but then kind of questioned at a small point, right? You know, Chingus Warriors obviously having such a strong start on Ancient, 8-4 was their opening start against Rare Atom, and then yeah, God's Reign, a little bit of life there with a 8-4 half. But yeah, ultimately, no, 9-3 rather. But at the end of the day, you know, the stronger teams seem to have been prevailing so far, even keeping. Stay cool as they turn around the game. So, I don't know, yeah, I 100% agree with you. I think, you know, it would obviously be nice to see more out of God's Reign, but we have to be realistic at the exact same time. I think, you know, if there's delusion starting to break through us, Jordan, you know, that would be dishonest of us. So, Chingus Warriors are looking pretty good to be the second team to make its way through into the playoffs. Group B around the bend as well. That's going to be a very, very interesting one later in the day, I do believe. Another best of 1 and best of 3 to continue the day forward. But, yeah. Would be a treat to have a quick 2-0 here for Chingus Warriors, because I think they've worked quite well into this one.
Yeah, a bit of aim practice getting underway here before map 2 kicks off. But we've seen pretty decent stuff from both teams on this map, so I'm expecting another reasonably close result. I think we'll continue to get close results as we go through the rest of the tournament, to be honest with you, Koki. I mean, the rest of the matches today as well. EXO ROG is an interesting kind of a prospect to me, quite a tantalizing one. I think regardless of who wins that, the loser should probably dominate Blaze Warriors personally, but I don't know, maybe in the case that it's ROG, they had, you know, we don't really know necessarily what to make of them at this stage yet. Haven't seen enough, but that'll be a discussion for later on down the track.
Absolutely will be. Is Thai CS back? Ooh, the Middle East decimate. We'll have to find out in a little bit as Ancient now it does load up, Jordan. God's Reign. A final attempt here in towards eXTREMESLAND. Will it be Chingus Warriors to drag their way through? Pistol is going to be a very, very important one here, as it doesn't seem to be overly fast. They are just kind of setting themselves up towards mid with a gentle lean towards the B side. Couple of shots heading around. Fired up, able to get 2 here, but traded out accordingly. Rossi doing some reasonable damage. He can find another one here, but eFire somehow still able to live up. Fired up, looking for the ace here. He's been able to pick up 4, so it's a pretty happy sort of position for him. News now rotating in slowly. I think there was a kit somewhere, but he's actually going to be walking straight through that smoke. Is he going to be able to hold the line, get the information? Looking in towards the cave now. They should have some sort of inkling here as to what's going on. And they're watching forward, and I think it should very well be. Oh. No, okay. Ace not happening, but Barvi will at least secure the round. That would have been the only bad thing. It's like, I got 4 and we still couldn't win.
You could definitely see the world there where that went the way of News, though, getting that opening kill. And he had a pretty good read that the remaining player was behind the box. God's Reign get themselves a pistol round win, which is all important. No investment from Chingus Warriors in this round, so they're going to go for the round 3 buy. Well, actually, there is a deagle or 2. Nothing,
always a deagle or 2, Jordan. You need to, you know. You want to hit some of those heads.
There's always that one guy that's like, yeah, I'm going to buy a deagle. It's like, mate, you're not going to do anything.
That guy is me, and I do nothing every time.
And even if you get a kill with it, it's like, what's the value in that?
Of course. One day I'll learn. Maybe my 40s.
Long way to go then, apparently.
It's hard being 21 every day of your life.
Yeah, I understand that. I don't really feel 21 at the moment, though.
You look it, though.
Appreciate that. Good shot from News. There's always that one guy that buys the deagle, and he does something with it every single round.
You got to respect it. But yeah, already into Temple. News straight down. Deagle can be collected. This is where it starts to get a little bit dicey, though, because, again, you know, it comes back to that conversation of God's Reign having the tendencies to, on the occasion, play very solo, right? You know, not setting themselves up to trade. Ariukul will find another because, again, you know, with just these two Deagles, it's somehow a 2-on-2. I mean, they've got no kit, but they've got an AK. Rooks picking that one up. Let's have that second member in, but R2B2 will close it. So a hell of a lot of damage has come out onto the side of God's Reign, but Chingus Warriors are still smiling, Jordan.
Yeah, I don't think you can be too mad about that one with regard to Chingus Warriors. Just 2 Deagles invested. They get 3 kills out of the round. Starting to put some bullets back in the direction of God's Reign, which is nice to see. R2B2, good cleanup though. And off we go into the first gun round. This will be the big one. Chingus Warriors looking to control things. Control, actually, interestingly enough, has gone to Glass Cannon Orb for this round. So really putting a premium on that orbing presence, which can't blame him for. He was good about it in that first matchup we saw today. Pretty much hitting everything he needed to. Brooks has a good idea that Rossi's here. I don't know that Rossi even maybe spotted him there because he just decided to spam the wall. It's a bit of a mishap, and Chingus Warriors get the opening pick as a result. Finn takes Red Room. E-Fire escapes, but Controls also chiming in with the AWP, and as soon as the guns are in the hands of Chingus Warriors, it's a completely different ballgame, isn't it?
Always is, has been the trend throughout the course of this series, and the course of the day for Chingus Warriors. You know, they have been looking very, very sharp. But again, you know, it continues to be down. Rooks, Ariukul, Controls, they've all had some pretty solid moments. Really just trying to buy some additional time now. Fired up. Barbie have to somehow collect themselves. It is just a 2-on-2 on the B site. We need both of them alive to make it sort of a bit more of a realistic prospect because no kits, Jordan. That is the main thing. Controls does get the leg shot. Does make it a little bit awkward now here. 40 seconds. They are all rotating around. Another smoke to go through, so they could potentially just bail out, head their way over towards A, but already Ariukul jumping into house. So they're aware of the prospect of this rotation.
Yeah, an easy one for Ariukul to get the information, and that'll be cleaned up by E-Fire. So it ends up being a round where only 2 guns go through, despite a really, really solid start from Chingus Warriors. So it's somewhat expensive in a sense, but as far as first gun rounds go, I think you take that one pretty comfortably if you're Chingus Warriors. Kind of winning their aim duels all over the map initially. God's Reign back to square one here. Did have an expensive anti-eco, so they're not really quite able to invest as much into this round. Just the 1 AK in the hands of Barbie, who has been one of their standouts today. Chingus Warriors looking to farm some cash up. A couple of MP9s here available. Ariukul going to put one to good use, and Rue the other one. So money in the bank for Chingus Warriors.
Easy peasy. Finn. Couple of warning shots from that position, but yeah, again, you know, they've dove straight in, Chingus Warriors, and now they can exit out with a bit of happiness. They've caught out R2B2 as well, because, you know, why even be stressed about that position? He can't really do a hell of a lot with it. He does get forced off the line. A good flash to come on through. E-Fire, not a hell of a lot of bullets in the mag to sort of close, but, you know, it is up against that Tech 9, so it always does get a little bit scary. They're trying to help him out here, and maybe R2B2 actually will be able to find that shot. He does. Can he recover the M4 though? No. News was always holding, always watching. And now the final 2 members, you know, they got 50 seconds and they're still sitting outside the door. So fired up, actually turning around and hitting the shot. Maybe my passive aggressiveness, Jordan, here is sort of boosting God's Reign forward, because that nade could do bits. No, it was only a smoke. Never mind. I'm a little bit in the space.
Bit fried.
Fired up. He's got fried.
Yeah, 2 solid rounds indeed from Chingus Warriors to start off this map. And this was my concern, that Chingus Warriors are a very well-drilled team. So if you're going to take them to Ancient, then you better have a very good Ancient yourself. And I'm not necessarily suggesting that God's Reign is going to be poor on this map, but I just wonder if they've got that same reps in as what Chingus Warriors do. So far, it's looking like pretty smooth sailing for Chingus Warriors, maybe more so than what we got on map 1. Noting that God's Reign got a lot of their work done on the T side, and you're probably expected to do so again on Ancient. They might have a difficult time of closing this map out on CT. Mid attempt from God's Reign, but with just a few pistols in tow, it's really not a particularly threatening one. It was just news there. He didn't have any backup from any teammates, so he eventually does fall. That'll be a rifle that was retrievable, but for all the good it's going to do, R2B2 doesn't have any armor at all. Left side of Donut's now going to be cleared out by that molly, and so there's only one place he can be. And that's an easy kill for Rooks, and Chingus Warriors take the lead now on Ancient.
Certainly as expected. Just a lack of inspiration from the Indian side over the last little bit. Certainly a good bunch of personalities. You know, it has been enjoyable to kind of hang out with them. It's always nice, you know, when the players actually kind of seek you out as a caster and say g'day and give you a bit of an insight, right? Yep. You know, a lot of them commonly shy away and kind of do their own thing. So we have been able to get a fair bit of insight this time around. And, you know, as the event goes on and the crowd fills up and things along those lines, I'm sure we'll get plenty more of that. But in the tow, they are out mid, heading their way through now. News still holding that line. Rooks getting a couple of warning shots down. They are actually looking to head down long is Ariukul, but with this mid control, Rooks does get forced back towards Cheetah. And it's a bit of a stalemate in this mid control. That smoke giving some safe passage. But I think if Barbie is caught, it could get a little bit awkward. That's a great Molotov too. Look at that. Flushes him out immediately. Finn gets taken down by Rooks. And it's just, again, the very, very basic fundamentals, using those bits of utility to the advantage of Chingus Warriors. And with E-Fire dropping Barbie, now that all that control that they found out mid, didn't do anything with it. They just took it, sit still, and now as they boost up, I think Ariukul actually might be able to get that spot. Yeah, there's the immediate information. The smoke goes down. And once again, you know, God's Reign have done nothing with their controller. Frag found back. But a 2v4 is the prospect here.
Yeah, R2B2 will creep his way forward into Cheetah and Cave. Fired up. We look towards middle, but just don't see the world out for God's Reign right now on this T side. Fired up would have to just do something like a miracle. 4-2. It's looking a bit too easy right now for mine. See attack timeout from God's Reign. Maybe change something up. Go a little bit faster somewhere. Is this sort of slow progression style that they're bringing right now is really not proving to be too effective. They haven't explored A at all either. So it could be an avenue of attack that might bear some kind of fruit that they haven't seen just yet.
It's just that thing of, you know, taking space but then sitting still. You know, you've got to capitalize further, whether you rotate back out, reposition off the back of it, get a frag, set the trade up, whatever it might be. It's just using the spatial control that is gathered on the map. And I think, you know, it looks like they are kind of lacking that early utility as well for the T-sided start of the round. And now Rooks gets out over towards the window. But there's only a draft, a gentle breeze here, as they are just waiting for that smoke to fade. I think Rooks gets one here. Yes, it's a fantastic flash. Molotov also popped. News does get one. Rooks a second. Rooks a third, surely. No, it's Finn getting the shot back, but again, still a 3 versus 2. Rotation already here in full. They might be able to pick up an M4, but they don't really have a hell of a lot to work with outside of that single flash and molly. Smoke goes down towards Cheetah. And again, they just have to freeze time for a little bit. Where are they going to go with this?
Yeah, Trolls solid with the AWP. Ancient has been his playground today.
His tracking's so nice, isn't it?
Yeah, and the answer is they're not going anywhere, Conky. Right now, this is Chingus Warriors going straight to the playoffs and not having a difficult time about it right now on the CT side of Ancient. God's Reign. His pick is blowing up in their face. Next round, though, is going to be a buy round, and I want to see something a bit different. Fired Up's going to have the instant house smoke. Molly and Nade coming through to deny God's Reign any entry into middle. They'll be rerouted towards A long. Have a bit of a push through main. That is somewhat being watched by E5, but he's just caught on the timing, just not expecting God's Reign to walk their way out onto site like that, which is a nice change of pace from God's Reign. Exactly what I was saying, just change something up a little bit.
Another frag too. So all of a sudden, a advantageous position. Because it doesn't look like Chingus Warriors attempted in any way, shape or form right now, Jordan. You know, Finn, he's the one that's sort of watching the lurk down towards bottom mid. I mean, News is kind of making look like something is going to be in the back of his mind, but realistically it's just about taking down as many members as possible. Financial situation still not fantastic. Rue is going to be taken down by Finn. But News is going to get a couple, so he's done a hell of a lot here. He is tempting fate, but nah, R2B2, all they really need to do is kind of just sit there. So it's just damage. Ariukul, all on his lonesome, will be able to get out. I think the rest of them will be A-OK as well. Yes, they will. So that's a saving grace for sure. Ariukul will be the only one to live on, but the money's still decent for Chingus Warriors.
Just keeps God's Reign in the conversation a little bit, but I'm not sure that I'm going to read too much into that round. You're not going to get an opening kill on A like that every day of the week. That's really just a bit of a timing that's gone their way. So need to be seeing a bit more. What have they got in terms of an A take or a B take? You know, are we going to see some kind of mid presence from them as well? It's not been hugely fantastic for them in that area of the map. Chingus Warriors are doing a great job of using that util to deny God's Reign any map control early on. I mean, look at this. They've got lane, they've got middle. And God's Reign having to work their way in there now with a bit of util of their own. But without mid control, lane is not quite as productive for God's Reign. Always have to be wary of that player popping up on shelf and firing a couple shots in your direction. This will just be a ramp push, another contact play from God's Reign, and that nade should do a big chunk. Hasn't quite. It's just flying through the air. Ariukul turned to avoid them, but ended up going down to Barbie. Again, this contact play from God's Reign, you know, it's helping them out quite nicely. They're finding some good timings off the back of it. That Molly not denying the bomb plant either, and Fire fighting for his life.
Oh.
Good damage. Could have lined something up, but God's Reign, I think they're kind of catching Chingus Warriors a little bit with this style. Chingus Warriors not really used to having players just walk up ramp like that.
But it's something, right? A change of approach where they can actually force their way forward. A couple of nice shots too. Definitely seemed like they were all on the same page in that previous round, and they do reap the rewards for it. It looks like that's actually forced, again, Chingus Warriors to take a pause. 2 rounds in a row now secured for God's Reign. But again, you know, they're going to have to show us a hell of a lot more for them to be brought back into this conversation, Jordan, about a turn of the tides. A couple of rounds is nice, because again, all I would hate to see is for them to kind of just roll over and let it happen. You know, they need to be fighting the whole way through. The sole pride of India in an event like this. So as we're back into the action, definitely a swing round around the board, you know, only into the 10th now. But a success here could send Chingus Warriors into the eco. Ooh. And somehow, News has managed to get away back in towards Donut. Finn, happy with his mid-control here, and it's Ajon. They are moving quick.
Yep. Yeah, I think they figured it out, that this is kind of like the way to beat Chingus Warriors. It seems like getting fast into those sites and just catch them on a bit of a timing, but having lost that player up in towards mid-window, it's going to give a bit of a chance for Chingus Warriors back into this one. Nice kill, though, from Fired Up onto the 4-on-4.
Pushing back towards the temple. Good trade out there from E-Fire, but they're up very, very close. It's going to be awkward. Barbie finds 1.5. Ariukul does get... Oh, man.
Who's watching Donut?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, it would be me right now. I'm pretty hungry, but nobody from God's Reign apparently wants a piece of it.
Oh, that sucks. That really does suck, Jordan. You know, they are just so tunnel vision towards CT, towards Temple.
Yeah.
They had so much control, and they hit a couple of nice shots out there as well, but just the fact that they give that opportunity up, we're starting to put them back potentially into the conversation. A swing round where they could have maybe found, you know, 6, 7 rounds in the half. But Chingus Warriors, they've got money to boot now. They can continue to fight all the way to the end of this half.
Chingus Warriors take mid once again, and News set up just outside of this smoke. He'll be hearing some of the noises that God's Reign are making right there. He knows that there's a few players just outside of mid. Rossi's the one in an interesting position. He's been sort of dropped off by God's Reign to his own devices for the moment. What's the idea in this round, though, for God's Reign? There's Util getting tossed into Donut. A few players set up outside of middle. I think they're trying to fake or at least provide some presence over towards the A site. There's a couple of smokes that have been forced over there, but Chingus Warriors pretty quickly able to clear out that as a possibility. They've still got controls on that long line from Temple, so they're not seeing much there, and they're going to send their forces back in towards middle. Ends up being a 1-for-1. Chingus Warriors, I think, pretty aware, though, of what God's Reign are up to here. The only X factor really is going to be Rossi with this late lurk onto B. If he can get some work done, then the round gets blown open, but right now, Controls looking very well set up to deal with what amounts to, again, be really a contact play on A.
Rossi just continuing to struggle too. 0 and 10, fired up, has been baited out by this shot time and time again. And now they're coming in quickly on the flank too. Rooks find him very, very soon, but E-Fire is going to take him down before that is necessary. That is the half one out by Chingus Warriors. With only one round towards the end, it's looking again like a very likely storyline about a 2-0 for the Mongolian side as they continue to look good here. Going to set themselves up to make those playoffs a day off tomorrow. If you guys are just joining us, of course, where the hell have you been, first of all? But Groups A and B today. Best of 1 and a best of 3, followed by Groups C and D tomorrow.
It's good to know that you've learned your ABCs in your years, Conky.
Only took me 30 years, Jordan.
Barbie, on his way into middle, has been heard, seen, binked even. But he's somehow got all the way into Donut, so he just hasn't stopped. God's Reign, they are really just defaulting back to this fast playstyle on A, and I really don't think it's working anymore. 8-4, that's a phenomenal first half from Chingus Warriors in the end. CT-sided, looking good. It is a pretty dire look at the moment for God's Reign. Certainly not the same kind of a story as what we had in that first map where we thought, you know what, they might actually have something here. Right now they are getting a little bit blasted on Ancient. 8-4. Not to mention the fact that that was done on the CT side by Chinggis Warriors. All signs pointing towards a Mongolian victory for this one.
Absolutely. No real change of tone either as we move in towards the T side, which arguably was stronger for Chinggis Warriors and Rare Atom in that opening series of the morning, which we needed a 19-17 scoreline to see that map of Ancient closed out. So heading over towards A this time around, Finn might be able to drop news away inside the Cheetah, but now they head over towards A. There is the boost up, so maybe they can do something here with Rossi's position. He's going to be able to fire a couple of warning shots, but ultimately nothing really sort of taken for it just there. In the end, he does get one, and so does Fired Up, but that allows a rotation for the rest of the team of God's Reign to show up. E-Fire, Ariukul, though, able to find a couple of shots, and they're not overly convinced about the A site now. They can actually hightail it out of there.
Still, bomb in the hands of E-Fire, and he's got a lot of options right now. Looks like Chinggis Warriors just going to slow this one down, but I think still towards the A site. Oh. E-Fire is going to give that bomb over to Ariukul, who has a little more HP to play with, and just kind of sacrifice himself in the chance that he might be able to pick a kill up somewhere. It's ended up blowing up in his face. Chinggis Warriors not been very good in the pistol rounds here against God's Reign. I will say that much. Struggled against the on Anubis, lost the first round in this map as well. Now it's on to Ariukul, who says, hang on a minute. Maybe my team's not good on the pistol, but I am. Problem is he's making a lot of noise, so this should actually be a pretty easy kill for R2B2 in the end, unless Ariukul clears it, which he does not. Oh. Had he done so, he actually had a real chance there. R2B2 missing a few of those opening shots. But God's Reign get another pistol.
My only concern is here, Jordan, is that God's Reign even looked tilted after that round, right? You know, there was a lack of fist bump going on, just frustrations, really. And it's the most important thing to keep a level head in a series like this. So despite Chinggis Warriors not playing out the best of pistols, they do take it down to the 1v1. It was way too close for comfort.
3 out of 4 pistols going the way of God's Reign in this series.
Oh my God. Kind of crazy to think about, right?
And both of them on this map. And yet, we'll see where it ends up going. The good news for God's Reign is that there was no bomb plan allowed there to Chinggis Warriors, so harder for them to force anything through in this round, which they don't end up opting to do. This one should be a little bit more of a freebie, but actually they can get a bomb plan on A if they're lucky. Ooh, and that's a good shot from News. So that certainly opens the door up for a bomb plan, especially if he could get one more here onto Barbie, who's only 27 HP. That's a risky play to go around the corner. You can't afford to lose this round if you're God's Reign. It's gone from, hey, let's just try to get a bomb plan to now maybe, hey, let's try and win this round. News ducking away. It's really on to E-Fire hitting a good shot or two right now and trying to isolate these angles as best as possible. Rossi taking the 1v1. Sorts it out for God's Reign, but maybe a little bit too close for comfort. Either way, getting the bomb plant down there, not too bad for Chinggis Warriors. It'll help them with their buy in the next. Get this economy going. Get this second half going, really.
Yeah. Extra bit of money in the back pocket. Certainly going to boost the Mongolian side forward. But yeah, as I said, you know, even with these last couple of rounds, God's Reign, they seem to be, again, I can't tell if they're frustrated or locked in. But either way, they've got everything that they need to close this round. Rossi and Barbie with the kits in tow. But on the side of Chinggis Warriors, as we mentioned, they've got everything that they need as well. So quicker approach, utility down to try and take control of Cave and Cheetah. They'll be affording that one. Rook's also taken rather low. So not a bad early damage exchange for God's Reign.
Son said he's winning the race, I'd imagine, for Chinggis Warriors. Take that mid control, set up News. It's going to be a double swing into Red Room, and it looks perfect. Everybody winning their duels. Only factor is there's still a player in Donut who is just going to get a nice timing to creep on out. You're not expecting 3 players towards middle. So that was a good kill from Rossi, but elsewhere it hasn't really gone right, and a couple of missed shots from Fired Up will give News the opportunity to peg one more back. Plant's gone down. Safe territory for Rossi. Chingus Warriors are going to go to 9.
It was safe territory before he even found that one as well. You know, now he spots in towards House, and Rooks has got the flank. So I think Rossi's also probably going to be going down, unfortunately. Getting that smoke into position. Knows he's probably trapped in. Everyone hunting. And there's the info. Should be able to have some damage dealt. He does run away for a little while longer, but I can't help but feel that Controls is going to be able to find him as they keep on running on through. There he is. A couple of taps away. And, well, Rossi, I bid you farewell, my friend. 9 rounds for Chingus Warriors. And the first of what we assume to be many into this T-side.
Yeah, I tend to agree. God's Reign, though, will put a little bit more behind the saved weapon in this round. So some armor purchased across the board. Some util here as well. They're going to look to fight for middle. They don't have a huge amount of util to do it with. Rush just getting tossed over the top, but God's Reign have actually gone into the smoke. So this will get a little interesting. News, I think, is somewhat aware of that possibility, but he's definitely not expecting Rossi to come back out. Still, he'll get the fight. R2B2 has to clean it up from Shelf. Overall, good take into mid solo from News. It's left Chingus Warriors with a huge amount of control over towards B. All of the God's Reign forces were dedicated towards middle, and they actually ended up losing the fight against the solo man of News.
Even when they try, it seems a little bit far-fetched, doesn't it? You know, this game feels way much further apart than it kind of looks like on paper. You know, it was 8-6 at some point not too long ago. And now just a full save for God's Reign without a single chance back in towards this round. So all they can hope for is that they hold on to the weapons that they've got. The money is not in a fantastic spot at all. They'll likely just have to bring a couple of things together as the financial position for Chingus Warriors will stack up nicely. From this position now, Jordan. Yeah, look, it's definitely effort by committee here. Chingus Warriors, every single player has been stepping up to the plate. And here, about a swing is something that we have seen in these last few rounds.
A couple of swing and a misses, though, from God's Reign, it has to be said. And they've kind of cooked their econ with that investment last round. So it's going to be another half-buy sort of round here from God's Reign. So a couple of rifles and, you know, nothing else really behind that. I mean, Fired Up's got the MP9 here with the armor as well, but no upgraded weapon at all for Barbie. He's on a USP. Doesn't really get you too excited. Big push, though, from Chingus Warriors into a stack on the A side. Things could go very wrong for them right here. Oh, it's gone. Horribly wrong. Oh, dear. That's just a failure of an information gather from Chingus Warriors. They just committed to A. Now it's on to Ariukul, who might still be able to save the day here, but he's running out of bullets and he'll be chased down. There's no doubt about that one. Rossi aware that the reload is coming through, and it's a big round to win again for God's Reign. They seem to have a bit of a knack of pulling these cheeky rounds out just when it's needed to keep things interesting, because Chingus Warriors were kind of running away with this half, and then all of a sudden now God's Reign's back into it.
I was going to say, though, if history repeats itself just like it did on Anubis, they lost the round straight after. So you can hope that God's Reign look to pick this one up. You know, just a couple of weapons and some pistols to support. And now they've got the full investment here. You know, Rossi with 3,400 as well. So Rossi straight into Donut, or up for Fired Up. And now they're keeping an eye on towards this boost. I think it's actually going to be Fired Up to get that early connection. But they do seem to be pretty keen to keep on moving here, Chingus Warriors. They are going to walk their way up. Finn does drop one. R2B2, one singular point of HP. So it definitely has slowed down their little aggressive prospect.
News wants to have a turn. Set up on that line, but smoke obscuring his vision. Can't see too much, hoping for a boost over it, but there's no real reason for God's Reign to boost over that smoke at this point. They're 5-on-3, they have the site control. There's no one really looking for information onto the B side.
All they have to do is just make no mistakes here, right? And that's a good start there. Finn finding E-Fire, so hopefully trying to change the narrative of what we've been seeing in the last little bit. News still holding onto that AWP. Ariukul does have the bomb in hand, but R2B2 They've done the old Bogdan's Law. I'm glad it seems to still ring true, as News does narrowly miss a shot here as well. And R2B2 with a level of confidence. He dives on in, and I don't know. I want this to be a potential turn of the tides, Jordan, but I just don't see it just yet. At least, again, they have managed to capitalize on that advantageous round position and turn it into a second.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing it yet, but one more round here could start to make me believe for God's Reign. They're starting to make a bit of noise. Get fired up on that stage, and it was actually fired up, interestingly enough, making all of that noise by that replay there. Got the opening kill as well in that round. Attack timeout for Chinggis Warriors.
They do like taking them, Jordan.
Yep, fair enough. I mean, it's there. Might as well use it.
Yeah, and it just sort of reminds me, you know, like Mongols was always a team that does like to do that. Mara getting into the boys' minds. Savage seems to be doing the same. No, Carnage, rather. Carnage, that's the guy's name for the Chinggis Warriors side. So having a little bit of a conversation, and
wow, cool.
Unfortunately, it's straight into the HEs are fired up, but you can't really expect a hell of a lot from this round. It's just going to be a march in towards A main, and they might actually find the site the way this round's going.
Well, yeah, but fired up watching for it. We'll be able to call for a quick rotate. I guess best case scenario for Chinggis Warriors here is maybe fired up misses a shot and you're able to get in onto that side and get a plant down. He actually hits it, but it's not a killing blow. And now you've got a bunch of jumping jacks all over the site. There's one up close, Ariukul, and then controls, and
Ace.
then Rue.
No.
All going down, fired up, not quite there, but bomb plant is really what Chinggis were looking for there.
A little bit of a crowd here too as well with that gentle golf clap.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always an interesting sort of time of day, right? You know, Thursday, 2:30 p.m. No Chinese teams playing at this point in time, but there was definitely a bit of a turnout this morning.
Saturday, Sunday is really where we'll get, I'd say, the majority of the crowd.
Without a doubt, especially with Rare Atom, you know, setting themselves up into those playoffs. I don't think that Tai Lu will be far behind them tomorrow.
Big damage onto eFire and News at the start of that round. No harm done, though, in the end. They are both still alive, but
great
Rooks,
shot.
I mean, he's just gone swinging on his own into mid there from Shell. Finn, not quite good for two, but he's got backup. R2B2 can't get out alive. Some salvaging being done. However, gonna need more controls. That's just a insane kill. He's got the bomb here. He just needs to go for a quick plant. Not that he's aware of it. He doesn't know the site is clear. A fast plant here would have been really problematic for God's Reign, but we'll wait for eFire to be there to cover him, and that will provide some time for God's Reign also to come across.
I was just about to say, where's this approach been? You know, sure, it's ended up in a 2-on-2, but just the fact that God's Reign were willing to set themselves down together. It's all been off the back of some individual heroics here from Controls and a missed shot from Fired Up. He was looking good, but a whiff there makes it certainly a little bit rough, and unfortunately after the opening kill, the fact that they have to give up the round and try to save the AWP is a horrible pill to swallow, but they've got money. They've got stuff to work with. Chinggis Warriors will secure 11, but God's Reign not out of the fight just yet.
Yeah, it's a tough one to lose for God's Reign, but it's not the end of the world, that's for sure. Plenty of money here on the CT side, but money maybe not even such a factor right now as the actual rounds that they have to play with. I mean, you lose two here, you're done. So it's not about keeping your economy healthy. It's just purely now about winning rounds.
It's just the fact that it went down to another 4-on-2 that they lost, right? You know, they got the opening picks. They were able to walk down long. They were able to contest early on in mid, Fired Up, getting an opening shot. And then the fact that they still relinquish it is just, you know, again, the constant tune that we keep on singing for God's Reign. What could be, Jordan? What could bloody be?
If nothing else, they've gotten close in both of these maps, and that's respectable against a team like Chinggis Warriors. But Barbie up on the shelf, the flash coverage is great, and God's Reign bounce right back in this round. Rook's not able to double down. The Galil not doing him any favors there either. It's not done yet.
Still kicking. Whether or not they're screaming or not, that'll be a tune shortly. Another 4v2. This is one that they have to convert. It's no more worrying about the economy or the battles that prevail. It's about turning these rounds in their favor. Fired Up repositioning. They are very separated here. I do like the setup that they've got here. R2-B2 at the back of elbow. Just having a little bit of a look over towards mid. They spot them house, but again, is it that contest? Do we really want to fight this? There's no need. They can just set up, join parties over towards the B site and try to defend. They've got 3 members now turtled well. They're watching the flank. Control picked up, fired up, finding News, and there it is. R2-B2 gives the team another lifeline. And this game will continue forward.
We're going to see another overtime here on Ancient, potentially.
Honest to God, man, I won't be mad about it. Like, you know, this is one of our shorter days where it's like, you know, maybe we get a little bit of rest earlier on, but it's like, who cares? We're here for the Counter-Strike. We're here for the good stuff.
It's true.
And I would just be, yeah, so disappointed to see God's Reign put in the fight and just be short. If they get a map here, that's honestly not a bad result for them.
It's good mentality. You can sleep when you're dead.
That's it, mate. Exactly.
Chingus Warriors not dead yet, nor are God's Reign. 3rd attack timeout out of 3. Chingus Warriors, their last-ditch attempt to try to close this one out comfortably. Otherwise, God's Reign maybe taking it to OT, maybe even still winning this in regulation. That is possible. Money's a little bit weird for Chingus Warriors at the moment. It doesn't seem like they're being able to really scrounge everything together that they'd necessarily want. So they're going to fully invest into this round for the most part. Try to play for that 12-10. Worst case scenario, you know, they can fight from 11-11 and Money can still recover there, but they need to get a bomb down this round, that's for sure, especially if they lose.
If they lose, it's really sort of a case for overtime, isn't it?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. So the slow walk out bottom mid. They've relinquished control early, but they've regathered it at a latter part here. And oh, the timing there. Finn doesn't need to expend his Molotov. Fired up, hitting another shot. Will he be able to connect onto the second? He will. Shotgun up close. And he's been looking absolutely fantastic right now. 25 kills. I remind you all that he opened up his tenure against Dreamscape 0-19. Their claim was that they don't really play the map of Dust 2. So you can kind of put it down to, you know, that being a little bit fair. But the problem for God's Reign has been that, you know, even when we're seeing individuals perform and put up numbers like Fired Up is, the rest of the team's not doing the exact same. It always needs to be an effort by committee, especially up against some of these more solid teams like Chingus Warriors, Mongols. A very solid bunch of players, a very good-looking region with a hell of a lot of passion and mostly good mentalities outside of a couple of individuals that we've discussed over time, Jordan. But 4-2. Controls, Ariukul, all that's left standing. Great shot from Controls, but the fact is now that's a weapon given up. No Kevlar. I won't be singing a sad tune just yet.
It's not really about that anymore. I mean, 20 seconds left in this round. They would have needed to get the bomb plant down. I mean, if Ariukul can go back and take that M4 through to the next round, then that'll help the buy for sure. But it doesn't really matter taking guns away from God's Reign at this point. We're so close to the end of regulation that they've got enough money to pretty much buy the game out. That'll be God's Reign up to 11. Chingus Warriors not getting too much done in that one. And now is where things start to get interesting because momentum has definitely shifted. God's Reign doing phenomenally, and Fired Up is really farming with this AWP. All the timeouts have been used by Chingus Warriors, and things are not going their way.
Crunch time, Jordan. The buy is in from Chingus Warriors. They've managed to cycle around those weapons that were saved over. Controls is actually going to not opt for the Kevlar just to make sure that the rest of the team has what they need. Obviously no money saved over in towards the round. They've just invested in some additional utility, and Finn going a little bit further forward in Cave here. It's the same approach from Chingus Warriors. A late walk out towards bottom mid. They have got control of the lane here as well in the hands of Rue, and just leaving that one member in News up towards A.
Definitely wouldn't be a bad time for News to just lurk his way out onto A right now. There's nobody watching for that at all. There's a lot of presence here towards Red Room. EFI gets the opener. They're not expecting a second player though. Rossi's on for 3. He'll definitely get 2, but that is horrific timing for Chingus Warriors, and they have just lost the round as a result. It's a gamble, definitely, for God's Reign, but putting 2 players in Red Room like that, it has worked out perfectly.
The best part for Rossi here, Jordan, is the fact that he's been having a pretty average game And then to go for an individual play like that, that's got to boost the confidence. That's got to kind of do everything for that team, right? You know, one of the hype men in the side, one of the newest additions. And God's Reign have actually called for the tactical as well. They want to make sure that they don't get too overexcited. Game's not done. That's the main thing, right? You know, there is going to be not the best looking of buys. It's definitely going to be a few Tech 9s, maybe a Galil if they're lucky, some utility to be all thrown together. But they've set themselves up for a map win. They don't want to go to overtime, Jordan. If they let that happen, that's when it could all sort of start to fall apart here. So first attack pause in this map for God's Reign, and it's at a time where all they need to use it for is just to secure this single round.
It's a big round, definitely. The start of something, again, potentially, for God's Reign. They had a very long series, obviously against Dreamscape as well. Went all the way to 3. They did make that reverse sweep happen. Inferno Mirage is where that was. This time it would be Ancient Mirage.
It's just funny how this has turned the tide, right? You know, it was a pretty crap game at the start. Now it's looking real good. So Root, straight down towards the site. Barbie is going to be the initial one to deny. Does get taken down by controls, but Finn and R2, B2, Elfish Guy. Is it happening right now? Are we going to a third map of Mirage? It's certainly looking like that may be the case unless News can do something about it. Gets the shot. Rossi fired up on the line, but holding with the AWP. News making it work, but fired up, gets the shot back. Now trying to plant the bomb, but it doesn't quite go in yet. Ariukul, so nervous, so concerned about what the potential prospects are, but they're walking on in.
Oh, this is cheeky though from him.
I do like this. They're waiting for him, and there's potentially a level of awareness. They're actually even going to throw an additional nade. Fired up though, should be able to hit the shot, and he will. There it is, God's Reign. They found a map success over Chingus Warriors, and what that means is that we are going to map number 3. Not a short day for anyone today, despite the best of 1 and the best of 3 approach. That is a great result from them. They've got to be happy with that one, and Chingus Warriors are back to the drawing board. They've got Mirage around the bend, and I don't know, man. I don't really know what to make of this, right? Was it Chingus Warriors kind of losing their momentum, or was it God's Reign just turning the tune? Because Fired Up's momentum really kind of carried the team into that position, didn't it?
Yeah, a bit of column A, bit of column B. I think God's Reign definitely looking a lot better in that second half, but Chingus Warriors, I mean, there wasn't a whole lot of pizzazz really out from them, you know? It was just very slow rounds, didn't really try to change things up all that much. I think maybe they even thought like this was a foregone conclusion and that they were going to get around without, you know, too much effort, but ultimately clearly not the case, and God's Reign just grind that game back. It was an 8-4 half, and God's Reign winning that pistol was what started it all. What a difference it could make, but yeah, in the end, Chingus Warriors, you know, now, again, not backs against the walls necessarily, but have to think about the possibility of the fact that they may still get knocked out of eXTREMESLAND here, and that would definitely be a failure from Chingus Warriors, there's no doubt about that.
Absolutely it would. It would be a failure to not win this series in any way, you know, even if it was an elimination or not. Chingus Warriors surely would be putting themselves as the better team in their minds. And look, whilst we still do have another map, Mirage, you know, it's one where I don't expect any problems from Chingus Warriors, but also at the exact same tone. God's Reign, not a bad sort of run on this map. Have been able to see it so far, as the middle of the map pool did approach us for their game against Dreamscape. So there is the fundamentals that certainly are there, ready to rock and roll. But what a close win there, 13-11. I was 100% thinking that we were going to have a 2-0 in favor of Chingus Warriors, Jordan. So the fact that we get to go to a third map and see a little bit more from God's Reign is, I suppose, a reward in a certain way. But ultimately, again, you know, the question marks are just up in the air. I don't know who I kind of want to go through, really, in this sort of prospect now that it's gotten to this third map. I, again, thought it was going to be a 2-0 all the way from Chingus Warriors. And how does God's Reign do in the playoffs? That's also a big question, right?
I think it's probably a cooler storyline if it is God's Reign that you end up going through, because obviously Chingus Warriors, they're a bit of an expected force. But yeah, God's Reign, you know, also being the only team at this event from India, whereas there's a few more representatives from Mongolia, of course. I think it would be kind of cool to see God's Reign go through and, you know, actually seal the deal in this series. You know, there is a world where that ended up actually being a 2-0. Like, Anubis was very close.
Yeah.
If they could have just put really anything together in the second half of Anubis, that might have been God's Reign walking away with the win, or vice versa. Obviously, Chingus Warriors, if they could have just closed that map out. Quick 2-0 there. So very, very close matchup at the moment, but could have went one way or the other. In the end, goes neither, and we're going to go to 3. Fired up 27-15. That's easily his best map at the event thus far. R2B2, have to say, probably the same for him as well. 23-15. Haven't been seeing those kinds of numbers from him at eXTREMESLAND. So it's, again, an effort by committee starting to come into play here for God's Reign as they're working their way through nicely. And Rooks, for once, goes a bit missing, and you can see what that does for Chinggis Warriors. It kind of sends them into a deficit pretty substantially, but fantastic stuff from Fired Up. And Mirage coming up next. If he can keep that kind of level up, then yeah, then there's definitely a world where God's Reign might be able to get a bit of work done.
It's showing the signs where if God's Reign actually do have all 5 members operating, you know, they are a formidable foe, right? You know, again, we talked about it. I think really for, you know, most of the teams in this group, like Rare Atom, obviously Chinggis Warriors, again, the fact that they don't line up individually as well as you would have sort of expected against a team like this. But again, they've shown that there's a potential chance, and now we go to map 3.
Indeed. Let's take a quick break. Come back for map 3. We'll see you soon.
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after-images caused by rapid motion. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. TR Series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mouse pad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. The TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR-SE models also feature Zowie's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay.
Didn't really expect to be at this point, but here we are. It's map 3 between God's Reign and Chingus Warriors. Both of us kind of predicted a 2-0 the way of Chingus Warriors. We very nearly got that, but they just couldn't put it over the line in the end. And God's Reign, you know, tenacity, I think, is one thing that you could probably associate with this team. Let's see if they can go the distance and take this third map now.
Resilience is, I think, a highly important part of Counter-Strike because, you know, I was sort of thinking at the start of Ancient, they looked super flat. They didn't look exactly excited even after a pistol round win. I think they still looked a little bit kind of worried about what was going on. But then, you know, towards the tail end of that game, we started to hear them get loud and proud and some, you know, fan moments as well. It seems like there's a couple of people that are watching along that are making it a little bit more entertaining for God's Reign. And again, you know, they were just one of the teams that you could probably put in the happy to be here sort of mark, right? And right now, they could potentially be running their way through to the playoffs for the first time in eXTREMESLAND history.
Yeah, that's a good point. That was an interesting thing we were talking about a little bit on Anubis. We weren't necessarily too sure at that stage where this series was going to go, but it was looking pretty good for God's Reign, and we started to think, okay, well, what's it look like for India in the past at eXTREMESLAND events? And they've not made it out of groups, but
look at that stare down.
Hopefully, pretty locked in.
Ah, he's a cutie. Look at him. That's the face of a man who may very well make the next stage of competition. But yeah, look, as I said, all we can really care about is, I think, like, there's two sides of the coin. It'll be an amazing result where they'll be super happy if God's Reign make it through. You know, give them a bit of a rest and some time to play another best of 3, right? It's just experience, just more time in the server against some of these good teams on zero ping, on LAN. Some good engagement, right? You just don't really get the chance for this plenty. Whereas on the other side of the coin, Chingus Warriors, you know, they've got the Mesa Studio that they get to play in on the regular. They've got ECL. They've got some other bits and pieces. God's Reign being in LCL, obviously, as well. So, but yeah, just more competition of this caliber. I think they'll be happy to play in. So, as the final map moves into Mirage, Jordan, I don't know, like this one obviously it has way more of a question mark than the opening 2 maps of the series as to what we should expect here. And as you said, Anubis was looking like it could have potentially gone God's Reign's way, and it goes the opposite completely. This could have very well been a 2-0 for either of these teams if there was maybe just one round the difference.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the way the playoffs is going to shake out, it'll be Group A second place versus Group B first place. So assuming winner of this, whoever that may end up being, they will play either EXO or ROG. It doesn't feel like an unwinnable game. EXO definitely look good, but we've only seen one BO1 from them, so can't really draw too many conclusions. Also, that was against Fated Rise, who have really struggled, it seems, in this event. So all to play for, as God's Reign and Chingus Warriors will take to Mirage for the final map of this series.
We ball, Jordan, we ball. We were built for this, these long days, these excellent length best of 3s. Asian Counter-Strike will prevail as it usually does. There is one constant, and Counter-Strike is that. No matter what's thrown at it, we still find ourselves here on a map of Mirage. And R2-B2 actually going to be the one to open up here, taking down E-Fire. They do pick up the pace out towards A now. It's a bit of a bait and switch Rooks over towards B, but it's not really going to matter a hell of a lot when Controls and Ariukal do manage to find a couple. Finn now having to reposition over towards this side. Got a bit of a tough task, a bit of a tall order, as they do swing all the way around towards the boxes. Now coming up Connector, Rooks will be able to join the party, and it's going to be Controls again to be the bee in the bonnet, the thorn in the side. Another great shot. A 3K for him, and it's all onto R2-B2. Man, Controls, he has been nuts. And I think perfect thing. The previous map did go a little missing, and that's when the team potentially fell awry. So he has been a huge, important part of this team for Chingus Warriors.
Real chance gone begging, though, for God's Reign, right? Like a really good start to that pistol. They've been certainly strong on the pistol work throughout this series so far. 3 out of the 4 pistols up to that point. Now it's 3 out of the 5. Chingus Warriors getting off to a good start on this map. Not something that they've had in this series so far. The only pistol that they actually won was the second half pistol on map 1. So first time that they're actually going to get out of the gates with the lead, and hopefully for them it'll be a sizable one now. God's Reign have not invested into this, and it should be a pretty easy round. That molly forcing the player on top of balcony back down under Balc, giving away his position as well. Bit of a sizzle on those feet. And Chingus Warriors working their way pretty easily into A.
little bit of damage onto Ariukul. So just falling away, you know, all they can hope for is a couple of shots. Barbie able to open up with one. And again, I don't really think there's a potential prospect of them getting back in at all. They would have to start dropping like flies. Barbie, another. Maybe, just maybe, Rooks is getting put his back up against the wall now. Oh no, Jordan. I mean, look, nah, surely, right? They've got too much control, a great shot. Yeah, okay, we're Gucci. They definitely lost a hell of a lot in that round, but Controls is now 8-0. And they lost every rifle bar one up against just a couple of USPs and a Deagle.
Yeah, those pistols are really scary in the hands of God's Rain. Not scary enough to get through the rifle. So, fair enough. First gun round out here for God's Rain, and fired up, just gets obliterated. What? Controls is not happy with how this game has played out. He is 10-0, 11-0 in 3 rounds, and the kills that he's getting are just absolutely insane. Finally, he's been brought to heel. Rossi is a one-man army on that B bomb site, but he can only do so much. Easy win for Chingus Warriors, and Controls has just taken matters into his own hands.
A kiss on the head. Deserved, to be honest. Yeah, that is beautiful. 11-0. That's some donk-like behavior right there. Being the kind of sole one, carrying the team forward, putting it into the backpack. Sometimes you need a hero that you can follow your Shogun. Your Khan. Oh, I love that. Something beautiful about a coach that is so passionate for his boys. Anyway, we settle back again. God's Rain only with the pistols. Chingus Warriors are marching through the foothills of Mirage. Not really a hell of a lot that God's Rain can do in this round except for just sit and try and look beautiful over towards B.
Warriors this time taking a bit of a slower approach through middle. But once again, it is Controls looking for those entries. He's going to be flashed into ladder room. E-Fire there to back him up as Finn attempts to pick the line back up. This is pretty cool, calm and collected so far from Chingus Warriors. Rossi's really the only one that's been a thorn in their side thus far, but being brought down pretty comfortably on the B side this time. Can't double down. So 4-0 on the cards for Chingus Warriors. Yeah, semblance of normalcy kind of returning. Chingus Warriors take their rightful place as the advantaged team in this matchup.
Would be kind of funny, wouldn't it? And I mean, I'm not calling for this at this point in time. It would be almost depressing, but such a close opening, map 1 and 2, and then to see a complete and utter decimation just be, you know, the kind of tone of this competition, right? Unexpected chaos. Which is quite often this early part of the competition, you know, right? Group stages, there's just so much variation in ability. Some teams, some players that have, you know, been on the world stage in front of tens of thousands in the crowd. Others, you know, just sitting at home in front of mum and dad. So, first real kind of solid looking round here for God's Rain, potentially the way of weaponry. All up, fired up. It was a absolute menace in the previous map. 27 kills, I believe he ended up pulling through.
Yeah. Controls is almost halfway there in 4 rounds.
Again, the donk effect really, isn't it? That's the only thing I can kind of put it towards at this point in time in the current rifle meta. And he's an AWPer as well. The irony.
Yeah. Not at the moment. Do not take that AK out of his hands just yet. Smoke in for mid window. Chingus Warriors putting a lot of premium on mid. Obviously, very important part of the map on Mirage. Gives you a lot of options. B split, A split, up control. And Finn, okay, happy to lock that one in. It feels like, again, a little bit of a lapse in concentration maybe for Chingus Warriors.
Hang on.
But News could still do some damage, and economic damage at this point still very relevant. Waiting for that peek from Finn, looking for the fight against Barbie, but good protocols from God's Rain. Swinging it together, and It's going to be a lock, no less. So, God's Reign get there first.
Good couple of shots there from Finn. Defending down from jungle. You know, News was hitting a few nasty ones, but he couldn't just quite find that timing. They swung very nicely from connector and jungle. So fired up, watching straight on towards that line. Top mid will be afforded some safe passage. Molotov, though, should flush them through, and Controls. He's an AWPer now. Been able to pick that one up. R2B2 down. Same with fired up. There's that pick from Controls. Still over towards short, I do believe. So, yeah. Window smoked. Progression now found from Chingus Warriors. They don't really have to do a hell of a lot for the next 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, if it's just going to be the one round from God's Reign and then another big streak here from Chingus Warriors, it's really not going to bail them out of too much trouble. I don't imagine they're going to be getting too much done now. Lost too much map control, lost too many players. Player upstairs, though, could double down at least, maybe even drop the bomb, but unorthodox movement is going to cause a bit of a ruckus for him. And so in the end, Chingus Warriors get through that one without too much difficulty. Now, you have to suspect that their map also might not be too much difficulty the way things are going.
Slow is all I can really sort of say. And again, you know, the emotion starts to go a bit flat on the side of God's Reign. They have taken their pause. They have taken their attack timeout early. Because last time, on that previous map of Ancient, they waited all the way till the final round of regulation to take it, and it netted them success. So hopefully they've learned from this one now. They seem to be relatively in the zone, not too overexcited, but also not on the other side of the coin either. Chingus Warriors seem to be very much locked in. No one really falling behind, and the only obvious constant is the fact that Controls has just been allowed free reign. Especially now that he does have that AWP in tow. So standard utility out, prod towards A, mid utility in. And I think they're going to be pretty happy for quite a quick pop out towards this A side, even just looking like it might just be the old default A hit.
Yep, Controls, couple of flashes there, standing by lamp. Probably just a couple of quick flashes over the top of A. And we'll see everyone work their way out. There's a molly to balcony. That's going to prevent Chingus Warriors from using this palace position to the greatest of extent, but there's going to be a swing out through the smoke. E-Fire alongside Controls with, again, those flashes from Lamp. Opening the account nicely onto Barbie. One plank goes down quite quickly. 4 on 5 for the retake. God's Reign. They don't have any U-turn. Here, again, is where you'd probably look at it and say, this might be a pretty quick save call. They're going to stick around. They're going to fight for it. And they're somehow winning this as well.
What?
Chingus Warriors trying to get ahead of that play. And they've actually played into God's Reign's hands. I don't know about that one at all. Chingus Warriors really did not need to do that. God's Reign, it would have been a very tough retake to make. That, though, is a failure on the behalf of God's Reign. They should be covering that a lot better than they have. Controls might just win this round right here. Doesn't need to keep on peeking.
Why is he peaked again?
I don't know.
Time?
He's good.
Oh,
yeah.
Controls!
That's a mishap on both sides. A huge mishap from God's Reign. They need to be covering A main better than that. You had players looking in that direction.
Oh.
They knew, or should have assumed, that that was dirty. And then Controls, once he hits these 2 shots, he's, I think, just feeling it.
Yeah.
And he goes for the 3rd. But realistically speaking, he doesn't need to peek at all. He just needed to be more disciplined and wait for the defuse tick.
It's crazy, isn't it? You know, even at this level, like, what's more important, the clip or the round? And they were already gifted the opportunity at that 1v3. So,
yeah, I don't even know if it's like he's playing for the clip necessarily. It's just like you get that rush of blood.
That's what I mean.
And you're like, I'm hitting everything. I'm just going to go for it.
I'm untouchable. I can keep on doing this. You just sort of tunnel vision away from the timer, you know, because all he had to do was sit for literally half a second more.
Yeah.
And then swing, then go for it. But that's okay. They're still not far behind. But they just don't want to give God's Reign this snowball effect, right? It's warm in India, but they seem to be able to amass that snowball. So, Got to be super cautious, especially given the fact that Controls is the one leading the fray, right? There's no one else kind of at this point in time for Chingus Warriors that is pushing the team forward. And the scoreline, I suppose, you know, relatively close for a team that has a guy going 16-3.
Okay, 1 for 1. It's not too bad. Chingus Warriors are not too mad about that. It's going to open up mid somewhat. You've really only got fired up lurking around here in connector. It's been given over to Chingus Warriors.
Up connector now. Bomb will be recovered. It's going to be the A site hit over time.
Contact play from Chingus Warriors. Taking a leaf out of God Rain's book on Ancient. This guy on the balcony should be a dead man rook, so just a little bit of an off timing there. R2B2 able to get a freebie. He's under pressure now with that Molotov cinching his toes. The Deagle out for News will be good enough.
Controls in the clutch again, Jordan. 1v2 this time. Does have the bomb, 30 seconds. Rotation round now for Fired Up.
Where's he going to go? I mean, clearing out Palace, I don't think there's a huge amount of value in that necessarily. Getting the bomb plant down faster might have been the play here. Looks like they are going to give him the plant, though.
Yeah, leaving it up. I do like that a lot. Respect. You know, they know that he's been hitting the shots.
Or open plant. Is he going to try and go toward connector here?
I think he might. If he can fight Barbie early on,
no.
It'd certainly make it awkward, but instead he drops back to main again. It's the spot that we've actually been seeing a couple of these individual plays from recently, right, Jordan? You know, as Donk, it was Schools, and now it's potentially Controls. Not going to be to the same caliber, but he was here in the previous round. He over-peaked in the last. And now as that Molotov comes in, he actually does have to aggress in towards it. And on that smoke, tapping away, he will connect. And Controls, once again, living up to his namesake. I don't know how many times you'd see an 18-3 this early on. Like,
no, this is insane.
2.8 kills around at this point.
He is fragging like an absolute monster, and but for a tiny little mishap in the previous clutch, he's been near perfect. Just can't be
Untouchable.
beaten. He's just hitting everything at the moment. 6-2. And it's unfortunate for God's Reign because, you know, this could have been a really competitive map were it not for that, but sometimes some guys just going to take over the game and there's nothing you can do about it. There's another 20 for Controls. 20 in the first half is, and it's not even 20 in the first half. This is like 20 in the first
We're into the
9
9th
rounds. Like, that is unbelievable.
It is. It really is. This is like currently near on a 3 HLTV rating. Not that that will, you know, continue on, or not that that actually means a hell of a lot.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone with a 3 HLTV rating.
Not by the end of a map, I don't think. I know that we've seen like high ends of the 2.8s and that kind of stuff, but yeah, like, you know, LAN adds to it all and everything like that. So I'll be very keen to keep an eye on what it's going to look like at the end of the map if it does continue his way. Have to get Statsmeister onto it.
20-3.
Oh yeah.
I remember back in ANZCS, Addicts put up a 20 kill half at one point on Dust 2. And that was like really, we were like, wow, that was an amazing half. But yeah, this is a 20 before 10 rounds even.
We still, yeah, 3 full rounds we still have to see him boost it forward. And this is what I mean, like, we're in day 3, Jordan, and this competition has kind of really had everything so far.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm hoping that leads towards the expectation that we'll have a very, very competitive grand final. And, you know, quarters and semis leading into that as well. It's one of those competitions that, you know, when it fell away for a little bit, you know, reverted back to online, to see it come back a few years later is a beautiful thing. So, mid-control, all the way up short here. Now R2B2, just around the bend. He will be able to open up with 1, not quite the second. Controls. Looking to pick up an additional frag, but Rossi, here we go. He has been a pretty big bee in the bonnet. Rooks is going to be able to take him out, and our Ariukal has found an awesome flank because he's managed to just slip the wickets. The fact that Finn...
No,
not at all. Oh, fired up, hitting that shot. Still has to find the bomb plant. It's up short, Jordan.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward timing there for Ariukal as he tried to duck through the vent. Maybe he just needed to take that first kill when he got it, but It's not unwinnable here for Rooks. He could win this 1v1 duel against Finn, and then it's all open for him. However, not going to happen. So God's Reign peg another one back.
Okay. So they're still there. Very strong defense from Rossi, some good awareness from Fired Up.
Just about 200 ADR from Controls at the moment, by the way. That's crazy.
It really is. Okay, back to that mid default. A little bit of prepped early utility. Out towards B, give them some space. A walk into Palace this time round for News. Don't think he's going to be able to find anything just yet, but Barbie actually looks pretty keen to go for a look in. Controls back on towards the AWP here again, Jordan.
Hasn't felt super necessary. But Chingus Warrior is going to slow things down once again. Finn ready, waiting for the push from underpass. He'll get the info, if not any damage. But Controls once again is on the front foot. He's looking for anybody jumping up over the top of that smoke. Won't be given an opportunity this time around.
That short control is pretty important. Bomb now being collected, but I like this positioning from Rossi. He's been way more proactive in this map. A little bit quiet in the previous, and I think he actually will know. Oh, how? How is Ariuku ready for that? Now they can very much put down the foot on the pedal. Controls does get taken down. R2B2 a couple of important kills, but he has to do a hell of a lot more. He knows the flanks coming in here from Rooks, and he can get a third. R2B2, this is your moment to shine, my friend. You've been looking so good in this round so far. 6 bullets in the chamber. And a little bit of a slip of the net's exactly right. He has to just be so careful. Rooks trying to buy the time. Barbie goes in. R2B2 hits it. He's only got the pistol though. No! You can pinpoint the exact moment that his heart breaks in two. Poor Ralphie.
Yeah.
But R2B2 tries his hardest, and in the end, it's just not enough.
As soon as he goes around that corner and sees the player looking directly at him, he kind of knows he's lost that fight. So 8 up for Chingus Warriors.
You can't help but feel for him. Hey, you know, maybe a moment where he just took a couple of extra seconds to reload, but...
But you don't know that.
Hindsight's 20/20.
That guy in apps could be already pretty much out by Van, and at that stage, you're reloading on the site and you're doomed.
Doom and gloom up in his room.
8-3. Could have been 9. 21 here for Controls in the first half. It has slowed down somewhat. Still a crazy first half.
More opportunity for him here too. Back on the rifle. Where's he sitting? Up top mid. No peek this time round. Little boost up onto the short boxes. Giving R2B2 a little bit more space, given that he's only one with a rifle in this round. It's going to be all MP9s, and if they get a level of a read here, they might be able to utilize that to their advantage, given that it's going to be very hard to defend the side of 8 with only the MP9s, especially a retake here. But I like Barbie's position this time round. You know, he was tempting fate with it in the previous Jordan, and you know, he wants to put the crown on his head inside the Palace.
They're going to clear Palace. Slow and steady like News is going to work his way in there. Should get a free kill here. Will. Just had too much time to play with and not enough presence on that A bomb site. God's Reign not pushing any pressure onto Chingus Warriors at this stage. Controls is still looking for more. Look at this, he's going to swing surely. Thinks better of it actually. That's the wise decision given he's on 2 HP. Again, learning from those mistakes that he made a little bit earlier on in the piece, and that's that. 9 on the board, 22 kills coming from Controls in the first half. Chingus Warriors poised for a victory. Second half pretty much ready to go here between God's Reign and Chinggis Warriors on that stage. One of these teams will be progressing forward to the playoffs, the other getting eliminated right now. We do have a sneaking suspicion that it will be Chinggis Warriors going forward and God's Reign disappearing, but that's kind of what we said at halftime of Ancient. It was 8-4 there, and this is now 9-3, even more favorable for Chinggis Warriors, but God's Reign were able to bring it back on Ancient. Let's check out this pistol first before we draw too many conclusions.
I like the boost up as well, controls, crossing, but you know, by doing that, maybe a little bit of extra confidence is actually what's going to catch him off in towards this. You know, we talk about an effort by committee. Every single player needs to be putting in the good work, and now Rossi on towards the site. They've actually spotted Ariukul, but News! Oh my God! What a play from the big man. Read all about it. Extra. This man's a bloody journo.
Yeah, News, that's massive from him. This map has just been a compilation of plays from Chinggis Warriors members. Down to still 3 more bullets. He had plenty left to work with. First it's controls, now it's News. It just feels like it's destiny that God's Reign is going to go out here. Unfortunately, you've got too many big plays being made by the Chinggis Warriors individuals.
It's crazy, hey, like the second controls went down, I was like, okay, you know, this is the whole thing, the turn of the tides where God's Reign, maybe if they're performing as a unit a little bit better, that could be the difference maker up against Chinggis Warriors, but clearly not. The answer has been turned, so love that. Great round out of News, and yeah, making the headlines in that previous round. So, back to it. Pistols, only for Rossi, just having a little bit of a spot towards the apartments. This is the El Clasico Pug Special, Jordan. I'm going to put a Deagle in Palace, and then we're going to hit B. It's going to be amazing.
I aren't think that.
I aren't, but thinking maybe.
Rossi not doing enough to really trouble Chinggis Warriors right now into a rotation. They've still got 2 players over toward B here, so creeping through that smoke into an MP9 or 2, I don't imagine it's going to end particularly well here. Ariukul ready and waiting. Rue and News all chiming in with a few kills themselves. The MP9s do what they need to do. Easy money for Chinggis Warriors. And they are sailing towards a victory now.
Beautiful stuff coming out from Chinggis Warriors, Jordan. There's not much more that they really need to do, except keep their composure. It is going to be that full buy to come in from God's Reign, and Fired Up has gone for the Glass Cannon AWP. Will it be success? Or will it be lackluster? Because Chinggis Warriors have certainly got weaponry to rip through it. Those MP9s, the M4 for News, and E-Fire. Yeah, damn. You know, he might get a rude awakening, though, here peeking in. He should get taken down, but no!
Team kill.
Look, it's okay. They've at least traded it out in a positive advantage. News now going down. So it's going to be back onto Ariukul, Controls, and Rook. And yeah, you're exactly right. Controls, Jordan. It's been the guy we've been harping on about through the entirety of this map. This opening half was solid.
Easy kill, fastest flank you've ever seen.
And
Controls.
then he picks up the orb. Oh, no! Fired Up! Oh, he's ready.
That's unbelievable. Good awareness from Fired Up. That looked like it could be a round swinging kill for Controls once he walked up into A ramp there, but Fired Up just switched on enough. That's a really good understanding of timing. And Chinggis Warriors are going to have to work a little bit harder for their victory here on Mirage.
We go again. You know, there has been some pretty solid starts here, Jordan, for some of these teams where, you know, it looks like it's going to turn in a way. You know, 8-4 for Rare Adam up against Chinggis Warriors before it ended up in overtime with Rare Adam just narrowly edging that one out, 19-17. Had a couple of days where opening strength doesn't exactly mean a conversion. Chinggis Warriors, Coach Carnage, a couple of words of wisdom for the boys. They do like to take their pauses at good times, I feel. You know, not letting a single round kind of change their pacing, you know. They know what this means. Because whilst, you know, playoffs was probably a level of expectation, you know, flying the Mongolian flag, losing out in a series like this would be a rough prospect. Playoffs aside.
Controls with that AWP in hand. CT side should be where he does the majority of his work. He's already 22-7. It's a huge uphill battle for God's Reign. Don't know if they've got it in them, but gonna have to give it a crack nonetheless.
I need to see something. You know, they go down 13-4 here. It'll just be disappointing given their opening, right?
Yeah.
They've been a lot of fun to watch. They've been a lot of fun to chat to. You know, I'm sure they'll be hanging around. I don't think it's a thing where, you know, they get sent home early.
No.
The flight out of Shanghai, you know, they'll be there hanging out for the rest of the competition, I'm sure. Why not soak in, you know, bit of Shanghai, bit of prac.
Bit of aggression out here from Chingus Warriors. Looks like it's going to work. Fired up. Even if he gets one, should be a swing for a trade. He can't double down too easily with the
Good
AWP.
shot.
Ariuku will drop. News was already on his way back out of main, so actually this is going to go wrong for a second, but now that is going to be a kill in the hands of News. Starts to shift the momentum a little bit. Flash in his face. He'll duck away to safety. He's got the bomb as well. A big player to hold on to right now. News only gets the 1-for-1. It's not enough. But Controls is the last one standing. He's got the AWP. Might prefer the rifle here, particularly with this engagement that he might be about to take. Walking his way through.
Nicely done.
Poking through the door there. Gives it away. Another round win for God's Reign, but no sense getting too excited just yet.
Bite off the head of the snake, Jordan, and the body will die. Controls has been kind of shut out these last few rounds. And that's a good sign for God's Reign. You know, as I said, we need an effort by committee. There are a couple of members that are still sort of somewhat tailing behind, but you know, R2B2's had a couple of big moments, and now they've set them back down onto the pistols, so it's not over just yet. They'll continue to fight. I'll be happy with like 7 or 8 if they go down here, you know, let alone turn the tide somehow. Both storylines are a reasonable outcome for us here at eXTREMESLAND.
Well, not much in this one, so you'll get at least, you'd say, one more from God's Reign. Make it up to 6. Unless News can do some pistol work again. Do you know what News supposedly stands for?
I do not.
Notable events, weather, and sport.
There you go.
Don't know if that's true or if that was like retroactively made with the word News. It makes enough sense to me.
It does indeed.
Not News, our player, of course.
Just sucks that these days most of the news outside of the weather is garbage.
That's true. Ooh.
Speaking of news, good shot. If he can get another one here, a weapon actually might be not a upsetting little prospect. Good shot too. The tracking behind always can be a bit of a challenging position, so Barbie going for the hunt. Dropping towards CT now. So News just basically wanted to try hold on to that one for as best as possible. Narrowly missing that shot. The irony right about the tracking.
That's unbelievable that that shot's not connected, but it is what it is.
Sometimes it be, sometimes it do. Damn. Did see that little cheeky flank from Controls, you know. Not that it would have turned the tide of the round, but a kill, maybe the picked up weapon. 2 inside A main, could have done something. Hell of a lot of fun though.
Back to it for Chingus Warriors though, guns in hand. Full set of rifles instead of the AWP. Is this the straw that breaks the camel's back for God's Reign? Maybe. Easy opener for Rooks and God's Reign. Not too sure what their plan B is going to be. Barbie looking for something to give them an inroad into this round, into this site even. Now that he's given away his position though, it's a bit less of a tenable fight. As this smoke fades, you'd imagine it'll be Rooks to get the advantage over Finn. He doesn't even wait for the smoke to fade. It's falling apart for God's Reign here.
What are we thinking, Jordan? Is there a way into this round?
Not into this round, I don't think. Maybe Barbie here in the ladder room. If God's Reign is able to maybe get that opening pick onto Rooks and the attention of the short players turns away towards B. but Barbie goes first instead. So God's Reign making it look a little bit too easy. Controls with another couple for himself. Fired up. Yeah, it's a nice shot there onto Rooks, but it's not going to be enough to win him this round. And 30 seconds left. Chingus Warriors will slow things down and just wait that timer out.
No need to move onto it. They've got money to buy into the next, but round for news means it's going to be map, series, and elimination point here for God's Reign. Can't help but feel like it's ended up a little lackluster, Jordan, right? You know, this has been a very entertaining kind of run for some of these players. But overall, you know, at the end of the day, that's the way the cookie crumbles for some of these teams. They get the opportunity to come all the way over here to Shanghai, play on stage, play on land, play against some of the teams that they've been, you know, scrimming against, but also watching, also worshipping in a way, potentially, you know. I'm sure that there's a fair bit of inspiration coming through for some of these individuals across, you know, the board, really. But one final shot, and then it's 6 in tow to turn this one around.
Yeah, 6 in a row is a really, really rough ask. But you reap what you sow, and God's Reign, it's been a good effort, but now it's time to dig deep if there is anywhere else to go. Barbie straight out into mid. Molotov's going to fizzle. He'll be safe behind the cutout for the moment. There's actually a push coming through, and he's dealt with that pretty effectively. Nice flash in from Fired Up to help out as well.
A lifeline, an advantage. But only taking down eFire, who has been relatively quiet in this map so far. In the series, kind of in total, I would say. You know, really, again, it's kind of been Rooks, Controls, News having a few moments as well, as we know. But God's Reign, frozen in time at this point now. Barbie, you can just see how nervous they are, right? You know, knowing that the rotation's coming back around, just waiting patiently. But there's Rooks taking down Finn. Barbie with the response, so it's still not a horrible round position for them to be in so far, God's Reign. But again, with limited control, they rotate back around towards A, and it's going to be News, who is in position, ready to try and deny, but he's got a tall task ahead to try and drink on in into this round, Jordan.
Controls will have a little bit of an angle as well, assuming Connected doesn't get smoked off.
Just going to contact it, right?
Yeah, this is not unwinnable for Chingus Warriors. A cheeky position as well for News if this doesn't get cleared out properly. It's Molly for under Balk. Controls is here as well. Molly up to Palace, and there's the first for News. Now he needs the help from Controls. He's going to get it, but it's going to be Controls alone, and that's not enough. One more for God's Reign. Day not done yet.
I said 7 was cool. 8 would be nice. 9 even better. I don't see them winning this, you know. It's always so challenging to kind of think about it, because even though God's Reign have had a couple of moments in this series where they can drag through a few rounds together and look somewhat consistent, you know, it's just that one little slip that, you know, the moments of weakness that's kind of send them packing.
Yeah.
Just keep looking around this venue, it's so sick. Never been in one of these before. Big old sounding studio.
Soundstage.
Soundstage. Stage right, camera left, up, down, X, Y, circle.
Donkey's lost the plot.
No, I'm just reiterating the old PlayStation 1 codes.
Yeah, the PlayStation cheats.
Crash Bandicoot or something, who knows? Mate, you can't cheat on that. What am I doing?
Up, down, left, right, square, circle, start select.
Maybe.
I think it might have been.
God mode on. News has seen the booty, and he's hunting for it. I'll spot out Finn in the end, and he hits the shot, so not bad at all. This is the thing, you know, God's Reign, they set themselves up quite nicely to at least convert an 8th, but if they are going one by one to meet the demise to those dastardly Deagles, Rossi will drop him on the site. Now Ariukal, did he actually get that information on the Barbie? I think he did, but he'll have to make sound to drop into window there.
Nothing really doing in this round, though, you'd say, for Chingus Warriors. Working through from jungle. Barbie ready and waiting for that one. Flash is going to come through, and it's caught both of the players.
Good fundamentals.
Ariukal might have been spotted out there as well. Gets himself one. Best case scenario, though, is going to be an AK through to the next round.
Thread the needle on towards short, and he will save that away. So another sort of slow-ish round from God's Reign. 8 was my pass mark. So look, no matter where this one goes now, I'm satisfied. Not satiated, but satisfied.
Well, should be another buy through for Chingus Warriors into this next round, and that'll be where they want to close things out. Obviously, some bad memories of what happened on Ancient will be starting to pop up should this get close.
Yeah, it'll start to get a little bit too close for comfort, won't it, Jordan, if they are able to convert a couple of more rounds. What a game it has been. What a morning. Well, it's afternoon now, right? 3:30.
Well and truly into the afternoon.
You love a long day of Counter-Strike. That's why you're still here all these years later.
It's true, wouldn't be otherwise. Controls on the hunt for 30. He's up to 27 now in 20 rounds.
Certainly slowed down though, didn't he? So picking up now, really important. News also taking another, so that's 2 of the nails in the coffin required to close out this series through and through.
Yeah, it's been a good effort for God's Reign, but I think it might be ending here. A 3v5 to come back from that. You need some serious mistakes from Chingus Warriors. Nothing doing just yet. They have got some presence into middle. Chingus Warriors are not too eager to retake mid. They don't need to when they have the numbers advantage like this. Just a contact walk up connector. They had a lot of success with contact plays on Ancient. But typically that was at the start of the round, not when you're down 3 on 5. And News is in the perfect angle to cause a little bit of a ruckus. It's difficult to check this one because you have to check both angles at the same time. You can see that's the issue that R2B2 had, but still.
Not done yet.
Getting some openers there. That's
Not
a great
done
shot
yet.
onto E-Fire. Hang on a minute, Ariukul, if he drops here on A, that's a bomb plan available for God's Reign. Being collapsed upon the player close by Palms. Ariukul steps back, continuing to give space.
This swing over to Texter is so bold. Oh no. They had the right idea there. I really sort of liked it. It was a potential turn of the tides in a 2v5, Jordan, but in the end it is going to be Chingus Warriors, the constant Mongolian powerhouse. You know, certainly not the 2nd or 3rd best potentially, but they are up there. And it's proof in the pudding once more that the Mongolian side is something to be reckoned with. And you can just see how deflated God's Reign look. GG's though all around.
Yeah, it's disappointing for God's Reign. You know, on another day, I think they might win that game. Maybe in another group, they make it out of the group as well, right? Like Rare Atom Chingus Warriors is not quite such an easy task. They've got a lot to talk about, definitely, but at the end of the day, that's the result. Victory for Chingus Warriors, defeat for God's Reign. God's Reign will join Dreamscape, Fated Rise, Oniclan, and Miracle Play as the teams that are now exiting the tournament.
A little bit, I guess, you know, upsetting, but you can't come here and, you know, go up to a competition of this level, especially for all of yous individually, and be disappointed with the outcome, right? You know, you got a couple of map wins, you got a series win. That's certainly something to be proud of. But the next step for them is to, you know, take it home and learn from it, to do something with it, and, you know, educate the rest of the region around you as well. All you can hope for is that there was a number of, you know, Indian talents obviously watching along back home and hoping that they make it work.
Yeah, it does get, you know, 2025 rolling though for God's Reign, which is good to see. Hopefully it's going to be a big year for them. I'm sure they've got a lot to play in. Chingus Warriors, I mean, it's been a big day, a tough day really for them. They've had to work very, very hard for the victory that they've had here. Only just lost to Rare Atom, but moving forward into the playoffs, and it's time for us to move down to the stage for an interview with Chingus Warriors. So we'll hand it over to Victoria to do the honors.
I'm with news from Chingus Warriors. Now, you guys got put into this elimination match. Were you a little nervous, especially after that map 2, when God's Reign came back and brought it to a map 3?
打完托尔之后，你们会不会稍微有些紧张啊？因为让对面翻盘翻过来，然后就来到图3了。
Ер нь бол нэг бочимдаагүй. Ер нь яг зүгээр алдаа цэцэг гэхээс ч юм уу Ер нь бол яг бид нэр эсрэг багаар нэг камер тэгэж өндрөөр бас жоохон үнэлээгүй. Гэхдээ бас нөгөө талаараа бас тэр хор гай маань бас хоёр дахь map дээр бид нар таараглалаа. Хоёр дахь map-ийн хожигдлыг бол бид нар бол яг зөвөр дүгнэхтэй бол хэтэрхий жоохон өөрсдийнхөө бие сул тавьчих. Тэгээд ер нь бол яг буцаад нэг форумдоо фокусд орших буцаа асуулт шийдэх тухай гэж бодсон юм.
我们没有那么太紧张。那我们是第二轮开始的时候，我们是个零开始，我们全团队是个放松的心态去面对这场比赛。
We weren't that nervous, even though they made a comeback. We were just pretty relaxed, just playing our game.
Okay, well, how are you feeling about your game now? What are you going to be preparing for the next match?
那你们目前你们队伍目前感觉怎么样？然后呢，下一场比赛你们都会做什么准备？
Эхний эзэн ч гэсэн алдаануудаа бас засан. Тэгээ хоёр дахь яг дараагийн матч ямар багтай тоглох вэ? Тэр баг анзаарч чад эдний талаар судалгаа бэлтгэлээ ер нь бол үргэлжлүүлж байна. Дараагийн тэмцээн дараагийн тоглолтонд бэлэнлээ.
我们会弥补我们的失误，然后我们会在这期间，我们的团队的团结，我们会有信心的面对下一场比赛。
We'll just try to fix our mistakes and stay confident, the whole team.
All right. Well, congratulations to your team today, Chinggis Warriors. You had a long day, so congratulations. We're going to send it back to the desk to break down that series.
好，我们是祝贺 CW 战队啊，获得了本场比赛的胜利，也是打进了淘汰赛。我们把时间交回给解说席。
Well, 13-8 was the final scoreline on map number 3, but 2-1 for Chinggis Warriors is the numbers that you need to really know. They will join Rare Adam as the two teams making their way out from Group A. Chinggis Warriors obviously taking second seed, Rare Adam first seed, as was anticipated. And here's how it all broke down. It was Controls that really was leading from the front for the majority of that map. 28-12, pretty crazy in the end. 1.82 rating, so maybe not quite up near those mythical 3.0 heights that we had hoped, but still a pretty insane performance from him.
Would definitely be interested to see what it was at that like 9th or 10th round mark, I think, you know, when he was like 20-2 or something like that. But in the end, I think it was a fantastic result from him. The rest of the team had to kind of pick up. It was news with that 4K on the pistol round to kind of convert. And unfortunately for God's Reign, there was just way too much work for them to do. So this is not the first time that Controls has been the MVP for Chinggis Warriors inside this competition. It's a brilliant thing to see. Very, very happy to, you know, see some other talent obviously stepping up to the play, because, you know, there is a hell of a lot of strong AWPing coming out from the Mongolian scene, and even on the rifle he's looking absolutely hot too. So I think he's only had like one map where he's kind of dropped by the wayside a little bit. So overall, we do have to bid adieu to God's Reign, as you mentioned, you know, joining some of the other teams that have gone from this competition so far, but they're not going home. They're going to be able to hang out and enjoy the rest of the competition. I'm sure they'll be in the crowd. I'm sure they'll be watching those demos today, because really, again, all you can do at the end of the day is hope that God's Reign have taken what they've learned, bring it home, and share it with the rest of the region for a more positive outlook for India.
Yeah, indeed. Well, look, it's time for us to take a pretty short break because we've got more matches yet to come. We need to get ready for them. So we'll see you in a minute for our third match of the day.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited.
Let's go!
CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted afterimages caused by rapid motion. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. TR Series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mousepad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. The TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR-SE models also feature Zowie's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay.
As a core roster, we've been together like for 3-4 months. Me, Osama, and Oscar. But recently we made 2 changes. We added 2 players, Senpai and Paul Pandana. I played with these players before, and they're good experienced players, and I hope we do our best. Our goals, of course, like every team, to try to finish top 1, to try to like lift the MENA scene to the whole world, to show our best, and I hope we do our best. Yeah. Our team playstyle is based on duels and like aggressive team. Like it's based on duels, winning duels every time. Some people call us like faceless players, but I don't think so. We have good team spirit. To the big teams coming to this tournament, just don't come in our face. You have no chance.
I want them to know that we are a team from Thailand and see how we can do in a LAN tournament in China. I think the team is kind of like tough, but our goal is at least to go playoff and maybe can do like better. But at least we have to like get out of group stage and be in playoff. Actually, we're not a team that always in the boot camp, but we went to boot camp only for this tournament. Before we fly, we prepare for like 5 days and in boot camp and like try hard before we like fly to China for this tournament. We actually scrim with like most of the Asian team. We actually scrim with Mongolia and China. Sometimes we win them, but mostly we lose them. But at least we learn something from them because they are so good. I can tell you that like Mongolia team and China team are the best team in Asia. I think we will be like nervous because we haven't like competed in front of the crowd like long ago, especially in overseas or in China. Of course, we will be nervous, but we, like I said, I'll try our best.
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited.
Let's go!
CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
And away we go once again through half of the day, Mac. So that means a change up on the caster desk. You're in, Conk's out for a little break. A nice little relax for him. And it's time for us to get into the nitty-gritty now of Group B. We've seen Group A. It's Rare Atom and Chinggis Warriors that make their way through from there. Let's see what happens here for Group B. But first, we'll give a quick shout out to our favorite sponsor, of course, which being
the
Zowie.
best sponsor of all, Zowie. Monitors, mice, mouse pads, all the good equipment. And then I believe they made keyboards at some point as well, but there's no new keyboards. There is very good panels, very good monitors that are all up here and then used at pretty much every single big S-tier event, especially in Counter-Strike all around the world. And it's that for a reason. The mouse pads as well, new technology. I've heard good things about them. And then I also use the mice and they are stellar. So go out and get yourselves some Zowie equipment if you are looking to be an esports professional or even just an enthusiast at home.
Well, speaking of stellar, I think these two teams actually have been that so far in the event. Both of them picking up a win. EXO probably a little bit more convincing in theirs, I would say. But ROG, I'm still not too sure. Like, I'm really not sure what to make of them. I want them to be a really strong prospect in this event, but a game against Blaze Warriors isn't really enough to convince me just yet. I think this is going to be a really good litmus test for what level ROG in particular are going to bring. I think we kind of have a little bit of a better understanding around EXO just on that eye test, but a good, nice matchup for both of these two teams. The best of one, of course, to go through to the playoffs. and we'll get to see what level these two teams can really start to hit.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like, EXO, we had no real expectations for them coming into this tournament because we didn't really have a whole lot of information about them. But that first day, they looked stellar over on Dust 2, and I'd argue we're probably expecting to see that in this best of 3 series. There were a couple of individuals who, look, you really need to highlight, and we will as we get there. But then on the other side of things, for me, Real Original, I felt like, you know, they still had it. They're very sharp individuals in terms of mechanics. I think the thing that might change it is just the fact that, you know, EXO are probably playing in a stronger region, even though the org is from Saudi. They are, you know, mostly playing in Europe, and that's going to be a big bolster to their confidence, especially with that win the other day.
Yeah, they looked great in that win, I have to say. But a 13-3 over Fated Rise, I think initially we were thinking, you know what, that's actually really good. Obviously, Fated Rise, we kind of known quantity. EXO, really, really solid eye test-wise. But then, now with the context, the Fated Rise have actually gone on to lose to Blaze Warriors. I don't know if I can draw as many conclusions from that game as I originally did. Like, was it EXO being really good, or was Fated Rise just kind of mid?
I think Fated Rise were just really mid that day. You know, arguably, ROG played pretty bloody well out of the gates. I'm hoping that we get more of that. But yeah, in a best actually, this is another best of 1, isn't it?
It is
best of one for bracket. So
yep.
Yeah, it actually be interesting where we end up here. You know, EXO looked incredibly structured and incredibly ready for everything that was thrown at them on Dust 2. But yeah, actually, ROG probably not going to let them go there, which means we at least get to see EXO's map pool flexed a little bit. But look, being on paper, in my mind, from what we saw, the favourites, if they make it, you know, straight into the playoffs, straight into the quarters, and only had to play 2 best of 1s, there's still not really a lot of footage for people to go off. So that was some things up their sleeves once we get to that point.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because I think at one point, had this match been played, you know, maybe 3, 4, 5 years ago,
yeah,
probably would have looked at this and said, Thai team's the easy, strong team in this group, right? Like Thailand, CS from Thailand was really, really quite solid there, and you've got quite a number of very experienced players on this roster. Some big names. Genius Rolex, obviously, from way back in the day with Signature, and My Rolls is in there, 789. Both of those guys having a pretty good run towards the sort of COVID times of Thailand CS. And then Boon Raiwin coming in. He was a bit of an X factor, a bit of a question mark. We weren't too sure what he was going to be able to bring to the table, but actually been very impressed by that new pickup. Haven't actually seen him really anywhere in Thai CS just yet, but
yeah, really,
if there's some new talent coming through in Thailand, then that's a really positive sign.
Yeah, we really didn't know anything about him, but what we saw was incredibly impressive. I remember saying his name a whole bunch of times because he was getting those highlights done. So I'm interested to see if he's going to be able to go toe-to-toe with some higher skilled individuals. Obviously, it felt a bit more like they were punching down the other day.
Yes, that's the big thing for me. Is like, I think ROG actually looked pretty good.
Yeah.
But it's the same conversation as that EXO result where you just have to question, well, can we draw too many conclusions from this match? Best of 1, up against a weak team.
Yeah.
I think Blaze Warriors, even though they were able to get the win over Fated Rise, probably still leaving quite a bit to be desired. There's the EC2CW, fan favorite, I imagine.
It's what you want to be using. Unless you have little tiny hands, then go EC3CW. If you've got those big hands, Jordan, like you want to get going for the EC1CW.
Does anybody use the 3W? Have you
I
seen
use
anybody?
I prefer the 3W.
You prefer the
EC3CW.
The small one?
Yeah, small one.
Oh.
The small one has more control. Like, just because I hold claw grip. So when you have a smaller mouse, I feel like it just works better.
See, I'm a palm grip gamer.
Yeah. I've tried to adjust to that, just to be like, how do people do it? I feel like I'm slower.
Isn't
like
claw grip better? Claw grip, I think, is generally considered to be a little bit more precise.
I guess it depends on the game. Like, claw, yes. Fingertip is what people use and you get really tiny mice, or you have big hands and use normal size mice.
Right.
But yeah, it's all just about, I guess, what your preference is. Obviously, every grip has its positives and its negatives. Like with a palm, I feel like on paper, it's harder to move like forward and backwards, like flick up and down, whereas claw's a little easier, fingertips even easier. So it's just one of those things that, you know, people have been conversing with for ages. You've got those people that play the aim trainers, right? And they adjust their sense and grip depending on the scenarios. So it's just depending on the game, you know, it all might be better. Like you're pretty good at your MOBAs, you know, and I feel like anyone with a palm grip, like a more relaxed grip, is probably going to be much better at like those sort of games, chill games, you know, relaxed aim. But if you're on that claw grind like myself, you know, you're kind of pretty tensed up all the time, ready to shoot, you know.
Yeah.
Whereas I don't really enjoy doing that, especially for MOBAs.
True, true. Well, we were talking about the maps a little bit earlier. You were positing whether or not we'll get a Dust 2 potentially from EXO. Does seem to still be in the pool here.
It's pretty ballsy if they go there. Okay,
Ooh.
ROG going to be letting them have it again, even after what we saw from them.
Yeah, that's fine though. The Thai teams used to actually always like a bit of Dust 2.
Yeah.
So familiar territory for them as well. But I would tend to agree with you that this is a bold choice. EXO will be happy with it, of course.
Yeah, Oscar had a bloody field day on the AWP the other day. Pol Bandana as well was locking it down. I feel like, yeah, almost every single person had some crazy influence in a lot of those rounds. And I'm worried. I'm worried that we've gone to Dust 2 now. I was a bit more confident ROG could have kept this competitive. Look, you've sold me that Thai teams did used to like Dust 2, but from the eye test so far, my eye test has been pretty accurate on all these teams.
What kind of vision you got?
Horrible vision.
Yeah,
that's why I got big, thick glasses.
That's what I'm just kind of, you know, I'm not sure if your eye test is really all that it's cracked up to be.
Yeah.
Certainly not 2020.
You got me there. It's probably like 15, 14 or something, or 13 even.
I haven't had an eye test. I should probably get one. I am definitely short-sighted.
Yeah.
Get some glasses.
Oh, Medicare back home, you'll be right.
See the world.
Yeah.
In glorious HD.
It actually was like that when I first put my glasses on. I remember I was about 15 or 16, and I'd got glasses. I'd refused to wear them, but then when I started driving, I had to wear them. And I was like, oh, it's like everything's in HD. And that was around when HD was like getting pushed everywhere.
Yeah.
FHD, full HD, not just 720p. Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy how times change. And now we got bloody 4K streams on YouTube where you can watch it on your big 4K, 8K bloody monitors.
True. What makes it full HD? Is it just once it hits 1080?
Well, it was, I think the general thing was like 360, and you double that at 720. But
so that's how
1080
HD
was like,
whoa.
Whoa.
And now Ultra HD is like
double
4K.
Well, it's, yeah, and like 4K is not actually 4K. It's like 3860 or something like that. Some
So
combination.
It's a scam.
It's a scam. And so they started to call it Ultra HD because it's not technically 4K.
Right.
Yeah, these bloody marketing strategies. But look, we play on 1080p here because everyone's 1080p or even less.
The flames.
On 1080p
we need the
monitors.
flames.
Because if you are an esports gamer, you probably will be playing on a 1080p monitor at some lower res or even res.
Yes.
We'll figure it out.
Yes, the frames is more important than the pictures, I would suspect, for the most part. What's like the lowest frame rate that you'd be able to accept?
Able to accept?
Yeah, like if you had to
play
deal with
Counter-Strike?
Let's say Counter-Strike.
Okay.
Well, at what point does it become unplayable for you is kind of the question.
Look, I remember
Did you play CS
before I
on 60
upgraded my
FPS?
PC, I definitely had some dips down to like 120, 100 when there was like a lot of util going down, and that was on a 280 hertz monitor. Felt horrible.
Right.
Felt horrible. And the 1% lows probably were lower, but I didn't even know what that was at that point. And it's not unplayable, but it's like it feels laggy. It feels so laggy that you can't hit your flicks and stuff.
Yes, yeah, that's true.
So I would play down to 70, like 70 FPS is my minimum before I'd probably start screaming really loud.
But I think the thing is, if it was always at 70 FPS and no jitter at all, like that's actually better than if you're say playing at 150 and then it's dropping to 70 every now and then.
Maybe, arguable. I guess if you put the screen on 60 hertz when you got 70 frames, maybe it'd be okay. But you got to think about frame times and think, Jordan, we're going way too technical.
Maybe.
For everyone aware, like Jordan's so happy to do a little bit of karaoke live here for eXTREMESLAND. but when we were walking down the street the other day going to get dinner, there was a mobile karaoke station with people blasting it, and Jordan was too scared to go and do karaoke in front of 10 people he'll never meet again.
10 old Chinese grandpas. There's no way. Ain't no way. But all of you guys watching the stream, maybe.
One lyric, one word.
That's the only word I know.
Of what song?
Maybe.
I don't know what song this is. It's one word. Oh, that music though, that sounds like we might be getting a game, which is beautiful. It's
Thank
a
God.
great way to start the second half of the day. Start that Group B gameplay and straight towards long we go. ROG going to be starting on the T side and XO playing on CT.
Yes, indeed. There'll be a big deciding factor here as to what our opinions of ROG are going to look like. This map, I'd say. Pistol round starting off nicely. It's going to be a smoke for the CT cross. They're not going just yet. Got a couple of flashes that they can use toward this bomb site. They're all going to peek one by one. Dodds gets himself the first one. That's Genius out of the picture. There is some damage coming back in the other direction, but right now ROG are just looking a little bit scared on this long take. Eventually, they start to push their way forward, and that's kind of working out. Rolex putting in the work.
Okay.
He's got himself 2. Now it's just down to Paul Bandana trying to play at that range with the USP. But he's being swung by multiple members at the same time. Plant's going to go down here in just a second. ROG with the advantage now.
Yeah, real flicky. A little bit shaky on the shots, and will get chipped down to 23. Still a couple of chances, a couple of opportunities. Looking to play through the legs of each other, and it works out for 7, 8, 9. ROG coming through with the T-side pistol.
Yeah. It's a good start. A little bit topsy-turvy. It looked like that was going to go wrong for them. EXO had the forces where they needed them, but
yeah.
3v5 brought back by ROG. There's Mr. Genius.
Yeah, happy with that one for sure. Now, where to from here? EXO going to be forcing in the second on Dust 2. You don't see this super regularly, but I believe we did see them do it the other day.
That's what I thought too. I think Oscar had a bit of work with the scout in the second round.
Late long take, and ROG going to be unchallenged. Short control there for the take-in for EXO. And ROG just taking this one slow. Super progressive utility, making sure the back of pit was mollied. Looking to take a peek in there, but again, Paul Bandana just making sure no one can cross into the pit for free.
ROG, they just seem very tentative, don't they?
Yeah.
It's going to be a second smoke for CT. Still not going. I mean, they're really making sure car is clear. I don't know if I like this, Mac, but...
I think they're taking a little too long.
Going to give it a crack. There's the flash getting tossed over the top. Genius once again going to be leading the charge, this time with a Mac-10 in hand. There's a few EXO members ready and waiting. 7, 8, 9 and Genius will both fall. This force starting to come together nicely for EXO. Quick couple of trades back, but Boom Rywin has too much to do, and that is another win for EXO. The reason I say I don't like it is, it's all well and good to have the 5 players there on long, but if you have no other map control elsewhere, and EXO start to recognize that, they are really going to start to run away with the CT half. So ROG, I think we'll need to start looking to be a bit more decisive.
Yeah, I think in the end, that wasn't even the problem. They had so much utility. They invested it into positions where no one was, like over towards car, over towards pit, multiple over towards CT, but they didn't really molly any of those positions on site. You could stand over towards Gandalf. You could stand at the double stack, and then you had someone else facing just in the middle of bloody nowhere as well as short. So they had everything they needed, fast rotation from CT, and now it's looking like ROG going to speed things up towards the B side. Tech9s could certainly open this one up if they can hit their shots. Paul Bandana somehow dodging all those bullets, and will be able to follow through with another bit of damage. Oscar taking almost everyone. Myros unable to collapse, and that'll be that.
It certainly wasn't the problem in that last round, but I think it will become a problem further on this T side if ROG, as again we've seen them display, just a very Wolfpack heavy style. 5 players in the one direction. There's no semblance of a default setup at all here for ROG.
Yeah.
And that's where EXO is going to be able to start to exploit them. Assuming EXO picks up on this. Go for a push somewhere, take some map control elsewhere, get in behind. doesn't look like ROG have the protocols to stop that at the moment. This time a 4-1 split from ROG.
Okay, going lowers. Mayrolls with a flash towards top mid. Probably going to throw this towards mid to let him bust out. Good flash. Oscar can't see a thing, but will get to safety. And with the helping hand of Osama's here, shredding through the unarmored T's. He'll drop that AK, but Oscar making sure that is irretrievable. And where to from here? ROG packing their bags and rerouting over towards short. Dodds is here in an untradeable spot, but doesn't need to be traded. Backs himself and shoots pretty bloody good, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. 9 and 2 there. This is starting to look pretty easy for EXO at the moment, but early days. I do want to see what we're going to get from another gun round here from ROG before I draw too many conclusions, but right now it definitely looks like ROG aren't going to cut the mustard against EXO. Going to get an attack timeout first from ROG. So before we go too far down that rabbit hole, they'll get to have a chat at least.
How about that first series though, huh? Went much longer than, well, I guess second series.
Both of them, right?
Yeah, I guess first series as well. I was walking on the treadmill watching the Rare Atom game, and I was like, whoa, I might have to go in early if it's going to happen like this.
Yeah.
Thinking Rare Atom would go lower and then potentially spank them. But great resilience to make that comeback double OT game happen on Ancient. And now we're here. EXO looking to make it a little bit cleaner, but so far ROG at least keeping them guessing somewhat. Back on the guns. Again, going for lowers control. Bit more of a default this time.
Yeah. Starting to get it. I mean, to be fair, EXO are not really up to any funny business on this CT side, to be fair. Double volley onto short from EXO. Stopping the push of ROG, and the same happening now at the mid doors. So a lot of util being expended on that CT side early. Got a couple of nades left to play with. The smoke there for Oscar, a couple of flashes for him as well. But he's going to want to have his gun out. Another very singular approach, though, from ROG. They've grouped up on short, and they're going to try and bully their way into the A side. Oscar missing a shot. That will be the end of him, but Dodds, he was difficult to get past in previous rounds. Not so this time. ROG just hit their shots and waltzed their way into A. That ends up being a bit too easy.
Straight into the save. Nice little change up from ROG. Not just going for that one-pronged approach. And EXO realized, look, they got some money here. And the Osamas with 600 in the bank. Got some crispy entries. Genius, 789. Teaming up to make that one happen. Let's have a look-see. Osamas gets his head smacked off. Boom. Crispy. Little click towards the end. And only one rifle gets saved. But we were talking about the money. Only one person can't buy into this. And because one's saved, drop a rifle across Urata's range. So they will get themselves another gun round.
Attack timeout's coming through pretty thick and fast today, man. Like, I think have more or less used every single one.
Yeah. Well, I feel like, you know, some teams don't have coaches that are coaches. Some teams just have coaches that are, you know, friends and family.
Right.
And this is a team EXO. They have a coach, which, look, I don't know if he is or isn't friends or family, but he's a coach and he has a lot to say. And they were doing this the other day as well, seemingly letting him have a lot of input as to what adjustments he thinks needs to be made. And it gave them great success. So we'll see if it allows them to get another round out here, because if they lose this one, that's when the economy starts to go the wrong direction.
Okay, you learn something new every day. Back to it though for ROG, and EXO do need to be pretty aware that their money's a little low here, so Nice round with 4 or 5 guns alive would be the treat. Easier said than done.
Yeah, for sure.
Watching EXO in the early rounds, and they often have a lot of presence towards A long at the start of the round, not much in mid. Even just leaving mid open. And then rotating back toward mid later on in the round, which isn't too unusual. But if ROG try to speed things up, there might be a gap there that they can exploit.
Yeah, Rolex going to be uncontested at long after that smoke fades in another 10. And ROG all grouped up at short. They're just going contact. Okay, this is kind of sneaky. If they go in with a well-timed flash, could catch him off. Bilal makes him, or moves into a better position on the ramp. Got that long smoke there. It is just going to be late lurk from Rolex, so long control not quite there. Short certainly is. Bilal only going to be able to find one there on the defense, but plenty of space to plant for short.
You take that if you're ROG. You've also got the player dropped off in middle. Rolex going to watch for the flank here, and he is going to get some rewards.
Yeah. Solid spot. Crosshair, ready.
Oh!
Oh, nasty to find the double. And Oscar realizes, okay, the AWP is necessary into the next. Good trade. Good heads up, flick across towards green box. But that is going to be the 2v3 and no chance for EXO in the round. ROG finding themselves a third to tie things up here. So far, closer than expected.
Yeah, I thought initially ROG wasn't really showing us too much on that T side, but now that they've got a little bit more consistency coming through with the money, they've been able to work their way in pretty nicely. And EXO with their backs against the wall, their money's going to be broken here. It's a chance for ROG to pull forward. What a wild world it would be if Thai CS would take the first seed in a group here at eXTREMESLAND. That I would not have guessed.
Seven deep. EXO. Early long control. Ooh, I actually like what they're doing if ROG go long. So you got Pole Bandana just with that Deagle tucked away in the corner at pit. You have Bilal facing. And if Bilal falls, there's just no world where you expect Pole Bandana there as well. Problem is, I don't think that this trap is going to work. It looks like ROG are, again, either going to go for mid or short control with their current positions. And Oscar on a tight line, looking to punish anyone. Making their way through. Oh, invert, box spotted. Over towards Xbox.
Nice
That'll
flash.
shift these rotations.
Does push him off the line, back into CT spawn. I wonder if ROG is just going to default back to another A hit up short. It's going to be mollied off for the moment.
It might be B. Rolex is going all the way to upper tunnels. Late B split.
Not a bad shout. There's 3 players on long. They've taken that mid control. Oh, no way Dodds gets a kill like that. That's unbelievable. Luckily for ROG, Oscar's going to miss his first shot, which will give them a little bit more of a chance to filter their way through. Oscar under pressure. Oh. Got himself another one. It's onto Rolex solo now. He is in the site, but he can't really comfortably get that bomb plant down. I think at this point you just have to try and get that plant on the floor. He's going to go for the fight instead. Hectic round, but Oscar, who was really the standout in that opening game for EXO, has stepped up again in a big way that round.
Yeah. Crazy scenes. Lovely shots. And good crosshair placement at the end from Bilal. Expecting the aggression. But that lead will be taken back, and ROG, no bomb plant means it's Genius down to a Mac 10. Missed chance there. Pole Bandana has been legged, but still with plenty of util to fend off a B-side. Although he's just dumped it all.
Another slow approach from ROG. They like this lowers to mid approach. Just have a player set up outside bedroom and outside of B. See if there's going to be a push, but once again, probing towards short. Short to A. That's been where they've had a lot of success.
Good molly, just to clear out Fallen. And Dodds. Lovely piece of counter utility, this one. Just pop that flash into the leaves, no one sees it coming, and you can swing from goose and fight with your team. CT smoke again. Oscar going to be snatching one away. 7-8-9 hitting the ground. And Bilal will find that pick. So it's just a one-pronged approach now, but the numbers getting thin. Free haircuts everywhere. Boone Rywan trying to answer back, but he's got 4 more to find, and I don't think that he's going to have a good time here.
Nice quick resurgence from EXO. Just when it looks like ROG is about to get on top, EXO bounce back and take control once again. Might be back to the drawing board for ROG on this T side. What they're doing is not working. Sort of slow, measured approach. If they throw something fast in the mix here, a long take or a B take, obviously that's all spawn dependent really, but
yeah,
kind of want to be changing something up, and it does look like it's going to be a bit faster towards a long, at least initially. They are slowed down, of course, by that layer of util.
Yeah, what do we got? No utility, just full on strength in numbers. Rolex Glock has been heard, but no one else is found just yet. 7-8-9, gonna have a sniff over towards the other extremity. And clear out lowers. Might end up being a creep up short. And that utility has gone real thin for EXO. Just 3 flashes and 1 HE remaining. And 2 of those flashes over towards the B side.
Okay, Samas, great start. And it looks like a pretty easy cleanup here for EXO. More or less will be. That Glock is just too far away to be any kind of effect. 6 and 3. EXO continuing to work their way through this half. Nothing necessarily flashy from them, really. It's just good, solid, standard stuff.
Yeah. Getting it done. I like the idea from ROG. If they got across that line unspotted, maybe there was a world they could just flood into the B site. But now, bit of a change up. Taking the spawns and going straight out long. Smoke on the corner. Gets blown straight away. Oscar thought he was safe, but he was running into the wall. Things getting awkward for Bilal, who tries to shoot back. And he won't fall just yet, but the numbers are now strong for ROG.
Yeah, not super healthy, though, Boone Rywan and Rolex. Both tagged up pretty substantially. Tapping through the smoke could prove to be pretty effective were ROG trying to walk their way up long. It's not the case. As we know, ROG really likes to slow things down. Remember what I was saying in that first round, Mac? ROG, they just have 5 players in one area of the map and they sit around there and do nothing really with it.
Yeah.
And now EXO are cottoning on to that fact and they're going looking, they're going hunting. They've cleared out middle, they've cleared out B. They know this is going to be a hit towards A now, more or less. And if Paul Bandana gets a bit of a wriggle on, he could even find a flank. Could be Osama's, oh sorry, could be Bilal as well to do that job. There's the molly into car. I think that's actually fizzled. I don't think that landed right.
You've got to throw it a little bit lower. I didn't want to point it out, but look, we've gone there.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
It's a thing to work on for ROG.
Yeah. Entry pathing looking decent. Smoke on the corner makes things a little difficult to get onto site, but as soon as the bomb can make its way, it can plant for plat, plant for long. But the fight's favouring no one just yet. ROG going to be losing another. And look, you said Boone and Rolex got tagged up so low earlier on, and that's going to make this so much harder to get anything done. Oh.
Hide. He's chilling.
Oh, NT, and dies after time, which is detrimental. But look, he just came up that little bit late. If they did get to site, if they did get that bomb planted, Rolex was in a great position. But the thing is, they didn't, Jordan. So ends up looking like a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, the bomb actually dropped forward onto the site as well, so it was a little bit difficult for them to, like, you know, you couldn't maybe jump up on the box instead and then jump into the site that way. They didn't really have too many options, had to actually go and collect that C4. So just standing and delivering, really. Oh, gee, this time trending toward the B side of the map, but again, the lowers to middle approach is something that they have enjoyed.
I was thinking about some of the fun changes between now and this time last year, just for CS2 in all those updates. Do you remember when the HE used to give a sound cue if you hit someone?
Yeah.
I can't even remember when that stopped. I just know there was a point where you stopped getting the sound cue.
Yeah.
The other one was, hey, you could just turn the wall like see-through vision on by spamming the cheat command or whatever it was.
Yeah, that seems fair and balanced.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Personally, I was partial to the flying rag dolls, but
that was fun.
They did hatch those pretty quick.
At least that was a fun one that doesn't really affect you like a MJP kind of. It's just extra annoying.
Yeah.
Pole bandana falling could actually make this round problematic though. Osama's locking it in, ready for the swing, and he gets them all. Nice mechanics to deal with that one, and Myrolls is in between a rock and a hard place. 30 seconds, get those 2 picks, and knows where one of the 2 CTs are. Heard a shot coming from A long, so he actually knows positions of both of the EXO members, and could be in a position to make this work, but he won't get past the first hurdle.
Myrolls is Neo from the Matrix. He was dodging bullets for a second there, but Osama's the real hero of this story. He's having a fantastic map. This was really sharp. Nice work adjusting for that third player. Not going to be easy after having sprayed so long. Eight and 3 though.
Yeah.
It's starting to get a little comfortable for EXO, let's say. That is not going to be a good looking round from ROG either. The util is just way too good from EXO. They are aware that a couple of players might have crossed towards bin, but Molly comes through. Maybe the peak from Bilal half a step too early. Molly hadn't quite popped yet, but job's still more or less done favorably by EXO. And it's 4 on 3 now.
And look at all they have. Just that one smoke. Maybe there's more utility on the ground there. And Boone, tagged up, is opting for the scout instead at range, clears the line, and goes back for the AK. Rolex slowing down to create some better space in between him and Boone. And then over towards the A side as well, EXO. Just jumping around, not quite aware of what's going on, but Oscar was certainly ready for that swing. Oh.
Well, a lot of spam with that 5-7. Not really landing too much of it, but whole bandana makes short work of Boone Rywin. Oscar will drop on the jump spot. It's not going to be enough to get 7-8-9 back into this round. Dodds will clean it up. This is looking super confident from EXO. I mean, right now, dare I say, they're looking like the best team in the tournament?
Yeah, you'd say so. You'd say so for sure. But that is going to be halftime, 9-3. We'll see you after the break for that second half.
Well, a 9-3 is looking at a pretty dominant display so far from EXO, but as we've seen throughout some of the matches earlier on today, we can't necessarily count things as done just from that first half. So let's see if ROG have got something else to show us here on Dust 2.
Yeah. Never count your chickens. It's quite hard. They run around like little silly things.
I had a chicken Caesar salad for lunch today. It's not too bad.
Yeah, chicken avocado salad, which I think is the same thing except with less Caesar in it.
I love a bit of Caesar in meat.
I knew it. Absolutely knew it. ROG, though, going to be doubling up in lowers, looking to pincer in for info at upper tunnels. The problem is the info came to Genius, and it went straight through his head. Boone looking to pick some numbers off on the cross. The smoke not necessarily the best. Oh, and the crosshair looked good, but the shots just did not connect. Man advantage for EXO. Plant down. Next round's going to be fine for them, even if this one goes wrong. But Myrol's falling and leaves 789 all on his own. And he's going to get tucked away in that smoke. Knife City ain't going to happen. Pole bandana snatching it with the Glock. And all smiles on EXO.
Yeah, yet another victory coming through for EXO, and it's a pretty big one, backing up the pistol on the T side. ROG not going to have an easy time of forcing their way back in, so you'd look at it and say, realistically, that's probably 11 for EXO. And assuming ROG would force and then lose, it's pretty much the game over. So they're going to take the more reserved approach. I say reserved as they charge their way down the middle with the USPs. I just don't see this working. EXO's too good of a team to be falling to that.
Yeah.
And it's aim prac really.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Nobody knows.
We see this daily in pugs. One of them things. Look, it can work if the communication's a little bit off. Look, Dodds did have the bomb, theoretically. You got a 5v2 up against those AKs. If you do manage to snatch one away, you pick up both AKs if you get those kills. And the whole round turns on its head because you're holding the bomb with AKs. That being said, didn't happen. It's all theory. And ROG going to be going for the 3-2 split. Full control on long. Nice little molly. Refresh those smokes and control it. Osama's, though, going to be picking up the pace, catching Myrol's with util in hand. And 789 not allowed to fight back either. B-site taken. You're 2 men down. You are saving already if you're ROG, or you've got nothing for the potential last round of the series.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. that shouldn't be that easy for EXO. They should not be allowed to walk into be like that. And I guess we're getting the answer to our question. ROG, they looked all right, but it was against Blaze Warriors. EXO's a very different beast. Genius cleans one up onto Dodds. So ROG maybe given the opportunity to hold on to these guns. Or maybe not. Rolex, bit of a whiff from him there onto Oscar, and Genius is in trouble. Low on HP, the flash. It was a team flash, but it doesn't matter.
EXO realizing that, you know, that next round would be that little bit harder if there was some rifles in it, and now there's not going to be. Yep. But again, Osama's, you know, nice read that someone would potentially be standing close there, not expecting an instant push after that Molotov. No one was on plat, no one was behind Heaton or Big Box, whatever you want to call it. No one was spotting the line, so he was able just to walk out, get some freebies. And that's pretty much the game, Jack.
Ooh. Scout versus AWP. Scout wins. Maybe not quite so easy just yet for EXO, though player advantage in this round doesn't necessarily convert it for ROG. It's not a great buy on their behalf.
Ooh, chasing him down. And again, just not aware that he could pull that util out. Well, wasn't allowed to pull that util out. 789 looking to lock it in. Molly going up towards window to stop any extra aggression, and a hard crossfire on the doors with the MP9s. Pole bandana, though, going to catch one swinging. The patience, the discipline just was not there for Myrol's to wait any longer. Genius swinging through, bringing it to the 1v1.
Wow.
And the bomb being down on the B side with Dodds at that range is going to be able to lock in a win. 13-3, a dominant performance for EXO to lock in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, dominant performance not just in this game, but in their previous game as well. 13-3, 13-3. They have easily had the cleanest run into the playoffs so far. And they are very, very pleased with that one. So all smiles as far as EXO is concerned. And for ROG, bit of a longer day now is going to be their fate. They'll be meeting Blaze Warriors in maybe 20, 30, 40 minutes or so. Play a best of 3 for the remaining slot out of Group B.
Yeah. at least they had a little warm-up, you know? They had to... they got some good rounds in there, some nice shots. Unfortunately, lost a couple of clutches. Like, even that last round, right? Genius could have turned around, could have turned that whole round around and maybe made a comeback happen, but it just wasn't happening today. You know, everyone on EXO showing that they are confident, showing that they deserve to be straight into the quarterfinals, and that's exactly where they're heading.
It is very comfortable stuff from them. They will play Chinggis Warriors, actually. Now we know that...
is that how it works?
A versus B, B versus A, you know, seeding-wise. And then, obviously, C versus D, D versus C. So there's no, like,
there's no, like, four-way weird mix?
No.
Okay,
It's just A plays B, C plays D, basically. Seed 1 plays Seed 2. So that's locked in now. They're straight through to the playoffs, play against Chinggis Warriors. I think that'll be a good test for both of those two teams. But, yeah, from what I've seen so far, I'd definitely give the benefit of the doubt to EXO over Chinggis Warriors right now, which is not necessarily something that I may have been saying going into the tournament. I think it's always a little harder to get a read on these Middle Eastern teams.
Yeah.
We don't really get to watch them quite as much, but EXO have really impressed me.
Yeah, well, to be fair, Chinggis Warriors have also, you know, impressed me a little bit in terms of their mechanics, able to push Rare Atom, almost take that best of one off of them. Same sample size as well, like EXO, a very good Dust 2 team, still thinking about that veto. You know, maybe ROG shouldn't have gone there. You look at the scoreline, be a hindsight, Harry, maybe another place was a better place to play. But we get to see a bit more of ROG's map pool because they're going to be playing that best of 3 to try and survive later on.
Yeah, indeed. ROG, I think there's probably still a pretty good likelihood that they'll get that one over the line against Blaze Warriors, I would say reasonably comfortably.
Yeah.
But Blaze did show us a little bit yesterday against Fated Rise, so get too far ahead of myself in that one.
Yeah.
So that interview is still getting prepared. A bit of a chat amongst the...
Who is it? Who we got?
I'm not sure.
Is that Dodds? I think that's Dodds. Beautiful. Get a little bit of insight from him. And see what they're doing. But yeah, you know, they've locked their ticket in. I'm sure that's great, you know. Paul Bandana, that's someone I want to have a chat to and just to figure out exactly, you know, how that's going to work out.
Yeah, indeed. Looks like we're pretty much ready to go down to the interview. So once again, going to be good to hear from EXO. We'll hand it over to the stage for a little chit chat.
All right, I'm with Dodds from XO Esports. Now, we were talking to you guys, your coach earlier, and you were telling me you had food coma. You were a little worried about your performance, but you guys end up performing really well. So tell me what you ate and how you feel about your performance just now.
就是我们刚才赛前聊天的时候，他说他好像吃的有点太饱了，然后就很紧张，就怕一会儿是不是打不好。那我们就问一下，到底中午吃的是啥？
I mean, basically, we ate the most famous Arabian food. It's shawarma.
A shawarma here.
Yeah. So it was really delicious, and I don't know.
Give you a bit of a buff.
Yeah, we were so confident. It's like tasty food. So easy, man.
Just let me translate that real quick. 就他们刚才吃了，就是阿拉伯最好吃的东西叫 shawarma， 我也不知道中文是什么，但是反正就是说吃的非常爽。然后在这里能吃到家乡的菜，然后肯定是有加成啊。
How do you feel about your performance just now? You know, a lot of us didn't know much about XO Esports coming into this. What makes your team so good right now, and how do you want to be remembered by leaving this event?
就 XO Esports 这支队，其实我们大家就很多人都不是很了解啊，但是你们还是展现了非常非常强的实力。那么就要简单介绍一下你们队，然后你们这次的目标是什么？
What makes us good? Like we came here like we have nothing to lose. We traveled all around the world like 12 hours to prove ourselves, and we are all confident. And before coming to this tournament, we have won like 2-3 tournaments, and there's some important tournaments we finished like top 2, top 3. So we are all confident, and we have really good team spirit. We got this.
我们就非常的自信，我们热情非常的高涨，因为我们在飞了12个小时来打极限之地之前，我们还打了2-3个其他的赛事，然后我们的成绩都是拿了第2名或者第3名，所以我们也都是非常的自信的。就我们飞了12个小时来极限之地这里来证明自己。
And last question, how confident are you about getting to those grand finals of eXTREMESLAND?
有没有信心进入这个极限之地的总决赛？
I mean, as you saw, as everybody saw, we are so confident. We really don't care about anyone here. We came here to prove ourselves, and let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go and eat some shawarma.
就是大家也都看到了，我们的实力是非常强的，我们也非常的自信的。然后我们其实这里面的所有队我们都没有放在眼里，然后我们就对。
All right, well, we're going to send it back to the desk. Casters, tell me how much you like shawarma and where you can get the best ones in Shanghai. Thank you so much.
好，我们把时间交给解说老师。
I love shawarma.
I like it a lot, but I don't know where to get it in Shanghai. Like, come on, you're asking the wrong people.
If you type it in, I don't think it'll even come up on the food apps. It'll just show us Mandarin, and I don't know when to click. But I've had good shawarma from Saudi Arabia. It was apparently the most famous shawarma, and damn, it was good. But good to hear that there's good shawarma here as well. And that, of course, was a beautiful performance coming out of EXO. Having a look at all the stats here, Dodds probably going to be the MVP with that performance, and look, well spoken. Good to get a little bit of insight from them as well, as to, you know, not really caring about any teams here, just playing their game and showing what they're capable of. Interesting to pick their brains actually about what were the other tournaments they've played where they've placed, you know, pretty highly in.
Right.
Unfortunately, that's sort of like a region we don't know a lot about.
Yes, it is. But, you know, I think that was a beautiful point from him, that EXO is just kind of here to prove themselves, and they are definitely proving themselves at the moment. I think they've converted us, Mac. Now it's a question of what they're going to do going forward into those playoffs, because it is easy, to be fair, to look good against the weaker teams in the group stage, and then sometimes we'll just see those teams go into the playoffs and capitulate a little bit. I don't necessarily get that sense actually from EXO. I think they have the fundamentals to actually go the distance. I could see these guys in the grand finals personally, the way they're playing at the moment, but
yeah, for sure.
I'll reserve my judgment until we get to see that first playoffs game against Chiefs.
The only thing in my head that I can think about going potentially wrong is that they haven't been tested, so maybe when they get tested, there could be some kind of maybe a mental boom, but this is all just, you know, weird expectations. We don't know. We don't know if we haven't seen them be tested, so we'll know when we do know, and if they get tested, because that'll potentially happen, you know, in the quarters.
Could happen in the quarters, could happen in the semis, maybe in the grand finals. Either way, we'll see if they can get there. The story now becomes about ROG. They're going to have to go up against Blaze Warriors and see how they can test themselves in an attempt to make it through to the playoffs as well. We'll head straight to a break. See you in a minute.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this.
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. TR Series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mouse pad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. The TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR SE models also feature Zowie's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay.
In the future, we want to improve our team more. I mean, we can improve our personal skill and more strat. We want to go like to the global. We want to be more powerful and want to be the best Vietnamese team ever. The strength of Vietnamese in this tournament is a little bit underrated. I think when we staying here in the biggest tournament, we have the skill, we have the confidence to play. If we're serious and we play full focus, I think the champion will be easy for us. If we play like our style before, if we play correct our play style, I think easy the champion. It's easy for us.
I want them to know that we are a team from Thailand and see how we can do in a LAN tournament in China. I think the team is kind of like tough, but our goal is at least to go playoff and maybe can do like better. But at least we have to like get out of group stage and be in playoff. Actually, we're not a team that always in the boot camp, but we went to boot camp only for this tournament. Before we fly, we prepare for like 5 days and in boot camp and like try hard before we like fly to China for this tournament. we actually scrim with like most of the Asian team. We actually scrim with Mongolia and China. Sometimes we win them, but mostly we lose them. But at least we learn something from them because they are so good. I can tell you that. Like Mongolia team and China team are the best team in Asia. I think we will be like nervous because we haven't like competed in front of the crowd like long ago, especially in overseas or in China. Of course, we will be nervous, but we, like I said, I'll try our best.
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Welcome back to eXTREMESLAND, where miracles happen. That's what I've heard. I'm Mac. This is Mitch. We brought Conky back for the final game of the day. We've got a best-of-3 series where ROG are going to get another shot at making it to quarters, but this time through the lower bracket instead of in a best-of-1. So, be it as it may, that was a decent match. How was your little nap watching that one?
It was all right, actually. Yeah,
Short.
I thought it was a quick one. You know, 13-3. I was definitely expecting a little bit more, but you know, it's I guess evidence from the monitors up on the stage, right? XO Esports, they're playing up on their tired team as well in Real Original. But again, a massive shout out, obviously, to Zowie for bringing us through this event.
Yeah.
Monitors, the mice, the mouse pads, so many people using it up on the stage, back at home. Obviously, there's, I think, 3 Australian shipping on the monitors at the moment, something like that. So make sure you do all get around it. And a massive shout out to Zowie for putting this one on for us. It's a beautiful thing. But yeah, literally, like I was like, okay, cool, got about an hour off. Now, 13-3. I'm back down here.
Yeah, 20 minutes off.
Yeah,
and then short timer as well. Quick turnaround because, of course, ROG was already set up there. But look, we have a tie against a Vietnamese team, which is something that I feel like I didn't expect even coming into this tournament, but it's happened, hasn't it? Look, so far, Blaze Warriors, yesterday they won. You know, yesterday they won. It was an interesting game. It looked like they were about to get trounced, but then Cat Evil, aka Faded Rise, decided that they just forgot how to play the game, apparently. Or Blaze Warriors, you know, definitely deserve this one. We can discuss which way that goes as we watch this game, because this is really going to tell us, are Blaze Warriors the real deal? Or did ROG just not match up to some, you know, arguable Middle Eastern European power?
I think the best-of-3 situation, rather, for Real Original hopefully is going to give us a little bit more. So far from them, we've only seen Dust 2. And yeah, Blaze Warriors, as you said, from Faded Rise, 13-1 on Ancient, then they managed to turn it around. It was quite a long game in the end that we ended up having to see them. So we're happy that Blaze Warriors managed to get through. Again, the way that Faded Rise were approaching the game, it was a little bit whack, I suppose, in a way. So what do we got to come on out? Dust 2 already gone, which means that we don't have to see that again from Real Original Gaming. And they picked up Nuke. Ancient is there as well, and it looks like this one will be ending up on Mirage Max. So a bolstered out approach here for Real Original Gaming, and it's been a long time. We heard from Genius in the interview how it's been a fair while since Thai CS has been, you know, represented in any sort of way. You know, Rolex was in Valorant for a bit. I think he got to play up there on the world stage. So plenty for them to prove, and the exact same thing could be said for Blaze Warriors. These guys have already had a bit more of a chance to prove some stuff up on the stage. So I'm looking more towards the Thai side and what their map pool looks like and how their approach kind of comes out on the different maps. Because I think both of them just sort of went on the back that EXO did really well on Dust 2.
Yeah.
Real Original did well on the same. They play there. EXO, the clear leader.
I'm just keen to see some good, hard CS. Look, Blaze Warriors, they liked their nuke yesterday, so I wouldn't be surprised if they managed to take that first map. On the other hand, you know, we did see the TIE team come through and enjoy a bit of Ancient the other day. So, look, they played a couple of pug maps. Mechanically, they're pretty gifted, but also just the explosiveness, the slipperiness of a couple of the individuals on Blaze Warriors, you really need to watch out for that.
Definitely. Nah, for sure. They've got a lot to prove, the old Vietnamese region, right? You know, it's always been a underrepresented region, I feel like, in FPS titles. A lot of mobile games, I understand, to be played at an esports competitive level over there. And, you know, for Thai CS, right, it was pretty rich once upon a time. You know, you think back to your Alpha Reds and your Lucid Dreams. Another face was Lakia. He, you know, sort of had a bit of a run over there. But now it's back to the old faithful in Counter-Strike here. Nuke is out, Mac. And it is going to be a full-on hit towards top site per usual. 7-8-9 will be the opener in this round. And Rolex another.
Oh, straight into it. And Genius going to be the first one to fall for ROG. Nice little flick around. Baby going to be able to find himself the double. Ryu still looking too. And Myrolls and Rolex both looking to lock this in, but Myrolls on 2 HP is going to be cleaned up easily. Rolex position known. He was on that A site, and he's going to try to beat him down lower. BW still committing here.
Yeah, he might actually be able to find a good little bit of timing. The doors are going to open in just a second, but how long are they going to be watching towards it? Oh. There it is. That's going to be the bomb dropped. 3 for Rolex. And will he be looking at the left wrist to check the time? PMS planting in a slightly different approach. They're going to be looking for this fight, and that was clean as anything. Hey, what a start there from Rolex. Beautiful stuff to open up on for the Thai side.
Yeah, nice little clean clutch, clean shots. And a CT pistol is going to go a long way. BW, though, you know, on that T side, you get that plant down, and straight away, you better believe they're going to be forcing into the second. Just try to whittle away at that CT economy, if not cause a bit of an upset here into the second.
Definitely. We need to see more from them so far, right? You know, it was a pretty solid decimation early on.
Yeah.
But there's not been a hell of a lot of showing since then, right? You know, EXO just completely dismantled Real Original Gaming. Dust 2, maybe not their map, even though it did look like it earlier in the competition. So Nuke opening up all right. We'll have to see plenty. You know, obviously a little bit more CT-sided still in the current meta, even though the game leans towards the Ts a bit more. So it's just the Eagles out for BW.
Yeah. Interesting decision to go for that one. I thought, you know, maybe they would go for something a bit faster. There's some pretty solid upper pops yesterday. And 7-8-9 moving, shooting, grooving, and hitting to the grave.
Good shot there from Kingslow. Able to find that one, so got to be careful that they don't overstep. That'll be the only thing here, Real Original Gaming, if they give up a little bit too much. Rolex gets 2, but taken. As an M4 going down, Boone will be able to find it back at the very least, so it's all on to Baby 4, and that'll be all she wrote for now.
And there's the closer. Boone making it happen. And ROG off to a good start. 2-0. Some casualties. You know, those rifles lost. I'm not sure. I'm looking at the map. I don't think Genius yet. There you go. Genius and Myrolls didn't really get what they were looking for. They didn't get those upgrades back to the M4s. So a few more MP9s are here going into the third. And BW have everything they need. A couple of AKs, plenty of util. But where are they going to head?
Couple of warning shots is really all she wrote so far. A bit of a park for Blaze Warriors in lobby. The outside approach is there. AK's in tow. So what are we looking for at this point in time? A slow walk through the heart, maybe a little bit of a spot there. Ryu does manage to dispatch Genius. He did take a hell of a lot of damage in the process, though. Mayrolls is the one boosted up towards the ramp position, so they are playing this very slow, Blaze Warriors.
Just wait now, these smokes. And ROG playing dangerously aggressive, but I don't hate it. You know, you got Rolex playing at a range where the MP9 can just completely chop through that Kevlar. Here comes the upper attempt. Good timing on the incendiary device. Some extra space. 7-8-9 going to be tucked towards the doors. Swinging, almost able to find 3. It's Pilu to unfortunately take down Baby, and things get difficult. Myrolls pushing with a fast flank, and it's all up to Kingslow to make this one happen. 30 on the clock, and everything against him.
Really turning this one around. Hey, Real Original Gaming looking fantastic. Mayrolls with a good bit of timing, and now as they all swing in, it's going to be Rolex to take him. He's had a bit of a stellar start to this map too as well, Max, so nicely done from Real Original Gaming. They're all looking like they are well and truly drilled on this CT side of Nuke. As we said, you know, only having seen a little bit of their pool so far on Dust 2. As we open up into the best of threes, it gives plenty more opportunity for these teams to kind of bare their fangs. And the frustration's already starting to come out from the side of Blaze Warriors. They are quite an emotional team is all I can say. You know, whether it be highs or lows, they are up and down, that's for sure.
It's one of those things too, though. You pick a Nuke, you're probably going to start on that T side. And if things don't get off to the right start and you can't keep your mental together, then look, that's part of being a professional. Boone. Looking through that smoke there. A dangerous game getting played by multiple members. Rolex is going to be the one to snag it away onto Milu. And that'll be the early man advantage. Gap in the smoke. 7, 8, 9. Have to go toe-to-toe with the Deagles. Smoke's starting to fade, though, when he's out in the open. Could get awkward, but PMS falls.
Rolex having an absolutely fantastic start here, too. But right now, it's just the P shooting gallery towards outside. That has been a relatively lackluster approach from Blaze Warriors so far. Admittedly, we are only now moving into the 5th round. But yeah, just, you know, seeming to set their sights towards outside. It can be a very challenging team map to play, Mac, from the T side if you're not, you know, well practiced, right?
Yeah, well, look, they got smokes. We know they've got smokes. They were using them yesterday. You could see them even in that round using them. It's just more so what to do with the utility, right?
Exactly.
They were just trying to fight through it with Deagles, mate. Just get down secret, get closer range, give yourselves the best chance. But what are they doing? Now they're back onto the AKs again. Nice flash towards ramp. And a pause on that initial boost, just in case it was a rush at ramp. They'll slot Mayrolls up eventually there. Re-smoke to buy some time and allow rotation away from the ramp if they want.
Yeah, Mayrolls has yet to actually give up that position so far. He was able to push the ramp room in the previous round. So they are pretty far forward here. Real Original Gaming. There's actually a little bit of outside control coming out from 789 as well, Mac. They are waiting for it, though. Milu has his eyes trained on that flank. I don't know how ready they are actually going to be for it. Looks like there is some utility out, but now they'll swing straight into the crosshair. There you go, 789. The jig is up.
That crossfire at ramp still holding strong. They're very much expecting Blaze Warriors to come this direction, but they're going to go for the up pump instead. Baby not going to be able to make his way out here. Genius at Mustang. Only one will be found. Boone, a single as well, and the full wrap on Tetris makes things more difficult. Mayrolls trying to come in from lobby, but a good timing on the swing as Ryu, I believe they were going back for the bomb, and managed to catch him in the transition.
They are sharp. I think that's the main thing, right? You know, when they went out together, they were able to hit their shots. They really did overwhelm Real Original Gaming there. So well done. You know, it was a couple of opening frags from Boone and Genius, but yeah, Kingslow, and you're exactly right, running back for that bomb, and they collected the frag at the exact same time.
It's happened a few times at this tournament on the Nuke games.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it?
Yesterday, worked out for them, even though the CTs had it. And this time ROG thinking, what are they doing? But sometimes things don't go to plan. By the way, Kingslow going to be looking for some early openings. Good nade, awkward angle for Boone, but he makes it work. Kingslow closer to the corner. Not going to spot him with the slow creep. Rolex just trying to block it door.
Good run in from Genius as well to get that shot into Ryu. So they bring the advantage back. You know, they don't want to make sure Blaze Warriors don't want to allow them back into this game early on. So they hold on to the advantage. 789 playing back of Warehouse. Baby 4 not going to clear it at all. So a 4-on-2. Genius also taking point there too. So leaving it just down onto Milu to try and pick up the pieces for the team. And no bomb is still left just outside spawn there. Rolex closing out the door. And this has been a very, very quick start. There was only the one round, really, just in the previous, where we did see ROG get a little bit overzealous and push towards outside, in towards ramp, and give up a couple of free frags. But outside of that, Blaze Warriors haven't had a hell of a lot of presence just yet on this T side.
Yeah. As I was saying to Jordan before, maybe that last map of Dust 2 for ROG was a bit of a warm-up map.
Yeah,
they got slapped around, but they did get close in some of those rounds. And now BW, obviously, not at the same caliber as EXO.
Definitely
but
not.
It's still early days, so who knows, maybe they're warming up too.
EXO surprised me a hell of a lot, which is nice to see, but we'll park that for a second because they are trying to rev the engine out towards ramp. Good utility, really going to make it hurt. Milu does get one, but Mayrolls trades. Ryu another. So they are making it work down towards the ramp position, at least with some lower bits of HP. Genius hitting the shot, and so will the big Boone. Great shot. Ryu left now, 1 versus 3. Bomb still dropped a fair way away, so even if he gets a frag here, he's still got a hell of a lot of work to do here, Mac.
Molly and Flash to try and take some angles. But yeah, we'll just double it back. ROG. I thought they were playing this together, but they will start to split. Rolex even going to go for a bit of a hunt over towards control room, or trophy rather. And Ryu getting the package. 50 on the clock to get to site. Rolex. He could actually have a bad timing here. He doesn't seem to expect 3 Bobby. There's a pick. Now the info is there. Ryu going to be dropping a flash over towards Mini. And still has so much time to play with. Won't go out A.
Certainly the world's his oyster at this point in time. If he ran out A, we'll be straight into the helping hands of Boone up in heaven. Got all the utility, still yet to actually fire a shot in the last little bit with that AWP. So it will be lower sight that he does head down towards now. AK in hand, just the single molly to use at his discretion. It will be for double doors, it does appear at this point in time. But dropping down towards the ramp, it will be the approach for Megaton from Boone, but he's got to be super careful. He's making a hell of a lot of sound. Ryu is low. Molotov goes down, and it's actually right onto it as well. Information gathered. And Boone will be able to pick that one up as well. So AWP recovered, but I think that might have done a bit of work against the economy of ROG.
Yeah, chipping that away for sure. Interesting angle there on the retake. Boone jiggling with the molly, throwing it not successfully into the corner. Yeah, it was, yeah. A weird one to watch. Worked out for ROG anyway. And at least with the AWP getting carried across, you know, there will be probably enough to buy into the next. Crazy, chaotic round.
Can certainly all aim, right? But the tactical depth does appear to be lacking with some of this utility.
Yeah.
All seems to be very reactive, right? Just on the fly. But look, ROG have put together a fair few rounds. Obviously, they were only able to find 3 in the previous map, so they are more than truly warmed up. Whereas Blaze Warriors, I did see them earlier, they were watching along on the game, and yeah, I think they've been hit with a bit of a rude awakening so far.
Spot the jump peak. Boone firing off a warning shot. And over to the back of door. An awkward fight that chips Ryu down to 37. In the meanwhile, you see 789 making a bit of a move down through lower. Looking to clear out the holes, maybe just clear out outside eventually. A little flank up secret.
What's going to happen here, Mac? Still 5 alive on either side. Minute 10. Again, limited presence from Blaze Warriors. They look like they are set up out towards the A site again. Going to be no top hut molly or anything like that. The utility is relatively basic. It's just going to be maybe a flash out. Again, Myrol still yet to be spotted towards that position. Okay, no, maybe PMS is heading up. He does have the molly, he does have the smoke. Flushing out top of hut would be fantastic to give themselves a little bit of extra space, especially given Rolex's positioning. Now they will be lining it up. Annex Smoke ready to go. They will be now rocking and a rolling, moving and a grooving, but Boone is going to be able to decimate there alongside Rolex. Milu does find his way out there, Mac, but 789 drops baby 4, and whilst there's only 2 left, they are both low in HP. And it's going to be such a tough position for them to even try and find the bomb plant, but Mayrolls drops Ryu. Now Milu, surely they're going to try and force this one now. 20 seconds left. Does have the bomb in hand, of course, as we know, but he has to fake it out first. And now, are they going to try to creep on through? Yes, they will. Mayrolls gets it done. 7 for ROG.
Nice movement to get out onto the rafters rather than just fall into his potential death there. Either way, works out, and ROG having a whopping CT side so far. Very dominant. You know, sending back to what they got done to them by EXO earlier. BW just can't seem to double up those rounds yet. No bomb plant means the buyers are going to be a bit all over the place, prioritising firepower for a few members, and only really sort of that one set, maybe a double pump on A, but it's faster towards ramp we go. Smoke in the molly close range. The A1 only has so many bullets to hold here, and he's used a bloody lot of them. Only finds 2, but does big damage onto the others.
It's a full buy too. You know, the fact that he's been able to kind of rip through most 2.5 frags is being found. And now Boone trying to jump onto that line over towards Mega. The molly doesn't go exactly where he kind of wished it would have, but it does at least keep him inside Decon.
Yeah. On the right line, sees the shadow, connects on the head. Lovely shot. And now a two-man advantage for ROG to stack on 8. Baby and Kingslow both having decent performances yesterday, and they're going to be tested here if they want to try to find number 2.
We'll never forget the clutch from Baby. Kingslow also was the man to open up many a sight. Right now in the 1v3, also has to be careful that he doesn't drop down. It's going to be Boone to take him. Big old Boone on the AWP's been looking pretty good too, Mac. He's been hitting some seriously impactful shots.
Yeah.
Round after round.
Definitely been doing a decent amount of work for them. I feel like, unfortunately, didn't get going on Dust 2. Kept on getting put into really awkward sort of like 1vx, 1v4 situations, and was really, you know, just shut down.
Yeah.
By the Saudi org.
Yeah, Dust 2, you know, still such a volatile place, obviously coming back into the pool in a different kind of world now. CS is one of the maps that's been around pretty much since inception.
Yeah.
Definitely leaning in towards more aggressive of a CT side. But look at Rolex and Boone again. You know, Mayrolls hasn't even had to show his hand. This is just ridiculous at this point, Mac. Haven't seen a hell of a lot. You know, Blaze Warriors gave that one little moment of brilliance, but it was basically delivered to them free on a platter by ROG, who over-pushed in towards ramp, in towards outside. And, yeah, now Ryu and Kingslow are all on their lonesome towards outside. Kingslow does connect with a shot, but Rolex is there for 1.5. 1v3 left on the cards. And Genius using that big brain to try and clear out the side of red. Looking like he wants to swing, but just going to wait and try and buy enough time. I think he actually will probably connect with this position because they're just waiting for Mayrolls, who was on the flank anyway, up to the tippy top of that silo. So, I don't know, Mac, is it too quick to say that this one's looking like it's a bit over, or what?
It's still the first map, all right? We've seen what's happened in the last couple of days.
Hey, map, not series, all right? You know, I'm just talking about nuclear.
On paper, you're right, but it still is early. You know, BW potential to get 3.
I've been wrong too many times in my life, Mac. I'm on edge.
Let's see what BW can do with another mixed bag. Rock utility, the flick, not good from Boone this time. Smoke over towards single dog. Everything's slowing down though.
I only just realized that these chairs are like in the car. There's like a little switch.
Yeah, you only just realized?
That's so sick.
They're great.
Yeah.
They're great. Are they heated, or was mine just hot because of Jordan? I got back down here and I was like, is this heated, or was Jordan really just running that hot?
Yeah, I think Jordan's just got that big wagon, you know?
Big booty.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just that big Rolex. Ice on the wrist. He's been looking super good, Mac, so... Only, yeah, 2 frags left again to be found. Ryu will be able to get one, but that's not before it gets traded. And Baby only with the old Galil does manage to at least make one work. Drops Boone, at least having to reinvest into the AWP. I think it's probably a bit too far away to collect at this point in time. But again, no presence. Bomb just dropped not too far away from him. And if they keep giving up frags, maybe there's a world where he collects. 35 seconds to work with.
Genius in the right position, a dirty off angle as well. We'll see if Baby is ever going to expect this one. Oh, well now. Here's those shots, and
Clean.
They are good. Genius gets the job done. And it will be, what was that, 10-1.
All I can feel like, and I mean, look, again, it's only tested on one map, but how well EXO has done in both their games so far.
Yeah.
Just really kind of makes me hope that they're actually a solid prospect into the playoffs now.
You watch them play mechanically.
Their macro's awesome. Their mechanics are great. And for a team that's only been, as I said, slapped together last minute, right? They play like a team that has been around for a little bit.
Yeah. Some good quality gamers on that team. I'd love to have a chin wag with them and learn a bit more, especially going into the quarters.
Plenty of time for that, I'm sure. They do love a chat.
Boone. Down this one. Over towards outside. Early pick on the lurker. BW still putting some pressure over towards ramp side. ROG have had the 2-man setup on ramp many a time. I'd argue that BW should probably try something faster over towards the A site. Maybe a pop that we saw him running the other day. But ROG just Going to be sending it to the half, 11-1, and it is pure domination. Let's see if they can win it with a pistol in the second. We are back and gaming, but for how long? That's the big question on everyone's lips here at eXTREMESLAND, because Blaze Warriors only picked up that one round on the T side of Nuke, which is their map pick, and they're already looking frustrated going into the pistol here. 2 rounds, all that's needed for ROG to lock in one map for Twice CS.
Would be a massive step forward in the right direction for them towards the playoffs here. Because again, their opponents are going to be fierce. You know, we've got Rare Adam, we've got Chingus Warriors. They'll be looking up against them from Group A. I think that's how it's ultimately going to go. A and B versus C and D. And the pistol meaning everything here for Blaze Warriors. Already seeing some presence drop down towards the vents, but re-peeking back up now. Baby 4 getting back in towards the smoke, trying to highlight the action as the rest of the members still walking down towards lowers, but Rolex actually smacking him in the back of the head, the old Glock punishing. And now they're going to get that bomb planted very, very quickly. It's going to be a rough retake for Blaze Warriors.
Yeah, an awkward smoke push decision. It was pretty much whoever looked to their left first won. And this time, it is going to be the retake coming in from heaven. Ooh, Milo and PMS going to be able to go for the 2-for-1, but at range, Boom Rywin brings it back for real original gaming. Milo and Ryu not going to be able to get the job done just yet. Ryu, plenty of bullets here in the dualies. Has an inkling on the positions of these 2 final players. Open plant though for them. They don't have to swing. They just want that info. Genius swinging will fall, and Boone on the trade game is good enough for 12. One more needed, and we are sending it to Ancient.
This is crazy, right? But all I can say is yesterday was probably the most one-sided result we saw from Fated Rise, 13-1 against Blaze Warriors. The Vietnamese side have been here before, Mac. Maybe it's a map that they are not well drilled on, but that was Ancient, which means that if we take Ancient and Nuke out of the equation, it's going to be tough. And Real Original Gaming obviously picked that one. Blaze Warriors picked this map. So it's not exactly selling the best story. So realistically, maybe at this point in time, it sounds like Vietnam's just going to be taking home a series win. And that's basically all she wrote. You got to be happy with that, though, to be honest, Mac.
Oh, 100%.
Coming here and losing everything, that would suck. But for those guys...
Oh, big HG, but Genius is going to be able to be the first one to get that pick. Nice opening on A, and it's a faster approach. The full wrap around the back of sight. PMS, I didn't think he was quite ready, but he will react. Still living, bit of help from above, but they'll both fall eventually. And that's going to be the A site taken in a 1v4 Kingslow. At this range with a Mag 7, you wouldn't expect him to win this engagement, so he'll just tuck into the corner and hope that someone walks into his little trap. Gets one. Could have got a second, but that'll be the game. 13-1, a Mag 7, unfortunately unable to clutch, and that is going to be Nuke taken by Real Original Gaming.
Map selection of Blaze Warriors, as we did allude to before here, Mac, which is just good signs for the Thai side. You know, they talk about how excited they are to be back to Counter-Strike after a little bit of a runaway to Valorant for a short period of time, you know, which is very much the tune that we experience for a hell of a lot of the Asian regions. But ultimately, you know, the way that the Tier 2 scene has been approached, it might mean for some more opportunity for Counter-Strike into the next couple of years, especially given the fact that there is so much more tournament occurring.
Yeah.
And you can see what it means to Blaze Warriors, right? You know, the frustration absolutely is there, and that's the danger, I suppose, in a territory like this. You know, you need to be able to come into your game strong, be confident with your approach, and if you give it everything, then at least you just learn from it. Take it home, have a watch back. But the good thing is here for the rest of the trip, they can treat it as a holiday if they go, right? You know, no one's getting sent home from Shanghai on day one. They're going to be here the entirety of the time.
Yeah, look, you've at least got one win under your belt, and I think that's a great thing to say for, you know, Vietnamese CS, considering it's been a long time since they've been on the world stage or even the Asian stage. And look, there's not much you can take away from that one. Just say, come on, guys, we know we can do better than that. Let's just start on the strong side. It's not their map pick, but we did see them play some Ancient the other day, as far as I'm aware, and I'm pretty sure they were much better on it.
13-1, they lost.
On Ancient?
Yeah.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
So that's where we're sitting with it. But, as I said, it was Fated Rise who were, like, coming out swinging. I don't know. It was very, very strange.
What about the first best of one?
Oh, first best of one. That's a different story.
No,
sorry.
They came out with like six rounds before things went wrong.
Yeah. No,
I was like, I swear they did better than
literally
one.
all I can think about is that opening map to Fated Rise, and that's the tune I'm trying to sing, hopefully in a way of they've been 13-1 before, and then they won the series. So let's see if they can do that again.
Yeah, so look, history could repeat itself. There is a chance that that could happen. It'll be interesting to see where it ends up on Ancient, but we do know that Blaze Warriors have it, even though it didn't go well the last time they played it. Having a quick look at the stats. Ryu doing good work, 12 and 13, the only one to reach double digits there for Blaze Warriors. For Real Original Gaming, though, look, the disparity across the board was pretty decent. Rolex and Boone doing great work. Boone controlling outers, Rolex controlling wherever the hell he was. And I think 789 as well, also helping with that outers hold. Blaze Warriors just kept on pushing the point in places and didn't really... Like, I feel like they should have tested that upper site more. You know, in hindsight, it's easy to say, and they can get that ready for the next time they play Nuke. But if they don't win Ancient, they have no chance of playing that here again at Extremesland. They will be going home.
Absolutely, and just looking back, it was Dust 2, the opening map that they played against. So obviously that one has been banned out this time. It was 13-5 in favor of Real Original Gaming, so this obviously being a rematch in a way. Yeah, Boone was looking fantastic on the AWP, I think, as we alluded to there before. So now moving into these next couple of maps, we've obviously got Anubis. It's there for the taking, potentially, but at the end of the day, all I can go with is what we've seen so far. We know that there is a level of resilience there for Blaze Warriors, but yeah, you've got to be able to turn on a dime, right? There's only 5 minutes to work with to get yourself back into gear, Mac.
Yeah, 5 minutes, then like a little bit. And look, it sounds like that is going to be starting right now. It is time for a break, but map 2 coming up just after this.
Welcome to EXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, EXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the EXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. EXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after-images caused by rapid motion. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. TR Series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mouse pad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. The TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR SE models also feature Zowie's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
Esteemed Asian Counter-Strike enthusiasts from across the globe, welcome back. We are here again for what could possibly be the final series of the day, Mac. It is Blaze Warriors up against Real Original Gaming, and after that opening map on Nuke, it was a 13-1 affair. No real opportunity for the Vietnamese side to show their fangs at all. And I guess a little bit disappointing from what we have seen from them throughout the course of this competition. But there is still some additional time. Ancient and Mirage if we need it.
Yeah, it does look like the players are all locked in, though. They barely got up when the game ended before, and they're already in, pretty much locked in. Almost every single one of them, except for Boone there on the end. But I'm keen to see what they're going to be capable of on Ancient. A bit more balanced, so no matter what side you start on, you will have a decent opportunity to make it happen. I also had a quick chat. I was talking to Impression, and he was saying, you know, the T side is just so much better, and I was explaining, you know, like overseas, you know, CT side can be better because protocols, etc. And that just comes with experience and reps with your team. A lot of these teams, of course, have been cracking, but only here. And if you're only running a lot of T sides, if you're only really like learning on your T side, that's why everyone seems to be, you know, that much better on their T side. So I kind of understand the concept, but that comes with experience. And there's players here that have been playing for years and years and years and years and years. And it's like their first time on LAN as well for a couple of the new names. So everyone's sort of figuring it out. And I dare say, look, if it's your first couple of LANs and you're trying to hold on that CT side, things can definitely be difficult if you aren't used to, you know, getting aggressive, swinging into lines and stuff like that. So we'll see how it all evolves, but it is time for Ancient.
Inferno always punishing on that CT side, Mac, if you don't take advantage of the extra space in the map. But now, as it comes back to it, ROG out mid. And they've been given that control absolutely for free. So Blaze Warriors are just going to be sitting back towards the house. A single member in Baby 4, holding back from the Temple, getting dinked up as well, so immediately forced away. Looks like it's going to be a pretty quick bomb plant. 789 rips off the head. And now as they move in towards the Temple, now it's Genius to open up the bank account as well. PMS gets a response. 3-on-3, kit still in hand. There is time to work with. And a smoke as well if they do want to try and isolate that donut position. 2 members inside here. Kingslow now goes down. So there's where that smoke starts to come through. I don't think they're actually going to be aware that the kit is in play. PMS is now defusing, but it's a great HE. However, shots respond. Kingslow, Milo, they get it done. And Blaze Warriors, they get the opening round. So surely it's a better pass mark than last game at this point in time.
You'd think so.
You'd hope so.
You'd hope so. We'll see what ends up happening. Big shots from Kingslow to lock that in. But again, bomb plant means, you know, usually we'd see a force buy. That's what we didn't see from Blaze Warriors in that previous map. ROG, however, realise the power that they hold on the T side with the cheeky weaponry. And they're going to go down to a couple of Mac 10s, Tech 9 Deagle, lots of utility. They're hunting for some early lane control. Uncontested from Blaze Warriors. They're just dumping some util across the top. Good timing on the smoke, but it looks like we're going to see ROG going straight through. The flash is powerful enough to deny the vision. PMS gets the reload off and will have 30 more bullets to fire with, but won't be able to find anything else.
Power of friendship allowing the site take there, Mac, at this point in time. Rolex, a couple of good shots, but Kingslow does manage to take him down. Boone responds nicely. Mayrolls, is he going to be able to clear out Baby 4 here? He absolutely will. All members so low. A gentle breeze could knock them off their feet. But how much work is going to be able to be done here? I don't remember if there was a kit down around. There it is. Yes, he's picked it up. So if he can bait out one in a second, yeah, that's a very open position there from big old Boone. But the damage now being dealt. It's dicey, it's skatey, it's spooky. And the USP now coming out. He can tap onto it, but he's checking the wrong way. He watches towards long, and it's a nice little one tap there from Genius. The old brat of the Mac 10. And around goes back the way of ROG.
That was so incredibly winnable. Just took a little bit too long for him to get that second kill, and then he had no idea on Genius's position. But well played from ROG, and even though it was costly for them, that's a huge round. Bomb plant too. With the round win, they should have a superior buy here. Blaze Warriors only upgrading a couple of pistols. Some Kevlar there too, so it's like a weird low buy. Almost like they couldn't decide what they actually want to do.
Now it means that they're basically going to have to save into the 4th as well, right? Yeah. Unless they're successful here. Yeah, very odd. But I feel like I kind of jinxed them there, Mac. You know, I said they might pass mark, yeah, but with that force coming back in from ROG, there's too many members going down. Boone takes PMS as well. Wallbang straight through. And Rolex getting another as well. So, again, it just very much seems to be that Blaze Warriors on that CT side, like you alluded to it earlier, you know, the lack of experience. They don't know how to set themselves up for success together, you know? Like, I don't know what, like, pugging looks like in Vietnam. I don't know what pugging looks like really anywhere in most parts of Asia outside of China. where you got 5E, obviously, that the players will always sort of jump into. I do occasionally fall into the Singaporean servers. But it's just a hell of a lot of individualism, right? You know, players are just going to be swinging for their own. They're going to be buying their deagles, like Milu hitting these shots here, of course. But conversion is so challenging when you're playing your own game.
Playing your own game separately.
That's it.
Yeah.
yeah. It does work in tandem, but
as opposed to, like, you know, the Kaze playing our own game.
Oh,
but
yeah.
the Rare Atom playing their own game is different.
There's a hell of a lot of
Different
people that
whole
play their own game in Counter-Strike, isn't there?
Kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Someone's got to play it. Why not?
That's it.
Be yourself. Well, that being said, ROG stacking on 2 and keeping it relatively clean. Milu, lovely shot, but that is all he'll be allowed to do. 3 rifles carried across into the next for ROG. And this T-side going swimmingly after losing the pistol. There's another weird buy. BW, of course, with the half investment in the last. They're going to have to go for another half investment here because they just didn't have the money. So next round, as you mentioned, will be the one that they get the buy into. And this time, they've just gone for the full gamble. El Clasico, send 5 players to one side of the map, and look, you've got a 50-50 shot of being right.
Great shot from PMS at the very least in this weird kind of forced-in half-bite that they set themselves up for in the previous round. But again, you can't just be relying over and over again on ROG to peak on their lonesome. They've been setting up to trade quite well, especially whilst they're on this T side. And now they're taking posture over towards that A position. Bomb will join them. It's a little bit late, but that's okay because Blaze Warriors is a long way from home.
Interesting that Milu is able to get that AK. With that lane control, I thought someone was going to at least try to throw the AK away. But things can get very interesting now. Milu already with that Kevlar genius trying to look the right direction. And he certainly will be for the Double 789, stopping Baby from doing anything. And Milu now just looking to save the AK and get out of dodge. They've seen him there in red room and he won't be allowed to escape. Rolex, nice little trade coming through from Genius's position. And a great read as well. The other thing as well, in a situation like this, I'm not sure if PMS is one of the B-site players, but it seemed like ROG were very aware to just go back to A after that shot came through.
Yeah.
Let's have a look where he goes on a gun round. Because we have seen BW obviously play in Ancient yesterday. There is footage. You can figure out who's where. No, it does look like PMS is one of the mid players.
A little bit of a contest for mid this time round. Looks like Blaze Warriors did want to try and fight it, but after that house smoke goes out. So it very much does look like, you know, because you'd think that most of these players, we'll talk about it actually in a sec because it looks like it's getting nice and close. Ryu about to explode onto this donut plate. PMS actually getting the opener, but 789 is the one to trade it. Baby 4 from back in donut gets 2 quick ones for his troubles. Genius already out on towards the site now here. Baby 4 is going to try and get some utility in. He's still peeking when he doesn't really need to. Could have waited for the rest of the team to sort of join him around the bend. And now as they do walk up nice and close, it is going to be a plant attempt. Are they going to be able to clear out the side though? Tap through the box. Now they get the info. Still a little bit awkward there. Milu getting taken very low. Genius is going to be popped in the process. And now as that smoke does go down, Boone, 2 big ones. And what has he got by way of utility? Does he have the HE to pop the smoke? He does, but he's missed it. Oh, it's pulled him off anyway. That's not too bad. He's still baiting, he's still switching. But does he know exactly where it's planted? Yes, he does. Boone Rywan finding the 1v3 clutch and another round in the back pocket for ROG, Mac. What a way to do it.
A crazy, crazy clutch. And that's going to be one of those situations. I think was it Baby who didn't survive in Donut? Yeah, so after these picks, decided to go for the fight in that 1v2. Could have had a 4v2 for the retake, which would have been that much more winnable. It took him a while to dislodge Genius behind default. But yeah, Boone doing such good work there from Donut in the post plant. If they just, you know, waited for that smoke before swinging, Boone wouldn't have got that free extra kill, and you'd have some extra cover to deal with that. By the way, that's a takeaway they can learn from in the future, but for now, Milu stop them up B ramp
so
with
quick.
a deagle. Yeah.
hitting his shots as well. Boone, 7-8-9 going down, but side advantage will be found. They will fall away for a second. But now before I was going to sort of say that like a lot of these Thai players here, they have played many years ago across teams like Alpha Red, teams like Lucid Dream. I mentioned it a couple of times before, stepping away to a different title, which means that they've got like really kind of decent basic fundamentals for Counter-Strike, and you can tell that just from the interview with Genius alone, they spent a bit of time like learning some util again and things like that. They probably haven't played the game a hell of a lot, but the macro is hard to forget, right? It's like riding a bike in a way, and then just refreshing yourself with what model is the best.
Yeah, it's a bit of that. It feels like, meta-wise, we're definitely behind the times, doing some really basic stuff if we're going to deep dive that deep into it.
Yeah.
But then, that just allows people to sort of fly around, shoot their shots. And that's why, sometimes Asian CS can be quite entertaining. It's entertaining in a different way. I wouldn't say it's satisfying. It's more explosive.
Yeah, definitely. As I said, you can give me a pretty good series in a U, T1, whatever it might be, but we have seen some absolute scenes across the years, especially out of teams like Tyloo, Vici. It's only really the Mongols that have kind of delivered that macro at a much better play, but now ROG, they are going straight up long again, Mac, and they've sent so much utility, so much info out to try and secure this position. They have left elbow open. A spray through from PMS makes it a little bit trickier, but now they can kind of take that control further at backside. The rest of the team is actually rotating around towards long here, so I think the position from Mayrolls does get a little bit awkward, a little bit tricky. And there's a dink through, yes, a PMS. He hasn't seen a single player, but he's found 2 frags in the process. And now 7-8-9 trying to reposition himself. Does get spotted by Ryu, so it's going to be onto Rolex and Boone to see how long they can hold this one. Caught off guard. Now as they move on up, Rolex gets one. Baby trying to tap through, has to point forward. And they do catch him. Kingslow in the moment. Ryu is going to get the defuse anyway. I thought that was going to be a little bit too tricky for one man to do it all. And a pass mark. More rounds than the previous map. Blaze Warriors get it done.
Oh yeah, that's 3 in total. Let's see if it can keep on going up. Shout out to the PMS, that kill through the wall here. You don't even see some pro players remembering that that's actually spammable.
It is, yeah.
Good to dislodge the ninja position by going for a nice spray down there, and it's worked out for him. Also, the other wall bang over towards default. So didn't really even have to see his opponents to get those 2 picks, but it allowed the retake to be that much easier. 2 rounds though, and with 5 for ROG, which have been relatively clean, they've got at least another buy here, another chance to stack on a 6th before that economy gets broken. It's a slower start to the beginning of the round. Deep smoke at elbow. I think that's gone a little bit too deep for Kingslow. Just going to use the gun to fully clear out elbow. Oh, Myroll's not ready for this. Util in hand, and he'll go down for free.
First time they've really taken window control, isn't it, Mac? Mid, they've thrown some utility out, but they haven't kind of followed that with a presence behind it. And Boone, despite letting one teammate go down, he will be able to respond nicely. 2 members poised at long. Bomb still outside the back of doors. And as that smoke will fade towards elbow, as you mentioned, bottom mid, they are going to throw the Molotov out, clear out the cubby, and now they can sort of start to work out where they want to end the round. You've still got Baby 4 watching with the AWP down towards A main, so that's keeping that one in position, but a house smoke as well. So they've done well to pull the rotate here, Mac. I think that's the main thing that ROG are doing. Their fundamentals are really kind of throwing the shake at Blaze Warriors.
Jiggling. Back on the wall, so won't be spotted by 7-8-9 as he does creep right up the ramp now. Milu looking away at the worst possible time. Worried about a flank in from Red Room. And that's going to be some nice entries. BW just like that. Surely you got to call the save. Unless you do that.
Still call the save anyway, I reckon.
Yeah.
Yeah, not giving themselves enough space at all. As I said, it's been the 2 rounds found for Blaze Warriors so far. Definitely feel like they were kind of handed a frag or 2 by Real Original Gaming.
Yeah.
As opposed to them like fighting for it themselves.
I have to second guess if people are going for saves in this. We've had so many moments where it's like 2v4s, 2v5s. I'm like, well, you save here. Every day you save here. And then they go for it and they win. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm glad you won. I'm glad it worked out. But usually that's now seen as a bit of a silly decision.
Playing silly buggers, Mac.
Yeah. But they've got me second guessing myself. I make my calls. I'm like, but are they? But will they?
You
But
remember
no.
it was always the worst, wasn't it? Like that little era where there was a hell of a lot of smoke pushing going on. It's like, but it worked. It's like, yeah, but it never should have. Don't rely on the one-off chance on, you know, confirming if it was the right choice or not. It was the right choice in that time, but not probably 9 other out of 10.
Nice little pop flash there as well, and crispy couple of shots. But yeah, ROG getting 6 already on the T side and shutting it down VW. Including that economy, it's getting pretty thin. If they don't win this round, Mitch, it's swinging straight back in ROG's favour, and they'll have a stellar half.
It's already been good. You know, 6, usually a pass mark on a map like this. But it's the same approach. Limited util, a very early smoke towards long to kind of try and stem the bleeding. They still do have 2 more smokes, 3 more rather, 2 more flashes. So they can use them a little bit later in the round, Blaze Warriors. Still very separated ROG. They don't exactly know where they want to go. They haven't been able to pull any other rotations out except for that house smoke again.
Yeah. Cave control there. 7-8-9 with some utility to try and enable the boys onto that line at long. But he's just going to contact instead. Genius coming through with a molly. ROG loving these contact plays. Flash into a good position. Kingslow stuck in the open. And ROG striking on the short man. There goes PMS. Finding one as he falls. And I think Kingslow may have just been spotted there at long. So we'll see if BW can posture successfully for the retake or if they just don't bother here. I'm not seeing any rotates.
I'm not seeing enough movement. Remember to floss every day, kids. 4-4. Over towards the position now. Kingslow really wants to try and find this frag on the pillar, and he will be successful with it. Genius does take him down. Mayrolls now, a lot of pressure on him. Boone has to peek up on the other side of this smoke. Mayrolls will be able to at least do some further damage. Boone takes point onto the line. Milu will drop him down, and Baby 4 recovers. I think they've got enough time. Yes, they do. Kid in hand, round secured, and it's a third now. That was probably the best looking approach that we've actually seen out of Blaze Warriors so far, right? Giving themselves a little bit of space. The retake was much more as a unit, but definitely a couple of missed shots on the side of ROG as well on that defense.
Yeah, it seemed like Milu was quite aware. There was a flank coming through at window here. You'll see that pick. Rolex could have been the difference maker, but they knew that he was sneaky somewhere. And then left the other 2 in a 2-on-3 on site, and things didn't go well. I think it was Mayrolls over towards Cave where he had to go for the reload, just didn't get that done earlier. Things got awkward, smoked off. Fighting through that, it's never a great time. But Blaze Warriors looking to try to bring this back to 6-8 piece. Let's see if they can do it.
They are trying to get a bit more proactive towards mid this round. They're leaving Milu to go and do it solo. Baby 4 watching towards window. Great flash out, which does pull them back, but Genius didn't really see anything, so he's happy to walk away as well. Baby 4 now has been found. So that pulls him back towards the A site. And again, you know, this prod towards A main, they haven't really had to do a hell of a lot. This time Rolex fire a couple of warning shots just to see if he can keep them guessing. And it's working so far with 3 members from Blaze Warriors over towards that position.
Baby on a tight line. And Milu's spotted. You can't walk up there. That shadow reveals your position, Baby. Oh, can't quite hit that second flash. Going to force him away. Good shot on the leg. We'll chip Baby down somewhat, but the movement that little bit better. Flash not going to be effective, but he's pulled out some even more util. That is not a place you are safe. He didn't have that helping hand that he thought he did. And then you got a 2v4. BW thinking about going for the retake. They might have a sniff here towards CT. Ooh, spotting Rolex. If they get this pick, maybe they'll be coerced into going for it. But patience coming through from Rolex. And that'll be a 7th.
So unlucky there, you know, Baby. That's the change to the AWP, right? It's been around for a while now, but going down from 10 bullets to 5. Couple of warning shots that were missed. He did secure 1, but then only having 1 bullet in the chamber, he heard the tick, he panicked, he threw out the smoke, and all of a sudden, a bunch of tires were all over him. And Boone dropping another one. Kingslow spotted, no save, just the grave. And now we've got a 7th round secured for ROG. They're certainly making a solid case as to why that they were the expected second team in the group here behind EXO. But I can't just help but think about the disparity between the two teams. Again, you know, I do really, you know, want to see what a best of 3 looks like up against some of the other teams for ROG. We're obviously seeing that now, but they seem to be very far ahead of the curve against the Vietnamese side.
Yeah.
And it just comes all from that kind of old experience, the old guard, with a little bit of new life here at eXTREMESLAND, and a couple more opening kills to boot behind it as well.
Yeah, straight away, mid. What? PMS just shift walked through that. Incredible. 789 all the way to the top of ramp. What do we see just yet? PMS will be taken. He knows once towards the long side. Hasn't seen the short player. Swinging together is good for trades, but Boone locks it in. And the Eagles won't do too much damage to the Ty's economy.
Starting to get close to the end now, isn't it, Mac? Of this opening half, potentially of the game, potentially of the tournament for Blaze Warriors.
Yeah.
And it does suck. You know, it's heartbreaking. But again, I just look at the players up on the stage and see the frustrations. I hope that they can, you know, put that by the wayside. It was like when, you know, Oni Clan went down to the hands of Semperfi, who we'll be seeing tomorrow up against some very, very challenging opponents. They were all cheers. They were all happy to see their opponents on to the next stage of the competition, as 789 does respond onto Baby. Now PMS will try and take his position. There is some damage back and forth. We'll drop 789 this time, a late trade. And another late trade to come through from Genius. So it's 1 for 1 for 1 for 1. And into the last round of the half here, a 3v3 is maybe enough for Blaze Warriors to put together a 4th.
Smoke not quite hitting the intended location. And Rolex going toe-to-toe with Milu. Will lose this time. Milu looking to single-handedly try to stop plants here on A. Ryu not too far away. And might be able to rotate in to Temple. Problem is right now, no one's actually watching that line. So someone could creep across and catch Ryu off guard completely. Milu letting him cross to sight. Hoping to hear something with a tap. And Genius aware of this, so just contacting in. Milu ready for the creep though. Oh, until he wasn't. You can see the barrel just barely look away. Ryu can't connect. Things looking a little awkward for ROG, but there's time to plant.
Definitely is. Now Boone spotting the position, does actually utilize that flash info to get back towards A main. Knows exactly the whereabouts of both of these members here, Max, so it does make it ever so more challenging for Blaze Warriors. Kingslow swinging on in, should be able to find the shot onto Genius, and Ryu will close as well. So as quickly as the round started, Blaze Warriors able to find that one back, and a 4th. I mean, look, you know, maybe it's not enough, but it's something. And I'm proud of what we've seen so far. Can they turn it around into the next half? We'll find out shortly. Now maybe, Mac, just maybe, Blaze Warriors still have a mission towards success here on this second half of Ancient. They've shown up more than a fight than they did against Faded Rise only just yesterday after they got taken down 13-1. So it's nice to see that they have got a little bit of life left in them. But ROG have been looking good, and after a very, very solid opening on Nuke, they're looking to try and close the series out 2-0.
I think they're in a pretty good position to do that. A pistol will make that quite bloody easy. The BW have so far generally had a better T side. So let's see if this is going to be one of those. But so far, off to a bad start. 7, 8, 9. We're going to come through with some, but Ryu, PMS, and Baby all going to snatch one away apiece. And now they've got a man advantage. Pretty
good turn of the tides, hey? Now it's on to Boone to see if he can get anything on this cross here. Obviously, there is a little bit of strange elevation moving out of that cave position. But they go for the smoke route instead. Flash over the top, good approach, and just the spam. Trying to buy enough time for Genius to come on in. Baby 4 pretty keen to peek around the bend. He doesn't want to overstay his welcome either. If he gives up the goat, it'll bring it back to a 2 versus 3. And they want to try and hold on to this advantage as best as they possibly can. A tag up, I think that was potentially some team damage there. Boone dropping Baby. Genius getting the flank now, and all on the PMS. They don't have the kit. They have to get onto it nice and quickly. But there it is. Boone finding the shot. And ROG, they've won the pistol. It was a pistol success from Blaze Warriors too, Mac, if you don't remember. And ROG managed to find the second round conversion. So Blaze Warriors, surely they force in after this little plant that they've got here.
Yeah, huge round out of Boone. Keeping the team in pole position with that round. And it took a while for Genius to actually activate. He was on that flank for a long time, but when he did, it was more than enough. Got the pick he needed, helped Boone get to sight, and then the cover was just too good. Instant elbow smoke going to be coming through, and we'll see ROG make sure they've got that full mid control. Playing a bit of a 2-2-1 setup today. We are seeing BW go quite aggressively towards A with the force buy. Let's see if our boy Boone is ready for more action. Certainly will be. Good timing on the smoke bloom. And snatches one away before it.
Just letting that simmer now. No real opportunity being given here. What have they got? Yeah, one smoke to work with, hey. Not a hell of a lot. And where's that sitting? Inside main. They really can only kind of use that maybe to isolate CT, maybe to isolate Donut. But after a dink up, Boone actually managing to find Ryu again as well. So that's that singular smoke drop now peeking in. Genius just making quick work of it. God. I am starting to feel like this one is all over. Red Rover. Thai CS. Gotta say it now, we are so back.
Certainly seems to be the case. Spray downs happening like crazy, and just so confident on the repeaks. I have a feeling that we see so many repeaks happening because a lot of these teams would usually play on, you know, like a 50-ish, maybe even more ping. And of course, if you are experienced in Counter-Strike 2, you know that Pika's advantage has been a thing for a while, and that's also something that's harder to shake. Even with a higher ping, you just kind of have to commit to fights, and going for those constant repeaks sometimes is just the way to do it. They're here on LAN. It looks a little bit silly if you're coming and viewing this from international standards, but that's just how they learn, and this is how a lot of these players are probably going to be playing, which is why it looks a bit messy and is just like fight, 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 fight. But at the end of the night, it's working out, and Thai seems to be slightly better so far.
I think I was saying before, like maybe yesterday or the day prior, it's like nothing kind of is deserved, everything is earned. It's all a privilege, and the privilege is being here at an event like this for some of these teams, you know? Like,
yeah.
A lot of people that would be critical online might say, what's the point? Why are they even coming here? And it's like, well, because it's for the love of the game, right? You're here on LAN, on
and they
stage.
qualified.
They bloody qualified, right? Just because one region is weaker, it doesn't mean that they should be excluded, right? So,
yeah.
789 marching out and actually punished by Ryu. Mayrolls does turn it around. Maybe 4 gets one for his troubles as well, but that's the investment that you like to see. That's 4 members that have charged their way into lane, down towards long, and now they've got the control. That's the bomb dropped as well. They don't know it yet, but the rest of the team of Blaze Warriors, they are scrambling a little bit.
Yeah, sneaking across to snatch it away, although might be spotted there. I don't know if Rolex has vision on the bomb, but he'll have seen it on the map now, and it might have even spilled forward with that fight. There you go, right in the choke, it looks like it is on the map. And it's going to be very difficult for Milu to have any opportunity here. Creeping out at elbow, but Genius, he can smell him.
There's no doubt that they can hit shots though, right? Like, you know,
Yeah.
the amount of crispy deagle one-taps that we've seen, like the capacity is there. They just need, you know, more time in the oven, right? A few extra ingredients. What's your, if you were to have a burger?
Yeah.
Optimal, like beef burger, optimal ingredients. Like how far do you go? Are you a guy that likes a lot in there, or do you like to keep it nice and simple?
Well, I'll get a chicken schnitty. And
No,
then,
beef burger, man.
Yeah, but then I get a chicken schnitty.
Okay.
And then I'd get rid of the buns.
Yep.
And then I'd eat the chicken schnitty.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my optimal burger.
You suck. I hate you. No, that's why I love you.
A classic beef burger. Just, you know, maybe a bit of cheese on there.
You're a good man.
Beetroot, lettuce, tomato, good amount of onion, and tomato sauce, not barbecue, please. Thank
Good
you.
man, good man. I agree with that one. That's at the least. Okay. Responses immediately. It is very much a back and forth here. Mayrolls 7-8-9 will get something happening. And ultimately, it looks like it is going to be going the way of ROG again. Blaze Warriors have one final opportunity, and it is Kingslow. Will he be the King's layup? He might be for now. Very nice. Bring him the horizon at this point in time. Mayrolls holding the line, but he will be able to take him down. So the King has been slayed. And that is going to be map, series, and elimination point for Vietnam.
There has been a few rounds like that, right, where it looks like it could happen, it should happen, and BW just can't quite close in a couple of those moments. Like, crosshair-wise, Kingslow's crosshair was right there, just the tiniest bit too low, so couldn't get the one tap onto Mayrolls and win it. That being said, look, they've done everything that they could. And as you mentioned, they just need to go back and find a few more ingredients. Rolex out mid, going to be able to find one, instantly answered by Milu, who finds a nice line across the top of the smoke. Baby gets another, and Ryu punishing the aggression from 7-8-9. So now there is a chance for BW to find 5, but they still got to get past Boone and Mayrolls, and the job's not done yet.
This is the biggest thing, right? You know, round conversions, they found advantages, and I was just looking at the kill disparity between the two teams. Like, yeah, there's like a little bit more from ROG. You know, maybe they've got about 10, 15 more kills across the whole, but 8 total rounds that they've got. And it's because of moments like this, like Mayrolls, right? You know, they have a 4-on-2. I think it was actually a 5-on-2 at the start. And somehow, Mayrolls has brought it back to a 1-on-2 rather. Milu, going to be the last man standing between Vietnam's hopes and dreams. The bomb is retrievable. They are going to walk away from it. Mayrolls happy to wait for his team to rotate around.
Yeah, I don't know if he was initially aware that the bomb was there, but it has been spotted. As soon as he saw it again, Boone starts to make his way up from heaven, in through cave. And should be able to get in here. Nice passive approach. Shadow seen. That's going to be a bit of info. Lay it across. And Milu, he'll get this planted, but I don't know how he'll be able to win this.
Only can hope to isolate the 1v1s, and now as the line is being held, I don't know why Boone's trying to shotgun AWP there, Mac. But a 1 versus 1, Milu certainly healthy. He's been eating his greens. As Mayrolls taps onto that defuse, not exactly healthy, and he will be taken down. And thankfully for Milu, oh man, you can see how stressed they are though, isn't it? It is really frustrating to see how they're experiencing these challenges up on the stage, these jitters. You know, in the interview, they talked about how confident they were. But, you know, as I said, once you leave your own region and feel what it's like to play against a team that has a pretty rich Counter-Strike history, it can be tough.
Yeah, it certainly can be. You have to temper those expectations and try to figure out how to get back into this one. With that round, it's actually ruined ROG's economy, so there could be a chance for BW to stack a few on real quick. That's going to be a few picks at least.
Oh,
found.
they're not going to be
Mayrolls,
ready for
though.
this.
The lineup, it's there. Oh, great. Recoil reset, but jumping into the open ain't the way to find that final man. Milu got to do it again.
7-8-9 thankfully has no Kevlar. And it is going to be a very, very open plant. Milu walking straight in towards CT, and they're going to have to be ready for it. Okay, no.
Whoa.
He has a sniff. Yeah, maybe he's aware of something here. I
think he heard it.
Yeah, he must have heard the footsteps. They're crossing across, and there it is, Mac. Unfortunately, we will have to now say farewell to the Vietnamese side. Land of the Rising Sun, they go down. It was beautiful to witness some of the good stuff that they did manage to bring through, but unfortunately when going up against a very, very strong region, it hurts, man. And all I can say is, like, look at Baby 4 on your screen right now. My brother, feel it. Know how this feels. Understand it. And learn how to not let it happen again when you are back here, because I certainly think it's not going to be the last we see of them. You know, we get another eXTREMESLAND, maybe some investment into the Vietnamese scene or just Asia as a whole, and they'll be back, right? You know, especially some of the individuals. It might not be the same roster, but they'll be able to give it another crack. So, look, all I can say is all the best from the team. Oh. He was waiting a little while. Good on him. Respect from Genius, though, for actually waiting for him to get back up. So, I don't know, Mac, any thoughts, any tribulations? Like, you know, Thai Real Original Gaming just seemed to be much stronger.
Yeah, just a better team, more experience. It was what we kind of expected. It's what Jordan and I were saying as well in that other game. Like, you know, EXO just that much better. Did ROG just not get off to a right start? But in this one, I felt like it was always going to be ROG on top. Maybe not as convincingly as what it was, especially on Nuke. But that being said, BW, they got at least a win here. They didn't go out in last place in the group, and you've got to be happy with that. They won a best of 3.
Definitely. It's a little bit more prize money. It's a little bit more prestige. And realistically, as I said, if it was me sitting in their shoes, I would just be happy to be on the stage for a little bit longer, right? You know, a couple of best of 3s. I can't remember how many times we've seen Aussie teams go to like events like, you know, Caddo or Cologne. They get to play a best of 1 and a best of 3, and then all of a sudden they're on a 30-hour flight back home. Whereas here, it's just around the corner, you know, maybe a 6 to 10-hour flight, depending on where you are, and then you get a chance to get a couple of best of 3s on the stage, you know, and it's a little bit less intimidating too, but it is also on the stage. You know, a lot of this stuff is behind closed doors, it's in groups, it's in halls, stuff like that, but this is real Counter-Strike, Mac, and it tastes delicious. We do have an interview that is going to be ready up to be thrown back in to check out what's happening in Thailand. So let's jump down with Baseline J and Chubby Ninja.
All right, I'm with my roles from the Thai team now. How does it feel to be Thailand's last hope for CS?
这个是作为泰国 CS 的最后希望，有什么感觉
？It feels great.
感觉不错啊。
All right. Well, how did you guys feel? You know, you got knocked down into elimination. Were you a little bit worried coming into this match against Blaze Warriors today?
你们刚才输了，然后现在进入生死战之后，你们是不是会有一些担心呢
I think last night we got shocked a bit, but we're good today. We are good this match. Yeah.
Do you want to highlight like which key players really, you know, carried it over the line to bring it to a very dominant 2-0?
你们今天就是能2-0，这么快的拿下比赛，就你还有就是都有谁发挥的比较好
I think my team. Everyone. Yeah, we play as a team.
大家发挥的都很好，我们是一个团队啊。
All right, are you feeling a lot more confident now going through the rest of the tournament here at eXTREMESLAND?
你们现在会不会就是感觉更加自信了呢
I still have no idea.
Really?
Yeah.
You're just hanging and seeing what happens?
Yes. Our goal is only playing on playoff, but I think we will keep it carry on. Yes.
我们肯定会继续努力的去打，然后能进这个淘汰赛也很开心，但是具体怎么样真的不知道。
And lastly, any message for your fans in Thailand?
有什么想跟在泰国看比赛的观众朋友们说的吗
Can I talk in Thai?
Yes.
ขอบคุณที่ทุกคนที่ตามนะครับแล้วก็ขอบคุณครับแค่นี้ Yes. Good.
Okay. Well, congratulations. My roles from Real Original Gaming.
我们祝贺 ROG 战队获得这场比赛的胜利。
All right, well, thank you very much, and we're going to send it back to Des, who's going to break down what we will be expecting for tomorrow.
我们把时间交给解说老师，跟大家说一下明天的安排。
Khop Krap to our Thai fans watching along, it's a beautiful thing to see Thai CS coming back into the foray. Was lucky enough, Mac, with yourself to actually spend a little bit of time over in Thailand about a year and a half ago, and it was a great place full with energy. And yeah, I think the main thing I just wanted to break down is, like, look at the kill disparity. It's just pure round conversion where they're lacking behind. There was a lot of individual moments where there was, you know, a couple of multi-frags. We saw it from Kingslow, we saw it from Ryu. PMS hitting a couple of good shots too, but overall it was a similar effort by committee on the side of Real Original Gaming, but just they were able to close those rounds.
I'm really happy with what we saw from both teams, honestly. Like, when I heard there was a Vietnamese team coming here, you know, I didn't have high hopes, but they did manage to take down one of the Chinese teams, and, you know, arguably the third best Chinese team here that is the only Chinese team that didn't make it so far. So we'll see what ends up going down. But again, Genius is going to be taking that MVP. 18 kills there on Ancient, a couple of big clutches, a couple of big rounds that kept them in it and made sure that BW didn't get away with clutches of their own, and, you know, made the scoreline as inflated as it was. Arguably doing a great job, also the IGL, so it's good to see IGLs getting those MVPs. But now it's time to break down the standings and what we saw today, Mitch.
Absolutely. So Rare Atom are going to be the first entrant into the playoffs, of course. God's Reign, unfortunately, didn't quite get to join them. It was close. It was Chinggis Warriors. But that opening map was spicy, 19-17. The Mongolian side really did push Rare Atom. I think it was like an 8-4 opening on the half. They were looking really, really hot. And then, of course, Group B is the one that we did get to see shortly after as well, which is coming up on your screen just now. So EXO Esports decimated both Fated Rise and ROG, whereas Blaze Warriors did get a little bit of respite taking down Fated Rise before ultimately going back against the Thai side, and they did get you know, it handed to them a little bit hard. But again, I can't criticize too much the fact that we even saw a Vietnamese team win over, again, a team that, like, you know, I think they beat RA, they beat Tai Lu to get here in Fated Rise. They've got to be a little upset with that. So these are the games that we're going to be seeing tomorrow. Tai Lu versus IHC will be the opener, and then the loser of that will be facing up against Semperfi. So, Mac, for Semperfi, neither of those teams are who you want to be facing, right? Both are very, very strong. Both have their benefits, and it's the same can be said here. You know, Nalakuvara, who do they want to be playing? Atox or Gigi Hao? They're both bloody good, right?
Yeah, these last two groups are looking quite stacked on the upper side, and, you know, down on the lower side, look, Semperfi is probably arguably on paper stronger than what we're seeing from Nalakuvara, but yeah, this one's going to be an interesting one. It might be a quick end to the day for whoever ends up losing in that Gigi Hao and Atox matchup. And as we already mentioned, here you go, Group C and Group D are going to be completed tomorrow, and then we're out of the group stage and into the quarters.
My God, I can't believe how quickly it's happened, right? You know, we're just wrapping up our day on Thursday. We started here a few days ago. It's been a hell of a lot of fun so far since opening up the bank account on Monday. Now, 11 is where it's all going to be starting here for you all. That's GMT +8 timing here in Shanghai. And all for you Aussies, I think it's going to be 2:30 p.m. in the afternoon, roughly, when we see Semperfi take the stage. But if you're an Asian CS fan, I don't care who you're cheering for. Cheer for bloody everyone, because they all deserve to be here, and they all are going to be fighting as hard as they possibly can into those playoffs. And whilst tomorrow will be a little bit shorter, we got four best of threes on Saturday, and 3 best of threes to close out the event on Sunday before we do say farewell to our time in Shanghai. But Mac, so far it's been a blast, and once again, as we do close out the day, we have to thank our sponsors, and I'm going to let you talk about it a little bit in a second, because you know how good this stuff is. I know you've managed to get another Zowie monitor over your way in Malta since you've moved there, Mac, and are you a fan? Like, what traditional sort of mouse have you been using anyway over the years? Have you played with the Zowie stuff over in the years?
Yeah, I've had the EC2 has been my go-to for ages, but since the EC3's been around, had that cabled, now have it wireless as well. Also have multiple EC2s that have been sent to me, but I still use the EC3 because I just like it when it's like that. They're a little bit smaller, you know, a little bit more control. Speaking of control, I want to get my mitts on one of those mouse pads and make sure I take it home, just to make sure I'm using the high quality stuff.
Absolutely, it is the best in the business for a reason. Once again, thank you to Zowie for putting on the day. So to all of you that have been watching along at home, thank you from Mac and Conky, and tomorrow we'll be joining with the rest of the crew again, 11 AM GMT +8. We'll bloody see you there.